but reached out to him as he had to me. Trust is not trust until it is complete. So close were we, I do not know which of us offered this thought. For an instant I had a double awareness of the world, as Night Eye's perceptions overlay my own. His scenting of the bodies, his hearing telling me of scavenger foxes already creeping closer, his eyes making no difficulty of the fading light. Then the duality was gone, and his senses were mine, and mine his. We were bonded. Cold was settling, on the land and into my bones. We found my cloak clotted with frost, but I shook it out and put it on. I did not try to fasten it, but kept it wide away from where I had been bitten. I managed to drag my mittens on despite my injured forearm. We'd better go, I told him softly. When we get home, I'll see to cleaning and bandaging us. But first we'd better get there and get warm. I felt his assent. He walked beside me as we went, not behind me. He lifted his nose once to snuff deeply of the fresh air. A cold wind had come up. Snow began to fall. That was all. His nose brought me the knowledge that I need fear no more forged ones. The air was clean, save for the stench of those behind us, and even that was fading, turning into carrion smell, mingling with the scavenger foxes come to find them. "You were wrong," he observed. "Neither of us hunts very well alone." Sly amusement. "Unless you thought you were doing well before I came along." "A wolf is not meant to hunt alone," I told him. I tried for dignity. He lolled his tongue at me. "Don't fear, little brother. I'll be here." We continued walking through the crisp white snow and the stark black trees. "Not much farther to home," he comforted me. I felt his strength mingling with mine as we limped on. It was nearly noon when I presented myself at Verity's map room door. My forearm was snugly bandaged and invisible inside a voluminous sleeve. The wound itself was not that severe, but it was painful. The bite between my shoulder and neck was not so easily concealed. I had lost flesh there, and it had bled profusely. When I had seen it with a looking-glass the night before, I was nearly sick. Cleaning it had made it bleed even more profusely. There was a chunk of me gone. Well, and if Night Eyes had not intervened, more of me would have followed that mouthful. I cannot explain how sickening I found that thought. I had managed to get a dressing on it, but not a very good one. I had pulled my shirt high and fastened it in place to conceal the bandaging. It chafed painfully against the wound, but it concealed it. Apprehensively I tapped on the door and was clearing my throat as it opened. Charim told me Verity was not there. There was a worry deep in his eyes. I tried not to share it. He can't leave the boat builders to that work, can he? Charim shook his head to my banter. "No, up in his tower," the old servant said shortly. I turned aside as he shut the door slowly. Well, Ketrican had told me as much. I had tried to forget that part of our conversation. Dread crept through me as I sought the tower stairs. Verity had no reason to be in this tower. This tower was where he skilled from in summers, when the weather was fine and the raiders harried our shores. There was no reason to be up there in winter, especially with the wind howling and the snow dropping as it was today. No reason, save the terrible attraction of the skill itself. I had felt that lure, I reminded myself, as I gritted my teeth and began the long climb to the top. I had known, for a time, the heady exuberance of the skill. Like the clotted memory of long-ago pain, Galen the skillmaster's words came back to me. If you are weak, he had threatened us. If you lack focus and discipline. If you are indulgent and inclined to pleasure, you will not master the skill, rather the skill will master you. Practice the denial of all pleasures to yourself. Deny all weaknesses that tempt you. Then, when you are as steel, perhaps you will be ready to encounter the lure of the skill and turn aside from it. If you give in to it, You will become as a great babe, mindless and drooling. Then he had schooled us, with privations and punishments that went far past any sane level. Yet when I had encountered the skill, joy, I had not found it the tawdry pleasure Galen had implied. Rather, it had been the same rush of blood and thunder of heart that sometimes music brought to me, or a sudden flight of bright pheasant in an autumn wood, or even the pleasure of taking a horse perfectly over a difficult jump. That instant when all things come into balance, and for a moment turn together as perfectly as birds wheeling in flight. The skill gave that to one, but not for just a moment. Rather, it lasted for as long as a man could sustain it, and became stronger and purer as one's ability with the skill refined, or so I believed. My own abilities with the skill had been permanently damaged in a battle of wills with Galen. The defensive mental walls I had erected were such that not even someone as strongly skilled as Verity could always reach me. My own ability to reach out of myself had become an intermittent thing, skittish and flighty as a frightened horse. I paused outside Verity's door. I took a very deep breath, then breathed it out slowly, refusing to let the blackness of spirit settle on me. Those things were over. That time was gone. No sense railing to myself about it. As was my old habit, I entered without knocking, lest the noise break Verity's concentration. He should not have been skilling. He was. The shutters of the windows were open, and he leaned out on the sill. Wind and snow swirled throughout the room, speckling his dark hair and dark blue shirt and jerkin. He was breathing in deep, long, steady breaths, a cadence somewhere between a very deep sleep and that of a runner at rest and catching his wind. He seemed oblivious of me. "Prince Verity," I said softly. He turned to me, and his gaze was like heat, like light, like wind in my face. He skilled into me with such force that I felt driven out of myself, his mind possessing mine so completely that there was no room left to be myself in it. For a moment, I was drowning in Verity, and then he was gone, withdrawing so rapidly that I was left stumbling and gasping like a fish deserted by a high wave. In a step, he was beside me, catching my elbow and steadying me on my feet. "I'm sorry," he apologized. "I was not expecting you. You startled me." "I should have knocked, my prince," I replied, and then gave a quick nod to him that I could stand. "What's out there that you watch so intently?" He glanced aside from me. "Not much. Some boys on the cliffs, watching a pod of whales sporting. 2 of our own boats, fishing halibut. Even in this weather, though not enjoying it much." "Then you are not skilling for out-islanders?" "There are not any out there this time of year, but I keep a watch." He glanced down at my forearm, the one he had just released, and changed the subject. "What happened to you?" "That's what I came to see you about. Forged ones attacked me, out on the face of the ridge, the one where the spruce hen hunting is good, near the goat herd shed." He nodded quickly, his dark brows knitting. "I know the area. How many? Describe them." I sketched my attackers for him quickly, and he nodded briefly, unsurprised. "I had a report of them 4 days ago. They should not be this close to Buckkeep this soon. Not unless they are consistently moving in this direction every day. Are they finished?" "Yes. You expected this?" I was aghast. "I thought we had wiped them out." "We wiped out the ones who were here then. There are others moving in this direction. I have been keeping track of them by the reports, but I had not expected them to be so close so soon." I struggled briefly, got my voice under control. "My prince, why do we simply keep track of them? Why do not we take care of this problem?" Verity made a small noise in his throat and turned back to his window. "Sometimes one has to wait and let the enemy complete a move in order to discover what the full strategy is. Do you understand me?" "The forged ones have a strategy?" I think not, my prince. They were— Report to me in full, Verity directed without looking at me. I hesitated briefly, then launched into a complete retelling. Towards the end of the struggle, my account became a bit incoherent. I let the words die on my lips. But I did manage to break his grip on me, and all three of them died there. He did not take his eyes from the sea. You should avoid physical struggles, Fitzchivalry. You always seem to get hurt in them. I know, my prince, I admitted humbly. Hod did her best with me. But you were not really trained to be a fighter. You have other talents, and those are the ones you should be putting to use to preserve yourself. Oh, you're a competent swordsman, but you've not the brawn and weight to be a brawler, at least not yet. And that is what you always seem to revert to in a fight. I was not offered the selection of weapons, I said, a bit testily, and then added, My prince. No, you won't be. He seemed to speak from afar. A slight tension in the air told me that he skilled out, even as we spoke. Yet I'm afraid I must send you out again. I think you are perhaps right. I have watched what is happening long enough. The Forged Ones are converging on Buckkeep. I cannot fathom why, and yet perhaps knowing that is not as important as preventing them from attaining their goal. You will again undertake the removal of this problem, Fitz. Perhaps this time I can keep my own lady from becoming involved in it. I understand that if she wishes to go riding, she now has a guard of her own. As you have been told, sir, I told him, cursing myself for not coming to speak to him sooner of the Queen's Guard. He turned to regard me levelly. The rumour I heard was that you had authorised the creation of such a guard. Not to steal your glory, but when such rumour reached me, I let it be supposed that I had requested it of you, as I suppose I did, very indirectly. My prince, I said, and had the good sense to keep quiet. Well, if she must ride, at least she is guarded now. Though I would greatly prefer she had no more encounters with Forged Ones. Would I could think of something to busy her, he added wearily. The Queen's Garden, I suggested, recalling Patience's account of them. Verity cocked his eye at me. The old ones on top of the tower, I explained. They have been unused for years. I saw what was left of them before Galen ordered us to dismantle them to clear space for our skill lessons. It must have been a charming place at one time. Tubs of earth and greenery, statuary, climbing vines. Verity smiled to himself. And basins of water, too, with pond lilies in them, and fish, and even tiny frogs. The birds came there often in summer, to drink and to splash. Chivalry and I used to play up there. She had little charms hung on strings made of glass and bright metal, and when the wind stirred them they would chime together, or flash like jewels in the sun. I could feel myself warming with his memory of that place and time. My mother kept a little hunting cat, and it would lounge on the warm stone when the sun struck it. Hispit, that was her name. Spotted coat and tufted ears. And we would tease her with string and tufts of feathers, and she would stalk us among the pots of flowers, while we were supposed to be studying tablets on herbs. I never properly learned them. There was too much else to do there. Except for time, I knew every kind of time she had. My mother grew a lot of time. And catmint, he was smiling. Kettrican would love such a place, I told him. She gardened much in the mountains. Did she? He looked surprised. I would have thought her occupied with more physical pastimes. I felt an instant of annoyance with him. No, of something more than annoyance. How could it be that I knew more of his wife than he did? She kept gardens, I said quietly, of many herbs, and knew all the uses of those that grew therein. I have told you of them myself. Yes, I suppose you have, he sighed. You are right, Fitz. Visit her for me, and tell her of the Queen's garden. It is winter now, and there is probably little she can do with it. But come spring, it would be a wondrous thing to see it restored. Perhaps you yourself, my prince, I ventured, but he shook his head. I haven't the time. But I trust it to you. And now, downstairs, to the maps. I have things I wish to discuss with you. I turned immediately toward the door. Verity followed more slowly. I held the door for him, and on the threshold he paused and looked back over his shoulder at the open window. It calls me, he admitted to me, calmly, simply, as if observing that he enjoyed plums. It calls to me, at any moment when I'm not busied. And so I must be busy, Fitz. And too busy. I see, I said slowly, not at all sure that I did. No, you don't, Verity spoke with great certainty. It is like a great loneliness, boy. I can reach out and touch others, some quite easily, but no one ever reaches back. When chivalry was alive, I still miss him, boy. Sometimes I am so lonely for him. It is like being the only one of something in the world, like the very last wolf hunting alone. A shiver went down my spine. What of King Shrewd? I ventured to ask. He shook his head. He skills seldom now. His strength for it has dwindled, and it taxes his body as well as his mind. We went down a few more steps. You and I are the only ones now to know that, he added softly. I nodded. We went down the stairs slowly. Has the healer looked at your arm? He queried. I shook my head. Nor Barrack. He was stating this as fact, already knowing it was true. I shook my head again. The marks of Night Eye's teeth were too plain upon my skin, although he had given those bites in play. I could not show Barrack the marks of the forged ones without betraying my wolf to him. Verity sighed. Well, keep it clean. I suppose you know as well as any how to keep an injury clean. Next time you go out, remember this, and go prepared, always. There may not always be one to step in and aid you. I came to a slow stop on the stairs. Verity continued down. I took a deep breath. Verity, I asked quietly, how much do you know about this? Less than you do, he said jovially, but more than you think I do. You sound like the fool, I said bitterly. Yes, sometimes. He is another one who has a great understanding of aloneness, and what it can drive a man to do. He took a breath, and almost I thought he might say that he knew what I was and did not condemn me for it. Instead he continued, I believe the fool had words with you a few days ago. I followed him silently now, wondering how he knew so much about so many things. The skilling, of course. We came to his study and I followed him in. Charim, as ever, was already waiting for us. Food was set out, and mulled wine. Verity set to upon it with a great appetite. I sat across from him, mostly watching him eat. I was not very hungry, but it built my appetite to watch how much he enjoyed this simple, robust meal. In this, he was still a soldier, I thought. He would take this small pleasure, this good, well-served food when he was hungry, and relish it while he could. It gave me much satisfaction to see him with this much life and appetite to him. I wondered how he would be next summer, when he would have to skill for hours every day, keeping watch for raiders off our coast and using the tricks of his mind to set them astray while giving our own folk early warning. I thought of Verity as he had been last summer by harvest time, worn to thinness, face lined, without the energy to eat, save that he drank the stimulants that Shade put in his tea. His life had become the hours he spent skilling. Come summer, his hunger for the skilling would replace every other hunger in his life. How would Kettrican react to that, I wondered. After we had eaten, Verity went over his maps with me. There was no longer any mistaking the pattern that emerged. Regardless of what obstacles, forest or river or frozen plains, the forged ones were moving towards Buckkeep. It made no sense to me. The ones I had encountered seemed all but bereft of their senses. I found it difficult to believe that any one of them would conceive of travelling overland despite hardships simply to come to Buckkeep. All these records you've kept indicate that all of them have. All of the forged ones that you've identified seem to be moving towards Buckkeep. Yet you have difficulty seeing it as a coordinated plan, Verity asked quietly. I fail to see how they could have any plan at all. How have they contacted each other? And it doesn't seem a concerted effort. They aren't meeting up and travelling here in bands. It simply seems that each and every one sets out this way, and some of them fall in together. Like moths drawn to a candle flame, Verity observed. Or flies to carrion, I added sourly. The ones to fascination, the others to feed, Verity mused. I wish I knew which it is that draws the forged ones to me. Perhaps another thing entirely. Why do you think you must know why they come? Do you think you are their target? I do not know. But if I find out, I may understand my enemy. I do not think it chance that all the forged ones make their way to Buckkeep. I think they move against me, Fitz. Perhaps not of their own will, but it is still a move against me. I need to understand why. To understand them, you must become them. Oh, he looked less than amused. Now who sounds like the fool? The question made me uneasy, and I let it slip by me. My prince, when the fool mocked me the other day, I hesitated, still stung by the memory. I had always believed the fool to be my friend. I tried to push the emotion aside. He put ideas in my head in his teasing way. He said, if I understood his riddles aright, that I should be seeking for others who are skilled. Men and women from your father's generation, trained by Solicity before Galen became Skillmaster. And he seemed also to say that I should be finding out more about the Elderlings. How are they summoned? What can they do? What are they? Verity leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers over his chest. Either of those quests might be enough for 12 men, and yet neither is even sufficient for one, for the answers to either question are so scarce. To the first, yes, there should yet be skilled ones amongst us, folk older than my father even, trained for the old wars against the Out-Islanders. It would not have been common folk knowledge as to who was trained. Training was done privately, and even those in a coterie might know a few outside their own circle. Still, there should have been records. I am sure there were, at one time. But what has become of them no one can say. I imagine that they were passed from Solicity down to Galen, but they were not found in his room or among his things after he died. It was Verity's turn to pause. We both knew how Galen had died. In a sense, had both been there, though we had never spoken much of it. Galen had died a traitor, in the act of trying to skill-tap Verity's strength and drain it off and kill him. Instead, Verity had borrowed my strength to aid him in draining Galen. It was not a thing either of us enjoyed recalling. But I spoke boldly, trying to keep all emotion from my voice. Do you think Regal would know where such records are? If he does, he has said nothing of it. Verity's voice was as flat as my own, putting an end to that topic. But I have had some small success in uncovering a few skilled ones, the names at least. In every case, those I have managed to discover have either already died or cannot be located now. I recalled hearing something of this from Shade some time ago. How did you discover their names? Some my father could recall, the members of the last coterie who served King Bounty. Others I knew vaguely when I was very small. A few I discovered by talking to some of the very old folk in the keep, asking them to recall what rumours they could of who might have been trained in the skill. Though, of course, I did not ask in so many words. I did not, and still do not, wish my quest to be known. May I ask why? He frowned and nodded towards his maps. I am not as brilliant as your father was, my boy. Chivalry could make leaps of intuition that seemed nothing short of magical. What I discover are patterns. Does it seem likely to you that every skilled one I can discover should be either dead or unfindable? It seems to me that if I find one and his name is known as a skilled one, it might not be healthy for him. For a time we sat in silence. He was letting me come to my own conclusions. I was wise enough not to voice them aloud. And elderlings? I asked at last. A different sort of riddle. At the time they were written about, all knew what they were, so I surmise. It would be the same if you went to find a scroll that explained exactly what a horse was. You would find many passing mentions of them, and a few that related directly to shoeing one or to one stallion's bloodline. But who amongst us would see the need to devote the labour and time to writing out exactly what a horse is? I see. So again, it is a sifting out of detail. I have not had the time required to devote myself to such a task. For a moment he sat looking at me. Then he opened a little stone box on his desk and took out a key. There is a cabinet in my bedchamber, he said slowly. I have gathered there what scrolls I could find that made even a passing mention of the elderlings. There are also some related to the skill. I give you leave to pore through them. Ask Fedrin for good paper, and keep notes of what you discover. Look for patterns among those notes, and bring them to me every month or so. I took the little brass key in my hand. It weighed strangely heavy, as if attached to the task the fool had suggested and Verity had confirmed. Look for patterns, Verity had suggested. I suddenly saw one, a web woven from me to the fool to Verity and back again. Like Verity's other patterns, it did not seem to be an accident. I wondered who had originated the pattern. I glanced at Verity, but his thoughts had gone afar. I rose quietly to go. As I touched the door, he spoke to me. Come to me. Very early tomorrow morning. To my tower. Sir? Perhaps we may yet discover another skilled one, unsuspected in our midst. Chapter 12. Tasks. Perhaps the most devastating part of our war with the Red Ships was the sense of helplessness that overpowered us. It was as if a terrible paralysis lay over the land and its rulers. The tactics of the raiders were so incomprehensible that for the first year we stood still as if dazed. The second year of raiding, we tried to defend ourselves, but our skills were rusty. For too long they had been employed only against the chance raiders, the opportunistic or the desperate. Against organized pirates who had studied our sea coasts, our watchtower positions, our tides and currents, we were like children. Only Prince Verity's skilling provided any protection for us. How many ships he turned aside, how many navigators he muddled or pilots he confused, we will never know. Because his people could not grasp what he did for them, it was as if the Farseers did nothing. Folk saw only the raids that were successful, never the ships that went onto the rocks or sailed too far south during a storm. The people lost heart. The inland duchies bridled at taxes to protect a coastline they didn't share. The coastal duchies were laboured under taxes that seemed to make no difference. So if the enthusiasm for Verity's warships was a fickle thing, rising and falling with the folks' current assessment of him, we cannot really blame the people. It seemed the longest winter of my life. I went from Verity's study to Queen Ketrican's apartments. I knocked and was admitted by the same little page girl as previously. With her merry little face and dark curly hair, Rosemary reminded me of some pool sprite. Within, the atmosphere of the room seemed subdued. Several of Ketrican's women were there, and they all sat on stools around a frame holding a white linen cloth. They were doing edgework on it, flowers and greenery done in bright threads. I had witnessed similar projects in Mistress Hasty's apartments. Usually these activities seemed merry, with tongues wagging and friendly banter, needles flashing as they dragged their tails of bright thread through the heavy cloth. But here it was near silent. The women worked with their heads bent, diligently, skillfully, but without gay talk. Scented candles, pink and green, burned in each corner of the room. Their subtle fragrances mingled scents over the frame. Ketrican presided over the work, her own hands as busy as any. She seemed the source of the stillness. Her face was composed, even peaceful. Her self-containment was so evident, I could almost see the walls around her. Her look was pleasant, her eyes kind, but I did not sense she was really there at all. She was like a container of cool, still water. She was dressed in a long, simple robe of green, more of the mountain style than of buckkeep. She had set her jewellery aside. She looked up at me and smiled questioningly. I felt like an intruder, an interruption to a group of studying pupils and their master. So instead of simply greeting her, I tried to justify my presence. I spoke formally, mindful of all the watching women. Queen Ketrican, King-in-Waiting Verity has asked me to bring a message to you. Something seemed to flicker behind her eyes, and then was still again. Yes, she said neutrally. None of the needles paused in their jumping dance, but I was sure that every ear waited for whatever tidings I might be bringing. Upon a tower there was once a garden called the Queen's Garden. Once, King Verity said, it had pots of greenery and ponds of water. It was a place of flowering plants and fish and wind chimes. It was his mother's. My queen, he wishes you to have it. The stillness at the table grew profound. Ketrican's eyes grew very wide. Carefully she asked, Are you certain of this message? Of course, my lady. I was puzzled by her reaction. He said it would give him a great deal of pleasure to see it restored. He spoke of it with great fondness, especially recalling the beds of flowering thyme. The joy in Ketrican's face unfurled like the petals of a flower. She lifted a hand to her mouth, took a shivering breath through her fingers. Blood flushed through her pale face, rosing her cheeks. Her eyes shone. I must see it, she exclaimed. I must see it now. She stood abruptly. Rosemary, my cloak and gloves, please. She beamed about at her ladies. Will not you fetch your cloaks and gloves also and accompany me? My queen, the storm is most fierce today, one began hesitantly, but another, an older woman with a motherly cast to her features, Lady Modesty, stood slowly. I shall join you on the tower top. Pluck! A small boy who had been drowsing in the corner leapt to his feet. Dash off and fetch my cloak and gloves, and my hood. She turned back to Ketrican. I recall that garden well from Queen Constance's days. Many a pleasant hour I spent there in her company. I will take joy in its restoration. There was a heartbeat's pause, and then the other ladies were taking similar action. By the time I had returned with my own cloak, they were all ready to go. I felt distinctly peculiar as I led this procession of ladies through the keep and then up the long climb to the Queen's garden. By then, counting the pages and the curious, there were nearly a score of people following Ketrican and me. As I led the way up the steep stone steps, Ketrican was right on my heels. The others trailed out in a long tail behind us. As I pushed on the heavy door, forcing it open against the layer of snow outside, Ketrican asked softly, He's forgiven me, hasn't he? I paused to catch my breath. Shouldering the door open was doing the injury on my neck no good at all. My forearm throbbed dully. "My queen?" I asked in reply. "My Lord Verity has forgiven me, and this is his way of showing it. Oh, I shall make a garden for us to share. I shall never shame him again." As I stared at her rapt smile, she casually put her own shoulder to the door and shoved it open. While I stood blinking in the chill and the light of the winter day, she walked out onto the tower top. She waded through crusted snow calf-high and paid it no mind at all. I looked around the barren tower top and wondered if I had lost my mind. There was nothing here, only the blown and frozen snow under the leaden sky. It had drifted up over the discarded statuary and pots along one wall. I braced myself for Ketrican's disappointment. Instead, in the centre of the tower top, as the wind swirled the falling flakes around her, she stretched out her arms and spun in a circle, laughing like a child. "It's so beautiful!" she exclaimed. I ventured out after her. Others came behind me. In a moment, Ketrican was by the tumbled piles of statuary and vases and basins that were heaped along one wall. She brushed snow from a cherub's cheek as tenderly as if she were its mother. She swept a load of snow from a stone bench and then picked up the cherub and set it upon it. It was not a small statue, but Ketrican used her size and strength energetically as she extricated several other pieces from the drifted snow. She exclaimed over them, insisting that her women come and admire them. I stood a little apart from them. The cold wind blew past me, awakening the pain in my injuries and bringing me hard memories. Here I had stood once, near naked to the cold, while Galen had tried to hammer the skill ability into me. Here I had stood in this very spot, while he beat me as if I were a dog. And here I had struggled with him, and in the struggle burned and scarred over whatever skill I had once had. This was a bitter place to me still. I wondered if any garden, no matter how green and peaceful, could charm me if it stood upon this stone. One low wall beckoned me. Had I gone to it and looked over the edge, I knew I would look down on rocky cliffs below. I did not. The quick end that fall had once offered me would never tempt me again. I pushed Galen's old skill suggestion aside. I turned back to watch the Queen. Against the white backdrop of snow and stone, her colours came alive. There is a flower called a snowdrop that sometimes blooms even as the banked snows of winter are retreating. She reminded me of one. Her pale hair was suddenly gold against the green cloak she wore, her lips red, her cheeks pink as the roses that would bloom here again. Her eyes were darting blue jewels as she excavated and exclaimed over each treasure. In contrast, her dark-tressed ladies with eyes of black or brown were cloaked and hooded against the winter chill. They stood quietly, agreeing with their queen and enjoying her enjoyment, but also rubbing chilled fingers together or holding cloaks tightly closed against the wind. This, I thought, this is how Verity should see her, glowing with enthusiasm and life. Then he could not help but love her. Her vitality burned, even as his did when he hunted or rode, or had once. "It is of course quite lovely," one Lady Hope ventured to say, "but very cold, and there is little that can be done here until the snow melts and the wind grows kinder." "Oh, but you're wrong," Queen Ketrican exclaimed. She laughed aloud as she straightened up from her treasures, walked again to the centre of the tower top. "A garden begins in the heart. I must sweep the snow and ice from the tower top tomorrow, and then all these benches and statues and pots must be set out. But how? Like the spokes of a wheel? As a charming maze? Formally, by variation of height and theme? There are 1,000 ways they could be arranged, and I must experiment. Unless, perhaps, my lord will remember it for me just as it once was. Then I shall restore it to him, the garden of his childhood. Tomorrow, Queen Ketrican, for the skies grow dark and colder," advised Lady Modesty. I could see what the climb, followed by standing in the cold, had cost the older woman. But she smiled kindly as she spoke. "I could perhaps tell you tonight what I remember of this garden." "Would you?" Kettricken exclaimed, and clasped both of her hands in her own. The smile she shed on Lady Modesty was like a blessing. "I should be glad to." And on those words, we slowly began to file from the rooftop. I was the last to go. I pulled the door closed behind me and stood for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness in the tower. Below me, candles bobbed as the others descended. I blessed whatever page had thought to run and fetch them. I followed more slowly, my whole arm from bite to sword cut throbbing nastily. I thought of Kettricken's joy and was glad of it, even as I guiltily reflected that it was built on a false foundation. Verity had been relieved at my suggestion to turn the garden over to Kettricken, but the act had not the significance to him that it did to Kettricken. She would attack this project as if she were building a shrine to their love. I doubted that by the morrow Verity would even recall he had gifted her with it. I felt both traitorous and foolish as I descended the steps. I went to the evening meal thinking I wished to be alone, so I avoided the hall and took myself instead to the guardroom off the kitchen. There I encountered both Burrick and Hans at their meal. When they invited me to join them, I could not refuse. But once I was seated, it was as if I were not there. They did not exclude me from their conversation, but they spoke of a life I no longer shared. The immensely rich detail of all that went on in the stables and mews eluded me now. They discussed problems with the confident briskness of men who shared an intimate background knowledge. More and more I found myself nodding at their words, but contributing nothing. They got along well. Burrick did not speak down to Hans, but Hans did not conceal his respect for a man he clearly regarded as his superior. Hans had learned much from Burrick in a short time. He had left Burrick as a lowly stable boy last autumn. He now spoke competently of the hawks and dogs, and asked solid questions concerning Burrick's breeding choices for the horses. I was still eating when they got up to leave. Hans was concerned about a dog that had been kicked by a horse earlier in the day. They wished me good evening, and continued to talk together as they went out the door. I sat quietly. There were others about me, guards and soldiers, eating and drinking and talking. The pleasant sounds of talk, of spoon against the pot's side, the thud as someone cut a wedge of cheese from a wheel was like a music. The room smelled of food and folk, of the wood fire and spilled ale, and the rich stew bubbling. I should have felt content, not restless, nor melancholy, not alone. "Brother." "Coming. Meet me at the old pig shed." Night Eyes had been hunting afar. I was there first, and I stood in the darkness and waited for him. There was a pot of unguent in my pouch, and I bore a sack of bones as well. The snow whirled around me, an endless dance of winter sparks. My eyes probed the darkness. I sensed him, felt him near, but he still managed to spring out and startle me. He was merciful, giving me no more than a nip and a shake on my uninjured wrist. We went inside the hut. I kindled the stump of a candle and looked at his shoulder. I had been weary last night and in pain, so I was pleased to see I had done a good job. I had sheared the dense hair and undercoat close to his hide around the cut and wiped the injury with clean snow. The scab on it was thick and dark. I could tell it had bled a bit more today, but not much. I smeared my unguent over it in a thick, greasy layer. Night Eyes winced slightly, but suffered my ministrations. Afterward, he turned his head and gave a questioning sniff to the spot. "Goose grease," he observed, and began to lick at it. I let him. Nothing in the medicine would harm him, and his tongue would push it into the wound better than my fingers could. "Hungry?" I asked. "Not really. There are mice in plenty along the old wall." Then, as he got a whiff of the bag I'd brought,
but a bit of beef or venison would be just as welcome."
I tumbled the bones out in a heap for him, and he flung himself down beside them to possess them. He snuffed them over, then picked out a meaty knuckle to work on.
"We hunt soon?"
He imaged forged ones for me. "In a day or so. I want to be able to wield a sword the next time."
"I don't blame you. Cows' teeth are not much of a weapon, but don't wait too long."
"Why is that?"
"Because I saw some today, senseless ones. They had found a winter-killed buck on a stream bank and were eating it. Fouled, stinking meat, and they were eating it. But it won't hold them for long. Tomorrow they'll be coming closer."
"Then we hunt tomorrow. Show me where you saw them." I closed my eyes and recognized the bit of creek bank that he recalled for me. "I did not know you ranged that far. Did you go all that way today, with an injured shoulder?"
"It was not far."
I sensed a bit of bravado in that answer.
"And I knew we would be seeking them. I can travel much faster alone. Easier for me to find them out alone, and then take you to them for the hunting."
"It is scarcely hunting, Night Eyes."
"No, but it is a thing we do for our pack."
I sat with him for a while in companionable silence, watching him gnaw on the bones I had brought him. He had grown well this winter. Given a good diet and freed from the confines of a cage, he had put on weight and muscle. Snow might fall on his coat, but the thicker black guard hairs interspersed throughout his grey coat shed the snowflakes and kept any moisture from reaching his skin. He smelled healthy, too, not the rank dogginess of an overfed canine kept inside and unexercised, but a wild, clean scent. "You saved my life yesterday."
"You saved me from a death in a cage."
I think that I had been alone so long, I had forgotten what it meant to have a friend. He stopped chewing his bone and looked up at me in mild amusement.
"A friend? Too small a word for it, brother, and in the wrong direction. So do not look at me like that. I will be to you what you are to me, bond brother and pack. But I am not all you will ever need."
He went back to chewing his bone, and I sat chewing over what he had just advised. "Sleep well, brother," I told him as I left. He snorted.
"Sleep? Hardly. The moon may yet break through this overcast and give me some hunting light. But if not, I may sleep."
I nodded and left him to his bones. As I walked back to the castle, I felt less dismal and alone than I had before. But I also had a twinge of guilt that Night Eyes would so adapt his life and will to mine. It did not seem a clean thing for him to do, this snuffing out of forged ones.
"For the pack. This is for the good of the pack. The senseless ones are trying to come into our territory. We cannot allow it."
He sounded comfortable with it, and surprised that it should bother me. I nodded to ourselves, in the dark, and pushed my way through the kitchen door, back into the yellow light and warmth. I climbed the stairs to my room, thinking of what I had wrought over the past few days. I had resolved to set the cub free. Instead, we had become brothers. I was not sorry. I had gone to warn Verity of new forged ones near Buckkeep. Instead, I had found he already knew about them, and had gained for myself the task of studying the elderlings and trying to discover other skilled ones. I had asked him to give the garden to Kettrican, to busy her mind away from her hurts. Instead, I had deceived her, and bound her more to her love for Verity. I paused to catch my breath on a landing. Perhaps, I reflected, We all danced to the fool's tune. Had not he suggested some of these very things to me? I felt again the brass key in my pocket. Now was as good a time as any. Verity was not in his bedchamber, but Charim was. He had no qualms about allowing me to come in and use the key. I took an armload of the scrolls I found there. There were more than I had expected. I bore them back to my room and set them down on my dressing chest. I built up the fire in the fireplace. I peeked at the dressing on the bite on my neck. It was an ugly wad of cloth, saturated with blood. I knew I should change it. I dreaded pulling it loose. In a while. I put more wood on my fire. I sorted through the scrolls. Spidery little writing, faded illustrations. Then I lifted my eyes and looked around my room. A bed, a chest, a small stand by the bed, a ewer and bowl for wash water, a truly ugly tapestry of King Wisdom conferring with a yellowish elderling, a branch of candles on the mantel. It had scarcely changed in the years I had lived here, from the first night I had moved into it. It was a bare and dreary room, devoid of imagination. Suddenly I was a bare and dreary person, devoid of imagination. I fetched, and I hunted, and I killed. I obeyed, more hound than man, and not even a favoured hound to be petted and praised. One of the working pack. When was the last time I had heard from Shrewd? Or Shade? Even the fool mocked me. What was I any more to anyone, except a tool? Was there anyone left who cared for me, myself? Suddenly I could no longer abide my own company. I set down the scroll I had picked up and left my room. When I knocked at the door of Patience's room, there was a pause. "Who is it?" came Lacey's voice. "Only Fitzchivalry." "Fitzchivalry?" A bit of surprise in the tone. It was late for a visit from me. Usually I came during the day. Then I was comforted to hear the sound of a bar being removed and a latch worked. She had paid attention to what I had told her, I thought. The door opened slowly, and Lacey stepped back to admit me, smiling dubiously. I stepped in, greeting Lacey warmly, and then glanced about for Patience. She was in the other chamber, I surmised. But in a corner, eyes lowered over needlework, sat Molly. She did not look up at me or acknowledge my presence at all. Her hair was tidied back in a bun under a lacy little cap. On another woman, her blue dress might have been simple and modest. On Molly, it was drab. Her eyes stayed down on her work. I glanced at Lacey to find her regarding me levelly. I looked at Molly again, and something inside me gave way. It took me 4 steps to cross the room to her. I knelt beside her chair, and as she drew back from me, I seized her hand and carried it to my lips. "Fitzchivalry!" Patience's voice behind me was outraged. I glanced at her framed in the doorway. Her lips were set flat in anger. I turned away from her. Molly had turned her face aside from me. I held her hand and spoke quietly. "I cannot go on like this any more. No matter how foolish, no matter how dangerous, no matter what any other may think, I cannot be always apart from you." She pulled her hand away from me, and I let it go not to hurt her fingers. But I grasped at her skirt and clutched a fold of it like a stubborn child. "At least speak to me," I begged her, but it was Patience who spoke. "Fitzchivalry, this is not seemly. Stop it at once." "It was not seemly, nor wise, nor appropriate for my father to court you as he did either, but he did not hesitate. I suspect he felt much as I do right now." I did not look away from Molly. That won me a moment of startled silence from Patience. But it was Molly who set aside her needlework and rose. She stepped away, and when it became clear that I must let go or tear the fabric of her skirt, I released it. She stepped clear of me. "If my Lady Patience will excuse me for the evening?" "Certainly," Patience replied, but her voice was not at all certain. "If you go away, there is nothing for me." I knew I sounded too dramatic. I was still on my knees by her chair. If I stay, there is still nothing for you. Molly spoke levelly as she took off her apron and hung it on a hook. I am a serving girl. You are a young noble of the royal family. There can never be anything between us. I've come to see that over the last few weeks. No. I rose and stepped towards her, but forbore to touch her. You are Molly, and I am New Boy. Maybe, once, Molly conceded. Then she sighed, but not now. Do not make this harder for me than it is, sir. You must leave me in peace. I have nowhere else to go. I must stay here and work, at least until I earn enough. She shook her head suddenly. Good evening, my lady, Lacey, sir. She turned aside from me. Lacey stood silently. I noticed she did not open the door for Molly, but Molly did not pause there. The door shut very firmly behind her. A terrible silence welled up in the room. Well, Patience breathed at last. I am glad to see that at least one of you has some sense. What on earth were you thinking, Fitzchivalry? To barge in here and all but attack my maid? I was thinking that I loved her, I said bluntly. I dropped into a chair and put my head into my hands. I was thinking that I am very weary of being so alone. That is why you came here? Patience sounded almost offended. No, I came here to see you. I did not know she would be here. But when I saw her, it just came over me. It's true, Patience. I cannot go on like this. Well, you'd better, because you're going to have to. The words were hard, but she sighed as she said them. Does Molly speak of it? Of me? To you? I must know. Please. I battered at their silence and exchanged looks. Does she truly wish me to leave her alone? Have I become so despised of her? Have I not done all you demanded of me? I have waited. Patience, I have avoided her. I have taken care not to cause talk. But when is an end to it? Or is this your plan, to keep us apart until we forget each other? It cannot work. I am not a babe, and this is not some bauble you hide from me to distract me with other toys. This is Molly, and she is my heart, and I will not let her go. I am afraid you must. Patience said the words heavily. Why? Has she chosen another? Patience battered my words away as if they were flies. No, she is not fickle, not that one. She is smart and diligent and full of wit and spirit. I can see how you lost your heart to her, but she also has pride. She has come to see what you refuse. That you come each of you from places so far apart that there can be no meeting in the middle. Even were Shrew to consent to a marriage, which I very much doubt, how would you live? You cannot leave the keep. To go down to Buckkeep Town and work in a candle shop, you know you cannot. And what status would she enjoy if you kept her here? Despite her goodness, people who did not know her well would see only the differences in your rank. She would be seen as a low appetite you had indulged. Oh, the bastard, he had an eye for his stepmother's maid. I fancy he caught her around the corner one time too many, and now he has to pay the piper. You know the kind of talk I mean. I did. I don't care what folk would say. Perhaps you could endure it, but what of Molly? What of your children? I was silent. Patience looked down at her hands idle in her lap. You are young, Fitzchivalry. She spoke very quietly, very soothingly. I know you do not believe it now. But you may meet another, one closer to your station. And she may, also. Maybe she deserves that chance of happiness. Perhaps you should draw back. Give yourself a year or so. And if your heart has not changed by then, well, my heart will not change. Nor will hers, I fear. Patience spoke bluntly. She cared for you, Fitz. Not knowing who you really were, she gave her heart to you. She has said as much. I do not wish to betray her confidences to me, But if you do as she asks, and leave her alone, she can never tell you herself, so I will speak, and hope you hold me harmless for the pain I must give you. She knows this can never be. She does not want to be a servant marrying a noble. She does not want her children to be the daughters and sons of a keep servant. So she saves the little I am able to pay her. She buys her wax and her scents and works still at her trade as best as she is able. She means to save enough somehow to begin again with her own chandlery. It will not be soon. But that is her goal. Patience paused. She sees no place in that life for you. I sat a long time thinking. Neither Lacey nor Patience spoke. Lacey moved slowly through our stillness, brewing tea. She pushed a cup of it into my hand. I lifted my eyes and tried to smile at her. I set the tea carefully aside. "Did you know from the beginning that it would come to this?" I asked. "I feared it," Patience said simply. "But I also knew there was nothing I could do about it. Nor can you." I sat still, not even thinking. Under the old hut, in a scratched-out hollow, Night Eyes was dozing with his nose over a bone. I touched him softly, not even waking him. His calm breathing was an anchor. I steadied myself against him. "Fitz, what will you do?" Tears stung my eyes. I blinked, and it passed. "What I am told," I said heavily. "When have I ever done otherwise?" Patience was silent as I got slowly to my feet. The wound on my neck was throbbing. I suddenly wanted only to sleep. She nodded to me as I excused myself. At the door I paused. "Why I came this evening, besides to see you. Queen Kettrican will be restoring the Queen's garden, the one on top of the tower. She mentioned she would like to know how the garden was originally arranged in Queen Constance's time. I thought perhaps you could recall it for her." Patience hesitated. "I do recall it very well." She was quiet for a moment, then brightened. "I will draw it out for you, and explain it. Then you could go to the Queen." I met her eyes. "I think you should go to her. I think it would please her very much." "Fitz, I have never been good with people," her voice faltered. "I am sure she would find me odd, boring. I could not." Her voice stuttered to a halt. "Queen Kettrican is very alone," I said quietly. "There are ladies around her, but I do not think she has real friends. Once you were queen-in-waiting. Cannot you recall what it was like?" "Very different for her than it was for me, I should think." "Probably," I agreed. I turned to go. "For one thing, you had an attentive and loving husband." Behind me, Patience made a small, shocked sound. "And I do not think Prince Regal was as clever then as he is now. And you had Lacey to support you." "Yes, Lady Patience, I am sure it is very different for her. Much harder." "Fitzchivalry!" I paused at the door. "Yes, my lady." "Turn about when I speak to you." I turned slowly, and she actually stamped the floor at me. "This ill becomes you. You seek to shame me. Think you that I do not do my duty, that I do not know my duty? My lady, I shall go to her tomorrow, and she will think me odd and awkward and flighty. She will be bored with me and wish I had never come. And then you shall apologize to me for making me do it." "I am sure you know best, my lady." "Take your courtier's manners and go, insufferable boy!" She stamped her foot again, then whirled and fled back into her bedchamber. Lacey held the door for me as I left. Her lips were folded in a flat line, her demeanour subdued. "Well?" I asked her as I left, knowing she had words left to say to me.
"I was thinking that you were very like your father," Lacey observed tartly, "except not quite as stubborn. He did not give up as easily as you have."
She shut the door firmly behind me. I looked at the closed door for a while, then headed back to my room. I knew I had to change the dressing on my neck wound. I climbed the flight of stairs, my arm throbbing at every step. I halted on the landing. For a time I watched the candles burning in their holders. I climbed the next flight of stairs. I knocked steadily for several minutes. A yellow candlelight had been coming out of the crack under her door, but as I knocked, it suddenly winked out. I took out my knife and experimented loudly with the latch on her door. She'd changed it. There seemed to be a bar as well, a heavier one than the tip of my blade would lift. I gave it up and left. Down is always easier than up. In fact, it can be too much easier when one arm is already injured. I looked down at the waves breaking like white lace on the rocks far away. Night Eyes had been right. The moon had managed to come out for a bit. The rope slipped a bit through my gloved hand, and I grunted as my injured arm had to take my weight. Only a little more, I promised myself. I let myself down another 2 steps. The ledge of Molly's window was narrower than I had hoped it would be. I kept the rope in a wrap around my arm as I perched there. My knife blade slipped easily into the crack between the shutters. They were very poorly fitted. The upper catch had yielded, and I was working on the lower one when I heard her voice from inside. "If you come in, I shall scream. The guards will come." "Then you'd best put on tea for them," I replied grimly, and went back to wriggling at the lower catch. In a moment, Molly snatched the shutters open. She stood framed in the window, the dancing light of the fire on the hearth illuminating her from behind. She was in her nightdress, but she hadn't braided her hair back yet. It was loose and gleaming from brushing. She had thrown a shawl over her shoulders. "Go away," she told me fiercely. "Get out of here." "I can't," I panted. "I haven't strength to climb back up, and the rope isn't long enough to reach to the base of the wall." "You can't come in," she repeated stubbornly. "Very well." I seated myself on the windowsill, one leg inside the room, the other dangling out of the window. Wind gusted past me, stirring her nightrobe and fanning the flames of the fire. I said nothing. After a moment, she began to shiver. "What do you want?" she demanded angrily. "You. I wanted to tell you that tomorrow I am going to the king to ask permission to marry you." The words came out of my mouth with no planning. I was suddenly, giddily aware that I could say and do anything at all. Molly stared a moment. Her voice was low as she said, "I do not wish to marry you." I wasn't going to tell him that part. I found myself grinning at her. "You are intolerable." "Yes, and very cold. Please, at least let me come in out of the cold." She did not give me permission, but she did stand back from the window. I jumped lightly in, ignoring the jolt to my arm. I closed and fastened the shutters. I walked across the room. I knelt by her hearth and built up the fire well with logs to chase the chill from the room. Then I stood, thawing my hands at it. Molly said not a word. She stood sword straight, her arms crossed on her chest. I glanced over at her and smiled. She didn't smile. "You should go." I felt my own smile fade. "Molly, please, just talk to me. I thought the last time we spoke that we understood each other. Now you don't speak to me, you turn away. I don't know what changed. I don't understand what is happening between us." "Nothing." She suddenly looked very fragile. "Nothing is happening between us. Nothing can happen between us. Fitzchivalry." And that name sounded so strange on her lips. "I've had time to think. If you had come to me like this a week ago or a month ago, impetuous and smiling, I know I would have been won over." She permitted herself the ghost of a sad smile. as if she were remembering the way a dead child had skipped on some long-ago summer day. But you didn't. You were correct and practical and did all the right things, and foolish as it may sound, that hurt me. I told myself that if you loved me as deeply as you had declared you did, nothing, not walls, not manners or reputation or protocol, would get in the way of your seeing me. That night when you came, when we... But it changed nothing. You did not come back. But it was for your sake, for your reputation, I began desperately. Hush, I told you it was foolish. But feelings do not have to be wise. Feelings just are. Your loving me was not wise, nor my caring for you. I've come to see that. And I've come to see that wisdom must overrule feelings, she sighed. I was so angry. When your uncle first spoke to me, so outraged. He made me defiant. He gave me a steel resolve to stay, in spite of everything that stood between us. But I am not a stone. Even if I were, even a stone can be worn away by the constant, cold drip of common sense. My uncle? The prince? I was incredulous at the betrayal. She nodded slowly. He wished me to keep his visit to myself. Nothing he said could be gained by your knowing of it. He needed to act in his family's best interests. He said I should understand that. I did, but it made me angry. It was only over time that he made me see that it was in my own best interests as well. She paused and brushed a hand over her cheek. She was crying, silently, just the tears running as she spoke. I walked across the room to her. Tentatively, I took her into my arms. She didn't resist me, and that surprised me. I held her carefully, as if she were a butterfly that might be crushed too easily. She leaned her head forward, so that her forehead barely rested on my shoulder, and spoke into my chest. In a few more months, I will have saved enough that I can start out on my own again. Not open a business, but rent a room somewhere, and find work to sustain me. And begin to start saving for a shop. That's what I intend to do. Lady Patience is kind, and Lacey has become a real friend to me. But I do not like being a servant. And I will do it no longer than I have to. She stopped speaking and stood still in my arms. She was trembling lightly, as if from exhaustion. She seemed to have run out of words. What did my uncle say to you? I asked carefully. Oh, she swallowed and moved her face lightly against me. I think she wiped tears on my shirt. Only what I should have expected him to say. When first he came to me, he was cold and aloof. He thought me a street whore, I suppose. He warned me sternly that the king would tolerate no more scandals. He demanded to know if I was with child. Of course I was angry. I told him it was impossible that I should be, that we had never... Molly paused, and I could feel how shamed she had been that anyone could even ask such a question. So then he told me that if that was so, it was good. He asked what I thought I deserved, as reparation for your deceptions. The word was like a little knife twisted in my guts. The fury I felt was building, but I forced myself to keep silent, that she might speak it all out. I told him I expected nothing, that I had deceived myself as much as you had deceived me. So then he offered me money to go away and never speak of you, or what had happened between us. She was having trouble speaking. Her voice kept getting higher and tighter on each phrase. She fought for a semblance of calm I knew she didn't feel. He offered me enough to open a chandlery. I was angry. I told him I could not be paid to stop loving someone. That if the offer of money could make me love or not love, then I was truly a whore. He grew very angry, but he left. She gave a sudden, shuddering sob, then held herself still. I moved my hands lightly over her shoulders, feeling the tension there. I stroked her hair, softer than any horse's mane and sleeker. She had fallen silent. Regal makes mischief, I heard myself say. He seeks to injure me by driving you away, to shame me by hurting you. I shook my head to myself, wondering at my stupidity. I should have foreseen this. All I thought was that he might whisper against you or arrange for physical harm to befall you. But Burrick is right. The man has no morals, is bound by no rules. He was cold at first, but never coarsely rude. He came only as the king's messenger, he said, and came himself to save scandal, that no more should know of it than needed to. He sought to avoid talk, not make it. Later, after we had talked a few times, he said he regretted to see me cornered so, and that he would tell the king it was not of my devising. He even bought candles off me, and arranged for others to know what I had to sell. I believe he is trying to help Fitzchivalry, or so he sees it. To hear her defend Regal cut me deeper than any insult or rebuke she could level at me. My fingers tangled in her soft hair, and I unwound them carefully. Regal. All the weeks I had gone alone, avoiding her, not speaking to her lest it cause scandal, leaving her alone so that Regal could come in my stead, not courting her, no, but winning her with his practised charm and studied words, chopping away at her image of me while I was not there to contradict anything he said, making himself out to be her ally, while I was left voiceless to become the unthinking, callow youth, the thoughtless villain. I bit my tongue before I spoke any more ill of him to her. It would only sound like a shallow, angry boy striking back at one who sought to deny his will. Have you ever spoken of Regal's visits to Patience or Lacey? What did they say of him? She shook her head, and the movement loosed the fragrance of her hair. He cautioned me not to speak of it. Women talk, he said, and I know that is true. I should not even have spoken of it to you. He said that Patience and Lacey would respect me more if it seemed I had reached this decision on my own. He said also that you would not let me go if you thought the decision came from him. That you must believe that I turned away from you on my own. He knows me that well, I conceded to her. I should not have told you, she murmured. She pushed a little away from me to look up into my eyes. I don't know why I did. Her eyes and her hair were the colours of a forest. Perhaps you did not want me to let you go, I ventured. You must, she said. We both know there is no future for us. For an instant all was stillness. The fire crackled softly to itself. Neither of us moved. But somehow I stepped to another place where I was achingly aware of every scent and touch of her. Her eyes and the herb scents of her skin and hair were one with the warmth and suppleness of her body under the soft woolen nightrobe. I experienced her as if she were a new hue suddenly revealed to my eyes. All concerns, even all thoughts, were suspended in that sudden awareness. I know I trembled, for she put her hands on my shoulders and clasped them to steady me. Warmth flowed through me from her hands. I looked down into her eyes and wondered at what I saw there. She kissed me. That simple act of offering up her mouth to mine was like the opening of a floodgate. What followed was a seamless continuation of her kiss. We did not pause to consider wisdom or morality. We did not hesitate at all. The permission we gave each other was absolute. We ventured together into that newness, and I cannot imagine a deeper joining than our shared amazement brought us. We both came whole to that night, unfettered by expectations or memories of others. I had no more right to her than she had to me. But I gave and I took, and I swear I shall never regret it. The memory of that night's sweet awkwardness is the truest possession of my soul. My trembling fingers jumbled the ribbon at the neck closure of her nightgown into a hopeless knot. Molly seemed wise and sure as she touched me, only to betray her surprise with her sharply indrawn breath when I responded. It did not matter. Our ignorance yielded to a knowing older than both of us. I strove to be both gentle and strong, but found myself amazed at her strength and gentleness. I have heard it called a dance. I have heard it called a battle. Some men speak of it with a knowing laugh, some with a sneer. I have heard the sturdy market women chuckling over it like hens clucking over breadcrumbs. I have been approached by bawds who spoke their wares as boldly as peddlers hawking fresh fish. For myself, I think some things are beyond words. The colour blue can only be experienced, as can the scent of jasmine or the sound of a flute. The curve of a warm, bared shoulder, the uniquely feminine softness of a breast, the startled sound one makes when all barriers suddenly yield, the perfume of her throat, the taste of her skin are all but parts, and sweet as they may be, they do not embody the whole. 1,000 such details still would not illustrate it. The fireplace logs burned down to dark red embers. The candles had long since guttered out. It seemed we were in a place we had entered as strangers and discovered to be home. I think I would have given away all the rest of the world just to remain in the drowsy nest of tousled blankets and feather quilts, breathing her warm stillness.
Brother, this is good.
I leapt like a hooked fish, jolting Molly out of her drowsing reverie. What is it? A cramp in my calf, I lied, and she laughed, believing me. So simple a fib. But I was suddenly shamed by the lie, by all the lies I had ever spoken, and all the truths I had made into lies by leaving them unspoken. I opened my lips to tell her all, that I was the royal assassin, the king's killing tool, that the knowledge of her that she had given me that night had been shared by my brother the wolf, that she had given herself so freely to a man who killed other men and shared his life with an animal. It was unthinkable. To tell her those things would hurt and shame her. She would have been permanently dirtied by the touch we had shared. I told myself that I could stand to have her despise me, but I could not stand to have her despise herself. I told myself that I clenched my lips shut because it was the nobler thing to do. To keep these secrets to myself was better than to let the truth destroy her. Did I lie to myself then? Don't we all? I lay there, with her arms twined warm around me, with the length of her body warming my side, and promised myself that I would change. I would stop being all those things, and then I would never need tell her. Tomorrow, I promised myself, I would tell Shade and Shrewd that I would no longer kill for them. Tomorrow, I would make Night Eyes understand why I must sever my bond with him. Tomorrow. But today, in this day that was already beginning to dawn, I had to go forth with the wolf at my side to hunt the forged ones and slay them. Because I wanted to go to Shrewd with a fresh triumph, to put him in the mood to grant the boon I would ask. This very evening, when my killing was done, I would ask him to allow Molly and me to marry. I promised myself that his permission would mark the beginning of my new life as a man who would no longer have to keep secrets from the woman he loved. I kissed her forehead, then set her arm softly aside from me. I have to leave you, I whispered as she stirred, but I pray it will not be for long. Today I go to Shrewd, to ask permission to marry you. She stirred and opened her eyes. She watched in a sort of wonder as I went naked from her bed. I put more wood on the fire, then avoided her gaze as I gathered my scattered clothes and put them on. She was not so shy, for as I looked up from fastening my belt, I found her eyes upon me, smiling. I blushed. I feel we are wed already, she whispered. I cannot imagine how the speaking of any vows could make us more truly joined. Nor I. I came to sit on the edge of her bed, to take her hands in mine once again. But there will be great satisfaction to me in letting all know of it. And that, my lady, requires a wedding, and a public speaking of all my heart has already vowed to you. But for now I must go. Not yet. Stay a while yet. I am sure we have some small time left before anyone else begins to stir. I leaned over her to kiss her. I have to go now, to retrieve a certain rope that is hanging from the battlements to my lady's window. Otherwise it might excite comment. At least stay long enough for me to help me change the dressings on your arm and neck. However did you hurt yourself so? I meant to ask you last night, but... I smiled down at her. I know, there were more interesting things to pursue. No, my dear. But I promise you I shall take care of it this morning in my room. To call her my dear made me feel a man, as no words ever had before. I kissed her, promising myself that I would go immediately afterwards, but found myself lingering to her touch on my neck. I sighed. I do have to go. I know, but you have not told me how you injured yourself. I could hear in her voice that she did not think my hurts were serious, but only tried to use the subject to detain me at her side. But still it shamed me, and I tried to make the lie as harmless as possible. Dog bites, a bitch in the stable with pups. I guess I did not know her as well as I had thought. I bent to pick up one of her pups, and she went for me. Poor boy. Well, are you sure you cleaned it well? Animal bites infect very easily. I'll clean it again when I dress it. Now, I must go. I covered her over with the feather quilt, but not without a twinge of regret at leaving that warmth. Get what little sleep is left for you before day breaks. Fitzchivalry. I paused at the door, turned back. Yes? Come to me tonight, regardless of what the king may say. I opened my mouth to protest. Promise me. Otherwise I shall not survive this day. Promise me you will return to me. For no matter what the king may say, know this. I am your wife now. And always will be. Always. My heart stood still in me at that gift, and I could do no more than dumbly nod. My look must have been enough, for the smile she bestowed on me was bright and golden as midsummer sunshine. I lifted the bar and unhooked the latch of the door. Easing it open, I peered out into the darkened hallway. Be sure you lock up after me, I whispered, and then I slipped away from her into the little that was left of the night. Chapter 13. Hunting. The skill, like any other discipline, can be taught in a number of ways. Galen, skill master under King Shrewd, used techniques of deprivation and enforced hardship to break down a student's inner walls. Once reduced to a level of cowering survival, the student was susceptible to Galen's invasion of his mind and his enforced acceptance of Galen's skilling techniques. While the students who survived his training and went on to become his coterie could all skill reliably, none were especially strong of talent. Galen reportedly congratulated himself at taking students of little talent and teaching them to skill reliably. This may be the case. Or perhaps he took students with great potential and ground them down to adequate tools. One may contrast Galen's techniques with that of Solicity, skill mistress before him. She supplied the initial instruction to the then young princes Verity and Chivalry. Verity's account of his instruction indicates much was accomplished by gentleness and lulling her students into lowering their barriers. Both Verity and Chivalry emerged from her training as adept and strong skill users. Her death unfortunately occurred before their full adult instruction was complete, and before Galen had advanced to a journey status as a skill instructor. One can only wonder how much knowledge of the skill went to her grave with her, and what potentials of this royal magic may never be rediscovered. I spent little time in my room that morning. The fire had gone out, but the chill I felt there was more than that of an unwarmed room. This room was an empty shell of a life soon to be left behind. It seemed more barren than ever. I stood, bared to the waist, and shivered as I washed myself with unwarmed water and belatedly changed the bandaging on my arm and neck. I did not deserve for those wounds to look as clean as they did. Nonetheless, they were healing well. I dressed warmly, a padded mountain shirt going on under a heavy leather jerkin. I pulled on heavy leather over-trousers and laced them close to my legs with strips of leather. I took down my work blade and armed myself with a short dagger as well. From my working kit, I took a small pot of powdered death's cap. Despite all this, I felt unprotected and equally foolish as I left my room. I went straight to Verity's tower. I knew he would be awaiting me, expecting to work with me on skilling. Somehow I would have to convince him that I needed to hunt forged ones today. I climbed the stairs swiftly, wishing this day were over. All of my life was presently focused on the moment when I could knock on King Shrewd's door and ask his permission to marry Molly. The mere thought of her flooded me with such a strange combination of unfamiliar feelings that my strides on the stairs slowed as I tried to consider them all. Then I gave it over as useless. "Molly," I said aloud but softly to myself. Like a magic word, it strengthened my resolve and spurred me on. I stopped outside the door and rapped loudly. I felt, rather than heard, Verity's permission to enter. I pushed open the door and went inside. I shut the door behind me. Physically, the room was still. A cool breeze sprang in from the open window, and Verity sat enthroned before it on his old chair. His hands rested idly on the windowsill, and his eyes were fixed on the distant horizon. His cheeks were pink, his dark hair ruffled by the wind's fingers. Save for the soft current from the window, the room was still and silent. Yet I felt as if I had stepped into a whirlwind. Verity's consciousness washed against me, and I was drawn into his mind, swept along with his thoughts and his skilling far out to sea. He carried me with him on a dizzying tour of every ship within the range of his mind. Here we brushed the thoughts of a merchant captain. If the price is good enough, load up with oil for the return trip. And then skipped from her to a net mender, patching hastily, her fid flying, grumbling to herself as the captain railed at her to be faster about her task. We found a pilot worrying about his pregnant wife at home, and 3 families out digging clams in the dim morning light before the tide came in to cover the beds again. These and a dozen others we visited before Verity suddenly recalled us to our own bodies and place. I felt as giddy as a small boy who has been boosted aloft by his father to perceive the whole chaos of the fair before being returned to his own feet and his child's view of knees and legs. I approached the window to stand beside Verity. He still stared out over the water to the horizons. But I suddenly understood his maps and why he created them. The network of lives he had touched so briefly for me were as if he had opened his palm to reveal he cupped a handful of priceless gems. People, his people. It was not some rocky coast or rich pasture land that he stood watch over. It was these folk, these bright glimpses of other lives unlived by him but cherished all the same. This was Verity's kingdom. Geographical boundaries marked on parchment enclosed them for him. For a moment I shared his bafflement that anyone could wish harm on these people, and shared too his fierce determination that not one more life should be lost to the red ships. The world steadied around me, as vertigo passing, and all was still in the tower top. Verity did not look at me as he spoke. "So, hunting today?" I nodded, not caring that he did not see the gesture. It didn't matter. "Yes, the forged ones are closer than we suspected." "Do you expect to fight them?" "You told me to go prepared. I will try the poison first. But they may not be as eager to gobble it down, or they may still try to attack me, so I'm taking my blade in case." "So I surmised. But take this one instead." He lifted a sheathed sword from beside his chair and gave it into my hands. For a moment I could only look at it. The leather was fancifully tooled, The hilt had that beautiful simplicity possessed by weapons and tools made by a master. At Verity's nod, I drew the blade in his presence. The metal gleamed and shimmered. The hammering and folding that had given it strength recalled as a watery rippling of light down its length. I held it out and felt it perch in my hand, weightless and waiting. It was a much finer sword than my skill deserved. I should present it to you with pomp and ceremony, of course, but I give it to you now, lest for the lack of it you can't return later. During Winterfest, I might ask it back of you, so that I may present it to you properly. I slipped it back into its sheath, then drew it out, swift as an indrawn breath. I had never possessed anything so finely made. I feel as if I should swear it to you or something, I said awkwardly. Verity permitted himself a smile. No doubt Regal would require some such oath. As for me, I don't think a man need swear his sword to me when he has already sworn me his life. Guilt assaulted me. I took my courage in both hands. Verity, my prince, I go forth today to serve you as an assassin. Even Verity was taken aback. Direct words, he mused guardedly. It is time for direct words, I think. That is how I serve you today, but my heart has grown weary of it. I have sworn my life to you, as you say, and if you command it, so must I continue. But I ask that you find for me another way to serve you. Verity was silent for what seemed a long time. He rested his chin on his fist and sighed. Were it only I you were sworn to, perhaps I could answer swiftly and simply. But I am only king in waiting. This request must be made of your king, as must your request to wed. The silence in the room now grew very wide and deep, making a distance between us. I could not break it. Verity spoke at last. I showed you how to ward your dreams, Fitzchivalry. If you neglect to enclose your mind, you cannot blame others for what you divulge. I pushed down my anger and swallowed it. How much? I asked coldly. As little as possible, I assure you. I am well used to guarding my own thoughts, less so to blocking out those of others, especially the thoughts of one as strongly, if erratically, skilled as yourself. I did not seek to be privy to your assignation. He was silent. I did not trust myself to speak. It was not just that my own privacy had been so badly betrayed, but Molly. How I was ever to explain this to Molly I could not imagine. Nor could I tolerate the idea of yet another silence, masking an unspoken lie between us. As always, Verity was as true as his name. The carelessness had been mine. Verity was speaking, very quietly. Truth to tell, I envy you, boy. Were it my choice, you should be wed today. If Shrewd denies you permission today, hold this in your heart, and impart it to Lady Redskirts. When I am king, you will be free to marry when and where you choose. I will not do to you what was done to me. I think then that I grasped all that had been taken from Verity. It is one thing to sympathize with a man whose wife was chosen for him. It is another to come from the bed of one's beloved, and suddenly realize that a man you care for will never know the fullness of what I had experienced with Molly. How bitter must it have been to glimpse what Molly and I shared, and what he must be forever denied. Verity, thank you, I told him. He met my eyes briefly and gave me a wan smile. Well, I suppose. He hesitated. This is not a promise, so do not take it as such. There may be something I can do about the other as well. You might not have time to function as a diplomat if you were given other duties more valuable to us. Such as? I asked cautiously. My ships grow, day by day taking shape under their master's hands, and again I am denied what I most desire. I will not be allowed to sail on them. There is much common sense to that. Here I am able to look out over all and direct all. Here my life is not risked to the violence of the red ship pirates. Here I can coordinate the attacks of several vessels at once and dispatch aid where it is most needed. He cleared his throat. On the other hand, I will not feel the wind or hear it snapping in the sail, and I will never be allowed to fight the raiders as I long to, with a blade in my hand, killing swiftly and cleanly, taking blood for the blood they have taken. Cold fury rode his features as he spoke. After a moment's pause, he went on more calmly. So, for those ships to function best, there must be someone aboard each one who can at least receive my information. Ideally, that one would also be able to relay to me detailed information as to what is going on aboard the ship. You have seen this day how I am limited. I can tell the thoughts of certain folk, yes, but I cannot direct them as to what they think about. Sometimes I am able to find one more susceptible to my skill and influence his thoughts. But this is not the same thing as having a quick response to a direct question. Have you ever considered sailing, Fitzchivalry? To say I was taken aback would be an understatement. You have just reminded me that my ability with the skill is erratic, sir, and reminded me yesterday that in a fight I am more a brawler than a swordsman, despite Hod's training. And I now remind you that it is midwinter. There are not many months until spring. I have told you it is a possibility, no more than that. I will be able to give you only the barest help with what you need to master by then. I am afraid it is entirely up to you, Fitzchivalry. Can you, by spring, learn to control both your skill and your blade? As you said to me, my prince, I cannot promise, but it will be my intention. Fine. Verity looked at me steadily for a long moment. Will you begin today? Today? Today I have to hunt. I dare not neglect that duty, even for this. They need not exclude each other. Take me with you today. I stared at him blankly for a moment, then nodded assent. I had thought he would arise, to go and put on winter clothes and fetch a sword. Instead he reached out toward me and took hold of my forearm. As his presence flowed into me, it was instinct to struggle against him. This was not like other times when he had shuffled through my thoughts as a man sorts scattered papers on a desk. This was a true occupation of my mind. I had not been so invaded since Galen had brutalized me. I tried to jerk free of his grip, but it was like iron on my wrist. Everything paused. You have to trust me, do you? I stood sweating and shuddering like a horse with a snake in its stall. I don't know. Think about it, he bade me. He withdrew a trifle. I could still sense him waiting, but knew he was holding himself apart from my thoughts. My mind raced frantically. There were too many things to juggle. This was a thing I must do if I wished to win myself free from a life as an assassin. It was a chance to make all the secrets old secrets, rather than an ongoing exclusion of Molly and her trust. I had to take it. But how could I do this and keep secret from him, Night Eyes, and all that we shared? I quested toward Night Eyes. Our bond is a secret. I must keep it so. Today, men, I must hunt alone. Do you understand? No. It is stupid and dangerous. I shall be there. But you may trust me to be unseen and unknowable. What did you do just then? It was Verity speaking aloud. His hand was on my wrist. I looked down into his eyes. There was no harshness to his question. He asked it as I might ask it of a small child found carving on the woodwork. I stood frozen inside myself. I longed to unburden myself, to have one person in the world who knew all about me, everything that I was. You already do, Night Eyes objected. It was true, and I could not endanger him. You must trust me also, I found myself saying to my king-in-waiting. And when he remained looking up at me consideringly, I asked, My prince, do you? Yes. With one word, he gave me his trust. and with it his confidence that whatever I had been doing would not bring him harm. It sounds a simple thing, but for a king-in-waiting to permit his own assassin to keep secrets from him was a staggering act. Years ago, his father had bought my loyalty, with a promise of food and shelter and education and a silver pin thrust into my shirt front. Verity's simple act of trust was suddenly more to me than any of these things. The love I had always felt for him suddenly knew no bounds. How could I not trust him? He smiled sheepishly. "You can skill, when you've heart to." With no more than that, he entered my mind again. As long as his hand was on my wrist, the joining of thoughts was effortless. I felt his curiosity and tinge of woe at looking down at his own face through my eyes. "A looking-glass is kinder. I have aged." With him ensconced in my mind, it would have been useless to deny the truth of what he said. So, it was a necessary sacrifice, I agreed. He lifted his hand from my wrist. For a moment I had dizzying double vision, looking at myself, looking at him, and then it settled. He turned carefully to set his own eyes once more on the horizon, and then sealed that vision from me. Without his touch, this clasping of minds was a different thing. I left the room slowly, and went down the stairs as if I were balancing a wine glass full to the brim. Exactly. And in both cases, it is easier to do if you do not look at it and think about it so heavily. Just carry. I went down to the kitchens, where I ate a solid breakfast and tried to behave normally. Verity was right. It was easier to maintain our contact if I didn't focus on it. While everyone there was busied at other tasks, I managed to slip a plateful of biscuits into my carry sack. "Going hunting?" Cook asked me as she turned about. I nodded. "Well, be careful. What are you going after?" "Wild boar," I improvised. "Just to locate one, not to attempt to kill today. I thought it might be a fine amusement during Winterfest." "For who? Prince Verity?" "You won't budge him out of the keep, pet. Stays too much in his rooms these days, he does, and poor old King Shrewd hasn't taken a real meal with us in weeks. I don't know why I keep cooking his favourites when the tray comes back as full as I sent it. Now, Prince Regal, he might go, as long as it didn't spoil his curls." There was a general clucking of laughter among the kitchen maids at that. My cheeks burned at Cook's boldness. "Steady. They don't know I'm here, boy, and naught of what is said to you shall be held against them by me. Don't betray us now." I sensed Verity's amusement, and also his concern, so I permitted myself a grin, thanked Cook for the pasty she insisted I take, and left the keep kitchen. Sooty was restive in her stall, more than eager for an outing. Burrick passed by as I was saddling her. His dark eyes took in my leathers and the tooled sheath and fine hilt of the sword. He cleared his throat, but then stood silent. I had never been able to decide exactly how much Burrick knew of my work. At one time in the mountains I had divulged my assassin's training to him, but that had been before he took a blow on the head attempting to protect me. When he recovered from it, he professed to have lost the memories of the day that preceded it, but sometimes I wondered. Perhaps it was his sage way of keeping a secret, that it could not be discussed even by those who shared it. "Be careful," he said at last, gruffly. "Don't you let that mare come to harm." "We'll be careful," I promised him, and then led Sooty out past him. Despite my errands, it was still early morning, with just enough winter light to make it safe to canter. I let Sooty out, allowing her to choose her pace and express her spirits, and letting her warm herself without allowing her to break a sweat. There was broken cloud cover, and the sun was slipping through it to touch the trees and banked snow with glistening fingers. I pulled Sooty in, pacing her. We would be taking a roundabout way to get to the creek bed. I did not want to leave the trodden paths until we must. Verity was with me every second. It was not that we conversed, but he was privy to my internal dialogue. He enjoyed the fresh morning air, Sooty's responsiveness, and the youth of my own body. But the farther I went from the keep, the more aware I became of holding on to Verity. From a touch he had initially imposed on me, the sharing had changed to a mutual effort more like clasping hands. I wondered if I would be able to maintain it.
Don't think about it, just do it. Even breathing becomes a task if you pay attention to every breath.
I blinked my eyes, suddenly aware that he was now in his study, carrying on his normal morning tasks. Like the humming of faraway bees, I was aware of Charim consulting with him about something. I could detect no sign of night eyes. I was trying not to think about him, nor look for him, a strenuous mental denial that was fully as demanding as keeping Verity's consciousness with me. So quickly had I become accustomed to reaching out for my wolf and finding him awaiting my touch, that I felt isolated, and as unbalanced as if my favourite knife were missing from my belt. The only image that could completely displace him from my mind was Molly's, and that too was one I did not wish to dwell on. Verity had not rebuked me for my actions of the night before, but I knew he regarded them as less than honourable. I had an uneasy feeling that if I allowed myself time to truly consider all that had happened, I would agree with him. Cowardly, I kept my mind reined away from that, too. I realised I was putting most of my mental effort into not thinking. I gave my head a shake and opened myself up to the day. The road I was following was not well travelled. It wound through the rolling hills behind Buckkeep, and far more sheep and goats trod it than men. Several decades ago, a lightning fire had cleared it of trees. The first growth of trees on it was mostly birch and cottonwood, now standing bare but for snow burden. This hilly country was ill-suited to farming, and served mostly as summer pasturage for grazing animals, but from time to time I would catch a whiff of wood smoke and see a trodden path leading from the road to a woodcutter's cottage or a trapper's hut. It was an area of small, isolated homesteads, occupied by folk of humbler persuasions. The road became narrower, and the trees changed as I entered an older part of the forest. Here, the dark evergreens still stood thick and crowded close to the road's edge. Their trunks were immense, and beneath their spreading branches, snow lay in uneven hummocks on the forest floor. There was little underbrush. Most of the year's snowfall was still up above, resting on those thickly needled limbs. It was easy to turn Sooty aside from the trail here. We travelled under the snow-laden canopy through a greyish daylight. The day seemed hushed in the dimness of the great trees.
You are seeking a specific place. You have definite information as to where the forged ones are?
They were seen on a certain creek bank, eating from a winter-killed deer, just yesterday. I thought we could trail them from there.
Who saw them?
I hesitated. A friend of mine. He is shy of most folk, but I have gained his confidence, and sometimes when he sees odd things, he comes to me and tells me. I could sense Verity's reservations as he considered my reticence.
Well, I shall ask no more. Some secrets are necessary, I suppose.
I remember a little half-wit girl who used to come and sit at my mother's feet. My mother kept her clothed and fed and gave her trinkets and sweets. No one ever paid much attention to her. But once I came upon them unawares and heard her telling my mother about a man in a tavern who had been selling pretty necklaces and armbands. Later that week, the King's Guard arrested Rife the highwayman in the very same tavern. Quiet folk often know much. Indeed. We rode on in a companionable silence. Occasionally, I had to remind myself that Verity was not here in the flesh, but I begin to wish I were. It has been too long, boy, since I rode through these hills simply for the sake of riding. My life has become too heavy with purpose. I cannot remember the last time I did something simply because I wanted to do it. I was nodding to his thought when the scream shattered the forest quiet. It was the wordless cry of a young creature cut off in mid-shriek, and before I could control myself, I quested toward it. My wit found wordless panic, death fear, and sudden horror from Night Eyes. I sealed off my mind to it, but turned Sooty's head that way and urged her toward it. Clinging low to her neck, I nudged her along through the maze of banked snow and fallen limbs and clear ground that was the forest floor. I worked my way up a hill, never getting up to the speed I suddenly so desperately wanted. I crested the hill and looked down on a scene I shall never be able to forget. There were 3 of them, raggedy and bearded and smelly. They snarled and muttered at each other as they fought. They gave off no life sense to my wit, but I recognized them as the forged ones that Night Eyes had shown me the night before. She was small, 3 perhaps, and the woolly tunic she wore was bright yellow, the loving work of some mother's hands. They fought over her as if she were a snared rabbit, dragging on the limbs of her little body in an angry tug of war, with no heed to the small life that still resided in her. I roared my fury at the sight, and drew my sword just as a forged one's determined jerk on her neck snapped her free of her body. At my cry, one of the men lifted his head and turned to me, his beard bright with blood. He had not waited for her death to begin feeding. I kicked Sooty and rode down on them like vengeance on horseback. From the woods to my left, Night Eyes burst onto the scene. He was upon them before I was, leaping to the shoulders of one and opening his jaws wide to set his teeth into the back of the man's neck. One turned to me as I came down, and threw up a useless hand to shield himself from my sword. My blow was such that my fine new blade half severed his neck from his body before wedging in his spine. I pulled my belt knife and launched myself from Sooty's back to grapple with the man who was trying to plunge his knife into Night Eyes. The 3rd forged one snatched up the girl's body and raced off into the woods with it. The man fought like a maddened bear, snapping and stabbing at us even after I had opened up his belly. His entrails hung over his belt, and still he came stumbling after us. I could not even take time for the horror I felt. Knowing he would die, I left him, and we plunged off after the one who had fled. Night Eyes was a befurred grey streak that undulated up the hillside, and I cursed my slow 2 legs as I sped after him. The trail was plain, trampled snow and blood and the foul stench of the creature. My mind was not working well. I swear that as I raced up that hillside, I somehow thought I could be in time to undo her death and bring her back, to make it have never happened. It was an illogical drive that sped me on. He had doubled back. From behind a great stump, he leapt at us, flinging the girl's body at Night Eyes and then leaping bodily onto me. He was big and muscled like a smith. Unlike other forged ones I had encountered, this one's size and strength had kept him fed and well clothed. The boundless anger of a hunted animal was his. He seized me, lifting me clear of my feet, and then fell upon me with one knotty forearm crushing my throat. He landed upon me, barrel chest on my back, pinning my chest and one arm to the earth below him. I reached back to sink my knife twice into a meaty thigh. He roared with anger and increased the pressure. He pressed my face into the frozen earth. Black dots spotted my vision, and Night Eyes was a sudden addition to the weight on my back. I thought my spine would snap. Night Eyes slashed at the man's back with his fangs, but the forged one only drew his chin into his chest and hunched his shoulders against the attack. He knew he was killing me with his strangle. Time enough to deal with the wolf when I was dead. The struggle opened up the wound on my neck, and warm blood spilled out. The added pain was a tiny spur to my struggle. I shook my head wildly in his grip, and the slipperiness of my own blood was enough to let me turn my throat a tiny bit. I got in one desperate wheeze of air before the giant shifted his grip on me. He began to bend my head back. If he could not throttle me, he would simply break my neck. He had the muscle for it. Night Eyes changed tactics. He could not open his jaws wide enough to get the man's head into them, but his scraping teeth found enough purchase to tear part of the man's scalp from his skull. He set his teeth in the flap of flesh and pulled. Blood rained down on me as the forged one roared wordlessly and kneed me in the small of the back. He let go with one arm to flail at Night Eyes. I eeled around in his arms to bring one knee up into his groin, and then to get a good knife thrust into his side. The pain must have been incredible, but he did not release me. Instead, he cracked his head against mine in a flash of blackness, and then wrapped his huge arms around me, pinning me to him as he began to crush my chest. That is as much of the struggle as I can remember coherently. I don't know what came over me next. Perhaps it was the death fury some legends speak of. Teeth, nails, and knife, I fought him, taking flesh from his body wherever I could reach it. Still, I know it would not have been enough had not Night Eyes also been attacking with the same boundless frenzy. Some time later, I crawled from under the man's body. There was a foul, coppery taste in my mouth, and I spat out dirty hair and blood. I wiped my hands down my pants and then rubbed them in clean snow, but nothing could ever cleanse them.
"Are you all right?"
Night Eyes lay panting in the snow a yard or two away. His jaws were likewise bloodied. As I watched, he snapped up a great mouthful of snow, then resumed his panting. I rose and stumbled a step or two toward him. Then I saw the girl's body, and sank down beside it in the snow. I think that was when I realized I was too late, and had been too late from the instant I had spotted them. She was tiny, sleek black hair and dark eyes. Horribly, her little body was still warm and lax. I lifted her to my lap and smoothed the hair back from her face. A small face, even baby teeth, round cheeks. Death had not yet clouded her gaze. The eyes that stared up into mine seemed fixed on a puzzle beyond understanding. Her little hands were fat and soft and streaked with the blood that had run down from the bites on her arms. I sat in the snow, with the dead child on my lap. So this was how a child felt in one's arms. So small, and once so warm, so still. I bowed my head over her smooth hair and wept. Sudden shudders ran over me uncontrollably. Night Eyes snuffed at my cheek and whined. He pawed roughly at my shoulder, and I suddenly realized I had shut him out. I touched him with a quieting hand, but could not open my mind to him or anything else. He whined again, and I finally heard the hoofbeats. He gave my cheek an apologetic lick and then vanished into the woods. I staggered to my feet, still holding the child. The riders crested the hill above me, Verity in the lead on his black, with Brink behind him and Blade and half a dozen others. Horribly, there was a woman, roughly dressed, riding behind Blade on his horse. She cried out aloud at the sight of me, and slid quickly from the horse's back, running toward me with hands reaching for the child. I could not bear the terrible light of hope and joy in her face. Her eyes seized on mine for an instant, and I saw everything die in her face. She clawed her little girl from my arms, snatched at the cooling face on the lolling neck, and then began to scream. The desolation of her grief broke over me like a wave, sweeping my walls away and carrying me under with her. The screaming never stopped. Hours later, sitting in Verity's study, I could still hear it. I vibrated to the sound, long shudders that ran over me uncontrollably. I was stripped to the waist, sitting on a stool before the fireplace. The healer was building the fire up, while behind me a stonily silent Brink was swabbing pine needles and dirt out of the gouge on my neck.
"This and this aren't fresh wounds," he observed at one point,
pointing down to the other injury on my arm. I said nothing. All words had deserted me. In a basin of hot water beside him, dried iris flowers were uncurling with bits of bog myrtle floating beside them. He moistened a cloth in the water and sponged at the bruises on my throat. The smith had big hands, he observed aloud. You knew him? The healer asked, as he turned to look at Burrick. Not to talk to. I'd seen him a time or two at Springfest, when some of the outlying trade folk come to town with their goods. He used to bring fancy silverwork for harness. They fell silent again. Burrick went back to work. The blood tinging the warm water wasn't mine, for the most part. Other than a lot of bruises and sore muscles, I'd escaped with mostly scratches and scrapes, and one huge lump on my forehead. I was somehow ashamed that I hadn't been hurt. The little girl had died. I should have at least been injured. I don't know why that thought made sense to me. I watched Burrick make a neat, white bandage snug on my forearm. The healer brought me a mug of tea. Burrick took it from him, sniffed it thoughtfully, then gave it over to me. I would have used less valerian, was all he said to the man. The healer stepped back and went to sit by the hearth. Charim came in with a tray of food. He cleared a small table and began to set it out on it. A moment later, Verity strode into the room. He took his cloak off and flung it over a chair back. I found her husband in the market, he said. He's with her now. She had left the child playing on the doorstep while she went to the stream for water. When she got back, the child was gone. He glanced toward me, but I couldn't meet his eyes. We found her calling her little girl in the woods. I knew. He glanced abruptly at the healer. Thank you, Dem. If you've finished with Fitzchivalry, you may go. I haven't even looked at... He's fine. Burrick had run a length of bandaging across my chest and under my opposite arm and up again in an effort to keep a dressing in place on my neck. It was useless. The bite was right on the muscle between the tip of my shoulder and my neck. I tried to find something amusing in the irritated look the healer gave Burrick before he left. Burrick didn't even notice it. Verity dragged up a chair to face me. I began to lift the mug to my lips, but Burrick casually reached over and took it from my hand. After you've talked, there's enough valerian in here to drop you in your tracks. He took it and himself out of the way. Over by the hearth, I watched him dump out half of the tea and dilute what was left with more hot water. That done, he crossed his arms on his chest and leaned against the mantelpiece, watching us. I shifted my gaze to Verity's eyes and waited for him to speak. He sighed. I saw the child with you, saw them fighting over her. Then you were suddenly gone. We lost our joining, and I couldn't find you again, not even with all my strength. I knew you were in trouble, and set out to reach you as soon as I could. I'm sorry I wasn't faster. I longed to open myself up and tell Verity everything, but it might be too revealing. To possess a prince's secrets does not give one the right to divulge them. I glanced at Burrick. He was studying the wall. I spoke formally. Thank you, my prince. You could not have come faster. And even if you had, it would have been too late. She died at almost the same instant I saw her. Verity looked down at his hands. I knew that, knew it better than you did. My concern was for you. He looked up at me and tried for a smile. The most distinctive part of your fighting style is the incredible way you have of surviving it. From the corner of my eye, I saw Burrick shift, open his mouth to speak, then close it again. Cold dread uncoiled me. He had seen the bodies of the forged ones, seen the tracks. He knew I hadn't fought alone against them. It was the only thing that could have made the day worse. I felt as if my heart was suddenly caught in a cold stillness. That Burrick had not spoken of it yet, that he was reserving his accusations for a private time, only made it worse. Fitzchivalry. Verity called my attention back to him. I started. I beg your pardon, my prince. He laughed, almost a brief snort. Enough of my prince. Rest assured that I do not expect it of you just now, and neither does Burrick. He and I know each other well enough. He did not my prince my brother at moments like this. Recall that he was kingsman to my brother. Chivalry drew on his strength, and oftentimes not gently. I'm sure Beric knows that I have used you likewise, and knows also that I rode with your eyes today, at least as far as the top of that ridge. I looked to Beric, who nodded slowly. Neither of us were certain why he was being included here. I lost touch with you when you went into a battle frenzy. If I am to use you as I wish, that cannot happen. Verity drummed his fingers lightly on his thighs for a moment in thought. The only way I can see for you to learn this thing is to practice it. Beric, chivalry once told me that in a tight spot, you were better with an axe than a sword. Beric looked startled. Plainly, he had not expected Verity to know this about him. He nodded again, slowly. You used to mock me about it. Said it was a brawler's tool, not a gentleman's weapon. Verity permitted himself a tight smile. Appropriate for Fitz's style, then. You will teach him to use one. I don't believe it's something Hod teaches, as a general rule, though no doubt she could if I asked her, but I'd rather it was you, because I want Fitz to practice keeping me with him while he learns it. If we can tie the two lessons together, perhaps he can master them both at once. And if you are teaching him, then he'll not be too distracted about keeping my presence a secret. Can you do it? Beric could not completely disguise the dismay that crept over him. I can, my prince. Then do so, please. Beginning tomorrow. Earlier is better for me. I know you have other duties as well, and few enough hours to yourself. Don't hesitate to pass some of your duties on to Hans while you are busy with this. He seems a very capable man. He is, Beric agreed, guardedly. Another tidbit of information that Verity had at his fingertips. Fine, then. Verity leaned back in his chair. He surveyed us both as if he were briefing a whole roomful of men. Does anyone have any difficulties with any of this? I saw the question as a polite closing. Sir, Beric asked. His deep voice had gone very soft and uncertain. If I may, I do not intend to question my prince's judgment, but... I held my breath. Here it came, the wit. Speak it out, Beric. I thought I had made it clear that my princing was to be suspended here. What worries you? Beric stood up straight and met the king-in-waiting's eyes. Is this fitting? Bastard or no, he is chivalry's son. What I saw up there today... Once started, the words spilled out of Beric. He was fighting to keep anger from his voice. You sent him. He went into a slaughterhouse situation alone. Most any other boy of his age would be dead now. I try not to pry into what is not my area. I know there are many ways to serve my king, and that some are not as pretty as others. But up in the mountains, and then what I saw today... Could not you find someone besides your brother's child for this? I glanced back to Verity. For the first time in my life, I saw full anger on his face. Not expressed in a sneer or a frown, but simply as two hot sparks deep in his dark eyes. The line of his lips was flat, but he spoke evenly. Look again, Beric. That's no child sitting there. And think again. I did not send him alone. I went with him, into a situation that we expected to be a stalk and a hunt, not a direct confrontation. It didn't turn out that way, but he survived it. And he has survived similar things before and likely will again. Verity stood suddenly. The whole air of the room was abruptly charged to my senses, boiling with emotion. Even Beric seemed to feel it, for he gave me a glance, then forced himself to stand still, like a soldier at attention, while Verity stalked about the room. No, this isn't what I would choose for him. This isn't what I would choose for myself. Would that he had been born in better times. Would that he had been born in a marriage bed, and my brother still upon the throne. But I was not given that situation, nor was he, nor you. And so he serves as I do. Damn me, but Ketrigan has had it right all along. The king is the sacrifice of the people, and so is his nephew. That was carnage up there today. I know of what you speak. I saw Blade go aside to puke after he saw that body. I saw him walk well clear of fits. I know not how the boy, this man, survived it. By doing whatever he had to, I suppose. So what can I do, man? What can I do? I need him. I need him for this ugly, secret battling, for he is the only one equipped and trained to do it. Just as my father sets me in that tower and bids me burn my mind out with sneaking, filthy killing. Whatever Fitz must do, whatever skills he must call upon. My heart stood still, my breath was ice in my lungs. Then let him use! Because that is what we are about now, survival, because they are my people. I did not realize I had spoken until they both swung to stare at me. Sudden silence in the room. I took a breath. A long time ago, an old man told me that I would someday understand something. He said that the Six Duchies people were my people, that it was in my blood to care about them, to feel their hurts as my own. I blinked my eyes to clear shade and that day at Forge from my vision. He was right, I managed to say after a moment. They killed my child today, Brink, and my smith, and 2 other men. Not the forged ones, the Red Ship Raiders. And I must have their blood in return. I must drive them from my coast. It is as simple now as eating or breathing. It is a thing I must do. Their eyes met over my head. Blood will tell, Verity observed quietly. But there was a fierceness in his voice, and a pride that stilled the day-long trembling of my body. A deep calm rose in me. I had done the right thing today. I suddenly knew it as a physical fact. Ugly, demeaning work, but it was mine, and I had done it well, for my people. I turned to Brink, and he was looking at me with that considering gaze usually reserved for when the runt of a litter showed unusual promise. I'll teach him, he promised Verity. What few tricks I know with an axe, and a few other things. Shall we begin tomorrow, before first light? Fine, Verity agreed before I could object. Now let us eat. I was suddenly famished. I rose to go to the table, but Brink was suddenly beside me. Wash your face and hands, Fitz, he reminded me gently. The scented water in Verity's basin was dark with the smith's blood when I was through. Chapter 14. Winterfest. Winterfest is as much a celebration of the darkest part of the year as a festival of the returning light. For the first 3 days of Winterfest, we pay homage to the darkness. The tales told and puppet shows presented are those that tell of resting times and happy endings. The foods are salt fish and smoked flesh, harvested roots and fruit from last summer. Then, on the midday of the festival, there is a hunt. New blood is shed to celebrate the breaking point of the year, and new meat is brought fresh to the table, to be eaten with grain harvested from the year before. The next 3 days are days that look toward the coming summer. The looms are threaded with gayer thread, and the weavers take over an end of the great hall to vie amongst themselves for the brightest patterns and lightest weave. The tales told are ones that tell of beginnings of things, and of how things came to be. I tried to see the king that afternoon. Despite all that had transpired, I had not forgotten my promise to myself. Wallace turned me away, saying that King Shrewd felt poorly and was seeing no one. I longed to hammer on the door and shout for the fool to make Wallace admit me, but I did not. I was not so sure of the fool's friendship as I had once been. We'd had no contact since that last mocking song of his. Thinking of him put me in mind of his words, and when I went back to my room, I once more rooted through Verity's manuscripts. Reading made me sleepy. Even the diluted valerian had been a strong dose. Lethargy took over my limbs. I pushed the scrolls aside, no wiser than when I had begun. I pondered other avenues. Perhaps a public trumpeting at Winterfest that those trained in the skill, no matter how old or how weak, were being sought. Would that make targets of any who responded? I thought again of the obvious candidates, those who had trained alongside me. None of them had any fondness for me, but that did not mean they were not still faithful to Verity. Tainted, perhaps, by Galen's attitudes, but could not that be cured? I ruled August out immediately. His final experience of the skill at Jampe had burned his abilities out of him. He had retired quietly to some town on the Vin River, old before his time, it was said. But there had been others. 8 of us had survived the training. 7 of us had come back from the testing. I had failed it. August had been burned clean of it. That left 5. Not much of a coterie. I wondered if they all hated me as much as Serene did. She blamed me for Galen's death and made no secret of it to me. Were the others as knowledgeable as to what had happened? I tried to recall them all. Justin, very taken with himself and too proud of his skilling. Carrod, he had once been a sleepy, likeable boy. The few times I had seen him since he had become a coterie member, his eyes had seemed almost empty, as if nothing was left of who he had been. Burl had let his physical strength run to fat once he could skill instead of carpenter for a living. Will had always been unremarkable. Skilling had not improved him. Still, they were all proven to have skill ability. Could not Verity retrain them? Perhaps, but when? When did he have time for such an undertaking?
Someone comes.
I came awake. I was sprawled face down on my bed, scrolls tumbled around me. I hadn't meant to sleep, and seldom slept so deeply. Had Night Eyes not been using my own senses to watch over me, I would have been taken completely unaware. I watched the door of my room ease open. The fire had burned low, and there was little other light in the room. I had not latched the door. I had not expected to sleep. I lay very quiet, wondering who came so softly, hoping to take me unawares. Or was it someone hoping to find my room empty? Someone after the scrolls, perhaps? I eased my hand to my belt knife, gathered my muscles for a spring. A figure came slipping around the door, pushed it quietly shut. I eased the knife out of its sheath.
It's your female.
Somewhere, Night Eyes yawned and stretched. His tail gave a lazy wag. I found myself taking a deep breath through my nose. Molly, I confirmed to myself with satisfaction as I took in her sweet scent, and then felt an amazing physical quickening. I lay still, eyes closed, and let her come to the bed. I heard her softly chiding exclamation, and then the rustling as she gathered up the scattered scrolls and set them safely upon the table. Hesitantly, she touched my cheek. "New boy?" I could not resist the temptation to feign sleep. She sat beside me, and the bed gave sweetly with her warm weight. She leaned over me, and as I lay perfectly motionless, she set her soft mouth upon mine. I reached out and drew her to me, marvelling. Yesterday, I had been a man seldom touched. The clap of a friend on my shoulder, or the casual jostling of a crowd, or too often lately, hands seeking to throttle me. That had been the extent of my personal contact. Then, last night, and now this. She finished the kiss and then lay beside me, gently arranging herself against me. I took a deep breath of her scent and kept still, savouring the places where her body touched mine and made warmth. The sensation was like a soap bubble floating on the wind. I feared even to breathe, lest it vanish.
Nice,
agreed Night Eyes.
Not so much aloneness here. More like pack.
I stiffened and pulled slightly away from Molly. New boy, what's wrong? Mine. This is mine, and not a thing to share with you. Do you understand?
Selfish. This is not a thing like meat, made more or less by sharing.
Just a moment, Molly. I've cramped a muscle.
Which one?
Smirking. No, it is not like meat. Meat I would always share with you and shelter, and always I will come to fight beside you if you need me. Always I will let you join me in the hunt, and always I will help you hunt. But this, with my female, this I must have to myself, alone. Night Eyes snorted, scratched at a flea.
You are always marking off lines that do not exist. The meat, the hunt, the defending of territory and females, these are all pack. When she bears cubs, shall I not hunt to feed them? Shall I not defend them?
Night Eyes, I cannot explain this to you just now. I should have spoken with you earlier. For now, will you withdraw? I promise we shall discuss it later. I waited. Nothing. No sense of him at all. One down, one to go. New boy, are you all right? I'm fine. I just need a moment. I think it was the hardest thing I have ever done. Molly was beside me, suddenly hesitant, on the point of pulling away from me. I had to concentrate on finding my boundaries, on placing my mind in the middle of myself and setting limits to my thoughts. I took the breaths and let them out evenly. Adjusting harness. That was what it always reminded me of, and the image I always used. Not loose enough to slip, not tight enough to bind. Confining myself to my own body, lest I startle Verity awake. I heard the rumours, Molly began, then stopped. I'm sorry, I should not have come. I thought perhaps you might need... but maybe what you need is to be alone. No, Molly, please, Molly, come back, come back! And I flung myself across the bed after her and managed to catch the hem of her skirt as she stood. She turned back to me, still full of uncertainty. You are always exactly what I need. Always. A smile ghosted across her lips and she sat on the edge of the bed. You seemed so distant. I was. Sometimes I just need to clear my mind. I stopped, uncertain of what else I could say without lying to her. I was determined to do that no longer. I reached and took her hand into mine. Oh, she said after a moment. There was an awkward little pause as I offered no further explanation. Are you all right? She asked carefully, after a few more moments had slipped by. I'm fine. I didn't get in to see the king today. I tried, but he wasn't feeling well, and your face is bruised and scratched. There were rumours. I took a silent breath. Rumours? Verity had enjoined the men to silence. Burrick wouldn't have spoken, nor Blade. Perhaps none of them had spoken to anyone who hadn't been there. But men will always discuss what they have witnessed together, and it wouldn't take much for anyone to overhear them. Don't play cat and mouse with me. If you don't want to tell me, then say so. The king in waiting asked us not to speak of it. That isn't the same as not wanting to tell you about it. Molly considered a moment. I suppose not. And I shouldn't listen to gossip, I know. But the rumours were so strange, and they brought bodies back to the keep for burning. And there was a strange woman weeping and weeping in the kitchen today. She said that forged ones had stolen and killed her child. And someone said you had fought them to try and get the baby back. And another said no, that you'd come upon them just as a bear attacked them, or something. Someone said you had killed them all, and then someone who had helped burn the body said that at least 2 of them had been mauled by an animal of some kind. She fell silent and looked at me. She rested on her side, bare inches away from me, her eyes looking directly into mine. I didn't want to think about any of it. I didn't want to lie to her, nor even to tell her the truth. I couldn't tell anyone the complete truth. So I just looked into her eyes and wished that things were simpler for us. Fitzchivalry? I would never get used to hearing that name from her. I sighed. The king asked us not to speak of it, but... Yes, a child was killed by forged ones. And I was there. Too late. It was the ugliest, saddest thing I have ever witnessed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It's just so hard not knowing. I know. I reached out to touch her hair. She leaned her head against my hand. I told you once that I had dreamed of you at Silt Bay. I journeyed from the Mountain Kingdom all the way back to Buckkeep, not knowing if you had survived. Sometimes I thought the burning house had fallen on the cellar. At other times I thought the woman with the sword had finished you. Molly looked at me levelly. When the house fell, a great wind of sparks and smoke whooshed towards us. It blinded her, but my back was to it. I killed her with the axe. She suddenly started to tremble. I told no one of it, no one. How did you know? I dreamed it. I pulled gently at her hand, and she came down on the bed beside me. I put my arms around her and felt her trembling still. I have true dreams sometimes, not often, I told her quietly. She drew back a little from me. Her eyes searched my face. You would not lie to me about this, new boy? The question hurt, but I deserved it. No, this is not a lie. I promise you that. And I promise you that I shall never lie. Her fingers stopped my lips. I hope to spend the rest of my life with you. Make me no promises that you cannot keep for the rest of your days. Her other hand went to the lacing of my shirt. It was my turn to tremble. I kissed her fingers, and then her mouth. At some time, Molly got up and latched and barred my door. I remember sending up a fervent prayer that this would not be the night that Shade finally returned from his journeying. It was not. Instead, I journeyed afar that night, into a place that was becoming ever more familiar, but nonetheless wondrous to me. She left me in the deep of the night, shaking me awake to insist that I latch and bar the door after her. I wanted to dress and walk her back to her room, but she refused me indignantly, saying she was perfectly capable of going up some stairs, and that the less we were seen together, the better. Reluctantly, I conceded her logic. The sleep I fell into then was deeper than any the Valerian had induced. I awoke to thunder and shouting. I found myself on my feet, dazed and confused. After a moment, the thunder turned to pounding on my door, and the shouting was Burrick's repetition of my name. "A moment," I managed to call back. I ached everywhere. I dragged on some clothes and staggered to the door. It took a long time for my fingers to manage the catch. "What's wrong?" I demanded. Burrick just stared at me. He was washed and dressed, hair and beard combed, and carrying 2 axes. "Oh, Verity's tower room. Hurry up, we're already late. But wash first. What is that scent?" "Perfumed candles," I extemporized. "They're supposed to bring restful dreams." Burrick snorted. "That's not the kind of dreams that scent would bring me. It's full of musk, boy. Your whole room reeks of it. Meet me up in the tower." And he was gone, striding purposefully down the hall. I went back into my room, groggily realizing that this was his idea of early morning. I washed myself thoroughly with cold water, not enjoying it, but lacking the time to warm any. I dug about for fresh clothes and was dragging them on when the pounding at my door began again. "I'm nearly there," I called out. The pounding went on. That meant Burrick was angry. Well, so was I. Surely he could understand how badly I ached this morning. I jerked the door open to confront him, and the fool slipped in as smoothly as a waft of smoke. He wore a new motley of black and white. The sleeves of his shirt were all embroidered with black vines crawling up his arms like ivy. Above the black collar, his face was as pale as a winter moon. Winterfest, I thought dully. Tonight was the first night of Winterfest. The winter had already been as long as any 5 others I had known. But tonight we would begin to mark the midpoint of it. "What do you want?" I demanded, in no mood for his silliness. He took a deep, appreciative sniff. "Some of what you had would be lovely," he suggested, and then danced back gracefully at the look on my face. I was instantly angry. He leapt lightly to the centre of my tousled bed, then to the other side, putting it between us. I lunged across it after him. "But not from you," he exclaimed coquettishly, and fluttered his hands at me in girlish rebuke after retreating again. "I've no time for you," I told him disgustedly. "Verity's expecting me and I cannot keep him waiting." I rolled off the bed and stood to adjust my clothing. "Out of my room." "Ah, such a tone. Time was when the Fitz could handle a jest better than this." He pirouetted in the middle of my room, then stopped abruptly. "Are you truly angry with me?" he demanded straightforwardly. I gaped to hear him speak so bluntly. I considered the question. "I was," I said guardedly, wondering if he were deliberately drawing me out. "You made a fool of me that day, with that song before all those people." He shook his head. "Don't take titles to yourself. Only I am the fool, and the fool is always only what I am. Especially that day, with that song before all those people." "You made me doubt our friendship," I said bluntly. "Ah, good. For doubt not that others must always doubt our friendship if we are to remain doughty friends." "I see. Then it was your end to sow rumours of strife between us." "I understand then, but I still must go." "Farewell then. Have fun playing at axes with Burrick. Try not to be dumbstruck with all he teaches you today." He put 2 logs onto my failing fire and made a great show of settling himself before it. "Fool," I began uncomfortably. "You are my friend, I know, but I like not to leave you here in my room while I am gone." "I like it not when others enter my room when I am not there," he pointed out archly. I flushed miserably. "That was long ago, and I apologized for my curiosity. I assure you I have never done it again." "Nor shall I after this. And when you come back, I shall apologize to you. Shall that do?" I was going to be late. Burrick was not going to be amused. No help for it. I sat down on the edge of the rumpled bed. Molly and I had lain here. Suddenly it was a personal area. I tried to be casual as I tugged the quilts up over the featherbeds. "Why do you want to stay in my room? Are you in danger?" "I live in danger, Fitzy Fitz. As do you. We are all in danger. I should like to stay here for part of the day and try to find a way out of that danger." "Or at least a way to lessen it." He shrugged significantly toward the scatter of scrolls. "Verity entrusted those to me," I said uneasily. "Obviously because he feels you are a man whose judgment he trusts. So perhaps you shall judge it safe to entrust them to me." It is one thing to trust a friend with one's own possessions. It is another to allow him those another has put in your safe keeping. I found I had no doubt of my own trust of the fool, but perhaps it would be wiser to ask Verity first, I offered. "The less connection between Verity and me, the better it is for both of us," the fool spoke flatly. "You do not care for Verity?" I was startled. "I am the king's fool, he is the king in waiting, let him wait. When he is king, I shall be his. If he does not get us all killed before then." "I will hear nothing spoken against Prince Verity," I told him softly. "No? Then you must walk about with your ears closely stoppered these days." I walked to the door, set my hand to the latch. "We must leave now, fool. I am already late." I kept my voice steady. His sneer at Verity had cut me as deeply as if aimed at me. "Do not be the fool, Fitz. That is my role. Think. A man can serve only one master. No matter what your lips may say, Verity is your king. I fault you not for that. Do you fault me, that Shrewd is mine?" "I do not fault you, nor do I make mock of him before you." "Nor do you come to visit him, no matter how many times I have urged it." "I was at his door just yesterday. I was turned away. They said he was not well." "And if that were to happen at Verity's door, would you take it so meekly?" That made me stop and think. No, I don't suppose I would. Why do you give him up so easily? The fool spoke softly, like a man grieved. Why does not Verity bestir himself for his father, instead of luring away Shrewd's men to his side? I have not been lured away. Rather, Shrewd has not seen fit to see me. As for Verity, well, I cannot speak for him, but all know it is Regal that Shrewd favours of his sons. Do all know that? Then do all know as well where Regal's heart is truly set?
Some do, I said briefly. This was dangerous talk.
Reflect on this. Both of us serve the king we love best, yet there is another that we love least. I do not think we have a conflict of loyalty, Fitz, while we are united in who we love least. Come, confess to me that you have scarce had time to set your eyes upon the scrolls, and I shall remind you that the time you have not had has fled us all too swiftly. This is not a task that can wait upon your convenience. I teetered on the decision. The fool came suddenly closer. His eyes were always hard to meet and harder to read, but the set of his mouth showed me his desperation. I will trade with you. I offer you a bargain you will find nowhere else. A secret I hold, promised to you, after you have let me search the scrolls for a secret which may not even be there.
What secret? I asked reluctantly.
My secret.
He turned aside from me and stared at the wall.
The mystery of the fool. Whence comes he, and why?
He cast me a sidelong glance and said no more. The curiosity of a dozen years leapt in me. Freely given? I asked.
No. Offered as a bargain, as I said.
I considered. Then, I'll see you later. Latch the door when you leave. And I slipped out. There were serving folk moving about in the corridors. I was grievously late. I forced myself into a creaking trot and then to a run. I did not slow for the stairs to Verity's tower, but rushed up their full length, knocked once and then entered. Brink turned to me, greeting me with a frown. The Spartan furnishings of the room had already been pushed to one wall, save for Verity's window chair. Verity was already ensconced in it. He turned his head to me more slowly, with eyes still full of distance. There was a drugged look to his eyes and mouth, a laxness painful to see when one knew what it meant. The skill hunger gnawed at him. I feared that what he wished to teach me would only feed it and increase it. Yet how could either of us say no? I had learned something yesterday. It had not been a pleasant lesson, but once learned it could not be undone. I knew now that I would do whatever I must to drive the red ships from my shore. I was not the king. I would never be the king. But the folk of the Six Duchies were mine, just as they were Shade's. I understood now why Verity spent himself so recklessly. I beg pardon that I am late. I was detained. But I am ready to begin now.
How do you feel?
The question came from Brink, asked with genuine curiosity. I turned to find him regarding me as sternly as before, but also with some puzzlement. Stiff, sir. A bit. The run up the stairs warmed me up some. Sore from yesterday, but otherwise I am all right. A bit of amusement quirked at his face.
No tremors, Fitzchivalry? No darkening at the edge of your vision, no dizzy spells?
I paused to think for a moment.
No.
Be damned.
Brink gave a snort of amusement.
Evidently the cure has been to beat it out of you. I'll remember that, the next time you need a healer.
Over the next hour, he seemed intent on applying his new theory of healing. The heads of the axes were blunt ones, and he had bundled them both in rags for this first lesson, but that did not prevent bruises. To be honest, most of them I earned with my own clumsiness. Brink was not trying to land any blows that day, but only to teach me to use the whole weapon, not just the head of it. To keep Verity with me was effortless, for he remained in the same room with us. He was silent within me that day,
offering no counsels or observations or warnings, but merely riding with my eyes. Burrick told me that the axe was not a sophisticated weapon, but was a very satisfactory one if used correctly. At the end of the session, he pointed out to me that he had been gentle with me in consideration of the wounds I already bore. Verity dismissed us, and we both went down the stairs rather more slowly than I had come up.
"Be on time tomorrow,"
Burrick charged me as we parted at the kitchen door, he going back to his stables, and I to find breakfast. I ate as I had not in days, with a wolf's appetite, and wondered at the source of my own sudden vitality. Unlike Burrick, I did not put it down to any beating I had received. Molly, I thought, had healed with a touch what all the herbs and rest in a year could never have put to rights. The day suddenly stretched long in front of me, full of unbearable minutes of unendurable hours before nightfall, and the kindly dark allowed us to be together again. I set her resolutely from my mind, and resolved to fill the day with tasks. A dozen immediately leapt to mind. I had been neglecting patience. I had promised my aid with Kettrican's garden. An explanation was owed to Brother Night Eyes. A visit was owed King Shrewd. I tried to order them in importance. Molly kept moving to the top of the list. I resolutely set her to last. King Shrewd, I decided. I gathered my crockery from the table and took it back to the kitchen. The bustle was deafening. It puzzled me for a moment, until I recalled that tonight was the first night of Winterfest. Old cook Sarah looked up from the bread she was kneading and motioned me over. I went and stood beside her as I often had as a child, admiring the deft way her fingers shaped handfuls of dough into rolls and set them to rise. She was flour to her dimpled elbows, and flour smudged one cheek as well. The racket and rush of the kitchen created a strange sort of privacy. She spoke quietly through the clatter and chatter, and I had to strain to hear her. "I just wanted you to know," she grunted as she folded and pushed a new batch of dough, "that I know when a rumour is nonsense. And I speak it so when anyone tries to tell it here in my kitchen. They can gossip all they like in the laundry court, and tattle tales as much as they wish while they spin, but I'll not have ill said of you here in my kitchen." She glanced up at me with snapping black eyes. My heart stood still with dread. Rumours? Of Molly and me? "You've eaten at my tables, and often enough stood aside me and stirred a pot while we chatted when you were small. I think that maybe I know you better than most. And them what says you fight like a beast because you're more than a half-beast are talking evil nonsense. Them bodies was tore up bad, but I've seen worse done by men in a rage. When Sal Flatfish's daughter was raped, she cut up that beast with her fish knife, chop, 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 right there in the market, just like she was cutting bait to set her lines. What you done was no worse than that." I knew an instant of dizzying terror. More than half beast. It wasn't so long ago or far away that folk with the wit were burned alive. "Thank you," I said, fighting for a calm voice. I added a modicum of truth when I said, "Not all of that was my doing. They were fighting over their prey when I came on them." "Jinna's daughter, you need not hide words from me, Fitz. I've children of my own, growed now, but if any was to attack them, why, I'd pray there'd be one like you to defend them, no matter how, or avenge them, if that's all you could do." I'm afraid it was, cook. The shudder that ran over me was not feigned. I saw again the lines of blood trickled over a fat little fist. I blinked, but the image stayed. "I've got to hurry off now. I'm to wait on King Shrewd this day." "Are you? Well, there's a spot of good news, then. You just run these up with you, then." She trundled over to a cupboard to take out a covered tray of small pastries baked rich with soft cheese and currants. She set a pot of hot tea beside them and a clean cup. She arranged the pastries lovingly. "And you see he eats them, Fitz. His favourites they are. And if he tastes one, I know he'll eat them all. And do him good, too."
"Mine, too."
I jumped as if poked with a pin. I tried to cover it with a cough, as if I had suddenly choked, but Cook still looked at me oddly. I coughed again and nodded at her. I'm sure he'll love them, I said in a choked voice, and bore the tray out of the kitchen. Several sets of eyes followed me. I smiled pleasantly and tried to pretend I didn't know why. I didn't realize you were still with me, I told Verity. A tiny part of me was reviewing every thought I'd had since I left his tower, and was thanking Ida that I had not decided to seek out Night Eyes first, even as I pushed such thoughts aside, unsure how private they were.
I know. I didn't intend to be spying on you, only to show you that when you do not focus so tightly on this, you are able to do it.
I groped after his skilling. More your effort than mine, I pointed out as I climbed the stairs.
You're annoyed with me. Beg pardon. From now on, I shall be sure you are aware of me whenever I am with you. Shall I leave you to your day?
My own surliness had left me feeling embarrassed. No, not yet. Ride with me a bit more, while I visit King Shrewd. Let's see how far we can carry this. I sensed his assent. I paused before Shrewd's door and balanced the tray with one hand as I hastily smoothed my hair back and tugged my jerkin straight. My hair had begun to be a problem lately. Jonqui had cut it short during one of my fevers in the mountains. Now that it was growing out, I didn't know whether to tie it back in a tail, as Burrick and the guardsmen did, or keep it at my shoulders as if I were a page still. I was much too old to wear it in the half-braid of a child.
Tie it back, boy. I'd say you'd earn the right to wear it as a warrior, as much as any guardsman. Just don't start fussing about it and twining it into oiled curls as Regal does. I fought the smirk off my face and knocked at the door. I waited a bit, then knocked again more loudly.
Announce yourself and open it, Verity suggested. It's Fitzchivalry, sire. I've brought you something from Cook. I set my hand to the door. It was latched from within.
That's peculiar. It has never been my father's way to latch a door. Put a man on it, yes, but not latch it and ignore someone knocking. Can you slip it?
Probably. But let me try knocking again first. I all but pounded on the door. A moment! Someone hissed from inside. But it was considerably more than that before several latches were undone and the door opened a hand's width. Wallace peered out at me like a rat from under a cracked wall. What do you want? He demanded accusingly. Audience with the king. He's asleep, or was before you came pounding and shouting. Be off with you. A moment, I shoved my booted foot into the closing door. With one free hand I turned up the collar of my jerkin to expose the red-stoned pin I was seldom without. The door was closed firmly on my foot. I put a shoulder against it, leaned as much as I could without dropping the tray I still carried. This was given to me by King Shrewd a number of years ago. With it, he gave the promise that whenever I showed it, I would be admitted to see him. Even if he's asleep? Wallace asked snidely. He placed no limitations on it. Do you? I glared at him through the cracked door. He considered a moment, then stepped back from it. By all means, then, do come in. Come and see your king asleep, trying to get the rest he so badly needs in his condition. But do you disturb it, and I as his healer shall tell him to take away that pretty pin and see that you do not bother him again. You may recommend that as you wish, and if my king desires it, I shall not dispute it. He stood aside from me with an elaborate bow. I desperately wanted to knock that knowing sneer from his face, but I ignored it. Wonderful, he elaborated as I passed him. Sweet pastries to upset his digestion and tax him all the more. Thoughtful lad, aren't you? I kept my temper. Shrewd was not in his sitting room. The bedchamber? Will you truly bother him there? Well, why not? You've shown no other manners. Why should I expect consideration now? Wallace's voice was full of snide condescension. I gripped my temper.
Don't just accept that from him. Turn and face him down now.
This was not advice from Verity, but a command. I set the tray down carefully upon a small table. I took a breath and turned to face Wallace. Have you a dislike of me? I asked directly.
He took a step back, but tried to keep his sneer in place. A dislike? Why should I, a healer, mind if someone comes to disturb an ill man when he is finally resting? This room reeks of smoke. Why? Smoke? A herb they use in the mountains. Seldom for medicine, save pains nothing else will halt. But more often, the burning fumes are breathed for pleasure, much as we use caris seed at Springfest. Your brother has a liking for it. As did his mother. If it is the same herb, she called it mirth leaf. Almost the same leaf, but the mountain plant grows taller with fleshier leaves and thicker smoke. My exchange with Verity had taken less than a blink of an eye. One can skill information as fast as one can think it. Wallace was still pursing his lips over my question. Are you claiming to be a healer? He demanded. No, but I've a working knowledge of herbs, one that suggests smoke is not appropriate to a sick man's chambers. Wallace was still a moment as he formulated an answer. Well, a king's pleasures are not his healer's area of concern. Perhaps they are mine, then, I offered, and turned away from him. I picked up the tray and pushed open the door to the king's dimly lit bedchamber. The reek of smoke was heavier here, the air thick and cloying with it. Too hot a fire was burning, making the room close and stuffy. The air was still and stale as if no fresh wind had blown through the room for weeks. My own breath seemed heavy in my lungs. The king lay still, breathing stertorously beneath a mound of feather quilts. I looked about for a place to set down the tray of pastries. The small table close to his bed was littered. There was a censer for smoke, the drifting ash thick on its top, but the burner was out and cold. Beside it was a goblet of lukewarm red wine and a bowl with some nasty grey gruel in it. I set the vessel on the floor and brushed the table clean with my shirt sleeve before setting the tray down. As I approached the king's bed, there was a fusty, fetid smell that became even stronger as I leaned over the king.
This is not like Shrewd at all.
Verity shared my dismay. He has not summoned me much of late, and I have been too busy to call upon him unless he bids me to. The last time I saw him was in his sitting room in an evening. He complained of headaches, but this... The thought trailed away between us. I glanced up from the king to find Wallace peering in round the door at us. There was something in his face. I know not whether to call it satisfaction or confidence, but it roused me to fury. In 2 steps I had reached the door. I slammed it and had the satisfaction of hearing him yelp as he jerked his pinched fingers out. I dropped into place an ancient bar that had probably never been used in my lifetime. I moved to the tall windows, jerked aside the tapestries that covered them, and flung wide the wooden shutters. Clear sunlight and fresh, cold air spilled into the room.
Fitz, this is rash.
I made no reply. Instead, I moved about the room, dumping censer after censer of ash and herb out of the open window. I brushed the clinging ash out with my hand to free the room from its reek. From about the room I gathered a 6 sticky goblets of stale wine, and a tray full of bowls and plates of untouched or half-eaten food. I stacked them by the door. Wallace was pounding on it and howling with fury. I leaned against it and spoke through the crack. "Hush," I told him sweetly. "You'll waken the king." "Have a boy sent, with ewers of warm water, and tell Mistress Hasty that the king's bed requires clean linens," I requested of Verity.
"Such orders cannot come from me."
A pause.
"Don't waste time in anger. Think, and you'll see why it must be so."
I understood, but knew also that I would not leave Shrewd in this dingy, smelly room any more than I would abandon him to a dungeon. There was half a ewer of water, stale but mostly clean. I set it to warm by the hearth. I wiped his bed table clean of ash and set out the tea and pastry tray upon it. Rummaging boldly through the king's chest, I found a clean nightshirt and then washing herbs, left over no doubt from Cheffer's time. I had never thought I would so miss a valet.
Wallace's pounding ceased. I did not miss it. I took the warmed water scented with the herbs and a washing cloth and set it by the king's bedside. "King Shrewd?" I said gently. He stirred slightly. The rims of his eyes were red, the lashes gummed together. When he opened his eyes, he blinked red-veined eyes at the light.
"Boy?"
He squinted about the room.
"Where is Wallace?"
"Away, for the moment. I've brought you warm wash-water, and fresh pastries from the kitchen, and hot tea."
I don't know. The window's open. Why is the window open? Wallace has warned me about taking a chill."
"I opened it to clear the air in the room, but I'll close it if you like."
"I smell the sea. It's a clear day, isn't it? Listen to those gulls cry a storm coming. No, close the window, boy. I dare not take a chill. Not as ill as I am already."
I moved slowly to close the wooden shutters. "Has your Majesty been ill long? Not much has been said of it about the palace."
"Long enough. Oh, forever it seems. It is not so much that I am ill as that I am never well. I am sick, and then I get a bit better, but as soon as I try to do anything, I am sick again, and worse than ever. I am so weary of being sick, boy. So tired of always feeling tired."
"Come, sir. This will make you feel better." I damped the cloth and wiped his face gently. He recovered himself enough to motion me aside as he washed his own hands and then wiped his face again more firmly. I was appalled at how the washwater had yellowed as it cleansed him. "I've found a clean nightshirt for you. Shall I help you into it? Or would you rather that I sent for a boy to bring a tub and warm water? I would bring clean linens for the bed while you bathed."
I haven't the energy, boy. Where is that Wallace? He knows I cannot manage alone. What possessed him to leave me?"
"A warm bath might help you to rest," I tried persuasively. Up close, the old man smelled. Shrewd had always been a cleanly man. I think that his grubbiness distressed me more than anything else.
"But bathing can lead to chills, so Wallace says. A damp skin, a cool wind, and whisk, I'm gone. Or so he says."
Had Shrewd really become this fretful old man? I could scarcely believe what I was hearing from him. "Well, perhaps just a hot cup of tea, then. And a pastry? Cook Sarah said these were your favourites." I poured the steaming tea into the cup and saw his nose twitch appreciatively. He had a sip or two, and then sat up to look at the carefully arranged pastries. He bade me join him, and I ate a pastry with him, licking the rich filling from my fingers. I understood why they were his favourites. He was well into a second when there were 3 solid thuds against the door. "Unbar it, bastard, or the men with me will take it down, and if any harm has come to my father, you shall die where you stand." Regal did not sound at all pleased with me.
"What's this, boy? The door barred? What goes on here? Regal, what goes on here?"
It pained me to hear the king's voice crack querulously. I crossed the room, I unbarred the door. It was flung open before I could touch it, and 2 of Regal's more muscular guards seized me. They wore his satin colours like bulldogs with ribbons about their necks. I offered no resistance, so they had no real excuse to throw me up against the wall, but they did. It awoke every pain I still bore from yesterday. They held me there while Wallace rushed in, tut-tutting about how cold the room was. And what was this, eating this? Why, it was no less than poison to a man in King Shrewd's condition. Regal stood, hands on hips, very much the man in charge, and stared at me through narrowed eyes. "Rash, my boy. I very much fear that we have overplayed our hand." "Well, bastard, what have you to say for yourself? Exactly what were your intentions?" Regal demanded when Wallace's litany ran down.
He actually added another log to the fire in the already stifling room and took the half-eaten pastry from the king's hand. I came to report, and finding the king ill cared for, sought to remedy that situation first. I was sweating more from pain than nervousness. I hated to see Rigor smile at it. Ill cared for? What exactly are you saying? He accused me. I took a breath for courage. Truth. I found his chamber untidy and musty. Dirty plates left about, the linens of his bed unchanged. Dare you say such things? Regal hissed. I do. I speak the truth to my king as I ever have. Let him look about with his own eyes and see if it is not so. Something in the confrontation had stirred Shrewd to a shadow of his old self. He pushed himself up in bed and looked about himself. The fool has likewise made these complaints, in his own acid way, he began. Wallace dared to interrupt him. My lord, the state of your health has been tender. Sometimes uninterrupted rest is more important than rolling you out of your bed to fuss with a change of blankets or linen. And a dish or two stacked about is less annoyance than the rattle and prattle of a page come in to tidy. King Shrewd looked suddenly uncertain. My heart smote me. This was what the fool had wished me to see, why he had so often urged me to visit the king. Why had not he spoken more plainly? But then, when did the fool ever speak plainly? Shame rose in me. This was my king, the king I had sworn to. I loved Verity, and my loyalty to him was unquestioning. But I had abandoned my king at the very moment when he needed me most. Shade was gone, for how long I did not know. I had left King Shrewd with no more than the fool to protect him. And yet, when had King Shrewd ever needed anyone to shelter him before? Always that old man had been more than capable of guarding himself. I chided myself that I should have been more emphatic with Shade about the changes I noted when I first returned home. I should have been more watchful of my sovereign. How did he get in here? Regal suddenly demanded with a savage glare at me. My prince? He had a token from the king himself, he claimed. He said the king had promised always to see him if he but showed that pin. What rot! You believed such nonsense? Prince Regal, you know it is true. You were witness when King Shrewd first gave it to me. I spoke quietly but clearly. Within me, Verity was silent, waiting and watching and learning much. At my expense, I thought bitterly, and then strove to call back the thought. Moving calmly and unthreateningly, I pulled one wrist free of a bulldog's grip. I turned back the collar of my jerkin and drew the pin out. I held it up for all to see. I recall no such thing, Regal snapped, but Shrewd sat up. Come closer, boy, he instructed me. Now I shrugged clear of my guards and tugged my clothing straight. Then I bore the pin up to the king's bedside. Deliberately, King Shrewd reached out. He took the pin away from me. My heart sank inside me. Father, this is... Regal began annoyedly, but Shrewd interrupted him. Regal, you were there. You do recall it, or you should. The king's dark eyes were as bright and alert as I remembered them, but also plain were the lines of pain about those eyes and the corner of his mouth. King Shrewd fought for this lucidity. He held the pin up and looked at Regal with a shadow of his old calculating glance. I gave the boy this pin, and my word, in exchange for his. Then I suggest you take them both back again, pin and word. You will never get well with this type of disruption going on in your rooms. Again, that edge of command in Regal's voice. I waited, silent. The king lifted a shaky hand to rub his face and eyes. I gave those things, he said, and the words were firm, but the strength was fading from his voice. Once given, a man's word is no longer his to call back. Am I right about this, Fitzchivalry?
Do you agree that once a man has given his word, he may not take it back?
The old test was in that question. As ever I have, my king, I agree with you. Once a man has given his word, he may not call it back. He must abide by what he has promised.
Good, then. That's settled. It's all settled.
He proffered the pin to me. I took it from him, relief so immense it was like vertigo. He leaned back into his pillows. I had another dizzying moment. I knew those pillows, this bed. I had lain there, and looked with the fool down on the sack of Silt Bay. I had burned my fingers in that fireplace. The king heaved a heavy sigh. There was exhaustion in it. In another moment he would be asleep.
Forbid him to come and disturb you again, unless you summon him, Regal commanded.
King Shrewd pried his eyes open one more time.
Fitz, come here, boy.
Like a dog, I came closer to him. I knelt by his bed. He lifted a thinned hand, patted me awkwardly.
You and I, boy, we have an understanding, don't we?
A genuine question. I nodded.
Good lad. Good. I've kept my word. You see that you keep yours now. But,
he glanced at Regal, and that pained me.
It were better if you came to see me in the afternoons. I am stronger in the afternoons.
He was slipping away again. Shall I come back this afternoon, sire? I asked quickly. He lifted a hand and waved it in a vaguely denying gesture.
Tomorrow, or the next day.
His eyes closed, and he sighed out as heavily as if he would never breathe in again. As you wish, my lord, I concurred. I bowed deeply, formally. As I straightened, I carefully returned the pin to my jerkin lapel. I let them all spend a moment or two watching me do that. Then, if you will excuse me, my prince, I requested formally.
Get out of here, Regal growled.
I bowed less formally to him, turned carefully and left. His guard's eyes watched me go. I was outside the room before I recalled that I had never brought up the subject of me marrying Molly. Now, it seemed unlikely I would have an opportunity to for some time. I knew that afternoons would now find Regal or Wallace or some spy of theirs always at King Shrewd's side. I had no wish to broach that topic before anyone save my king. Fitz, I'd like to be alone for a while just now, my prince. If you do not mind. He vanished from my mind like a bursting soap bubble. Slowly I made my way down the stairs. Chapter 15. Secrets. Prince Verity chose to unveil his fleet of warships on the midday of Winterfest that decisive year. Tradition would have had him wait until the coming of better weather, to launch them on the first day of Springfest. That is considered a more auspicious time to launch a new ship. But Verity had pushed his shipwrights and their crews hard to have all 4 vessels ready for a midwinter launch. By choosing the midday of Winterfest, he ensured himself a large audience, both for the launch and for his words. Traditionally, a hunt is held that day, with the meat brought in seen as a harbinger of days to come. When he had the ships pushed out of the sheds on their rollers, he announced to the gathered folk that these were his hunters, and that the only prey that would slake them would be red ships. The reaction to his announcement was muted, and clearly not what he had hoped for. It is my belief that the people wanted to put all thoughts of the red ships from their minds, to hide themselves in winter and pretend that the spring would never come. But Verity refused to let them. The ships were launched that day, and the training of the crews begun. Night Eyes and I spent the early afternoon hunting.
He grumbled about it, saying it was a ridiculous time of day to hunt, and why had I wasted the early dawn hours tussling with my littermate? I had told him that that was simply a thing that had to be, and would continue to be for several days and possibly longer. He was not pleased, but neither was I. It rattled me not a little that he could be so clearly aware of how I spent my hours, even if I had no conscious sense of being in touch with him. Had Verity been able to sense him? He laughed at me.
Hard enough to make you hear me sometimes. Should I batter through to you and then shout for him as well?
Our hunting success was small. 2 rabbits, neither with much fat. I promised to bring him kitchen scraps on the morrow. I had even less success at conveying to him my demand for privacy at certain times. He could not grasp why I set mating apart from other pack activities, such as hunting or howling. Mating suggested offspring in the near future, and offspring were the care of the pack. Words cannot convey the difficulties of that discussion. We conversed in images in shared thoughts, and such do not allow for much discretion. His candour horrified me. He assured me he shared my delight in my mate and my mating. I begged him not to. Confusion. I finally left him eating his rabbits. He seemed piqued that I would not accept a share of the meat. The best I had been able to get from him was his understanding that I did not want to be aware of him sharing my awareness of Molly. That was scarcely what I wanted, but it was the best way I could convey it to him. The idea that at times I would want to sever my bond to him completely was not a thought he could comprehend. It made no sense, he argued. It was not pack. I left him, wondering if I would ever again really and truly have a moment to myself. I returned to the keep and sought the solitude of my own room. If only for a moment I had to be where I could close the door behind me and be alone, physically anyway. As if to fuel my quest for quiet, the halls and stairways were full of hurrying folk. Servants were cleaning away old rushes and spreading new ones. Fresh candles were being placed in holders, and boughs of evergreen were hung in festoons and swags everywhere. Winterfest. I didn't much feel like it. I finally reached my own door and slipped inside. I shut it firmly behind me. "Back so soon?" The fool looked up from the hearth where he crouched in a semicircle of scrolls. He seemed to be sorting them into groups. I stared at him with unconcealed dismay. In an instant it flashed into anger. Why didn't you tell me of the king's condition? He considered another scroll, and after a moment set it in a pile to his right. "But I did. A question in exchange for yours. Why didn't you already know of it?" That set me back. I admit I've been lax in calling upon him. But none of my words could have had the impact of seeing for yourself. Nor do you pause to think what it would have been like had I not been there every single day, emptying chamber pots, sweeping, dusting, carrying out dishes, combing his hair and his beard. Again he had shocked me into silence. I crossed the room, sat down heavily upon my clothing chest. "He's not the king I remember," I said bluntly. "It frightens me that he could sink so far so fast." "Frightens you? Appalls me. At least you've another king when this one's been played." The fool flipped another scroll onto the pile. "We all do," I pointed out carefully. "Some more than others," the fool said shortly. Without thinking, my hand rose to tuck the pin tighter in my jerkin. I'd almost lost it today. It had made me think of all it had symbolized all these years. The king's protection, for a bastard grandson that a more ruthless man would have done away with quietly. And now that he needed protection, what did it symbolize to me now? So, what do we do? "You and I? Precious little. I'm but a fool, and you are a bastard." I nodded grudgingly. I wish Shade were here. I wish I knew when he was coming back.
I looked to the fool, wondering how much he knew.
Shade? Shade returns when the sun does, I've heard.
Evasive as always.
Too late for the king, I imagine, he added more quietly. So we are powerless? You and I? Never. We've too much power to act here, that is all. In this area, the powerless ones are always the most powerful. Perhaps you are right. They are who we should consult in this. And now? Here he rose and made a show of shaking all his joints loose as if he were a marionette with tangled strings. He set every bell he had to jingling. I could not help but smile. My king will be coming into his best time of day, and I will be there, to do what little I can for him. He stepped carefully out of his ring of sorted scrolls and tablets. He yawned. Farewell, Fitz. Farewell. He halted, puzzled by the door. You have no objections to my going?
I believe I objected first to your staying.
Never bandy words with a fool, but do you forget? I offered you a bargain. A secret for a secret.
I had not forgotten, but I was not sure, suddenly, that I wanted to know. Whence comes the fool, and why? I asked softly.
Ah!
He stood a moment, then asked gravely,
You are certain you wish the answers to these questions?
Whence comes the fool, and why? I repeated slowly. For an instant he was dumb. I saw him then. Saw him as I had not in years. Not as the fool, glib-tongued and wits as cutting as any barnacle, but as a small and slender person, all so fragile, pale flesh, bird-boned. Even his hair seemed less substantial than that of other mortals. His motley of black and white, trimmed with silver bells, his ridiculous rat sceptre, were all the armour and sword he had in this court of intrigues and treachery. And his mystery, the invisible cloak of his mystery. I wished for an instant he had not offered the bargain, and that my curiosity had been less consuming. He sighed. He glanced about my room, then walked over to stand before the tapestry of King Wisdom greeting the elderling. He glanced up at it, then smiled sourly, finding some humour there I had never seen. He assumed the stance of a poet about to recite. Then he halted, looked at me squarely once more. You are certain you wish to know, Fitzy Fitz? Like a liturgy, I repeated the question. Whence comes the fool, and why? Whence? Ah, whence? He went nose to nose with Ratsey for a moment, formulating a reply to his own question. Then he met my eyes. Go south, Fitz. To lands past the edges of every map that Verity has ever seen. And past the edges of the maps made in those countries as well. Go south, and then east across a sea you have no name for. Eventually, you would come to a long peninsula, and on its snaking tip you would find the village where a fool was born. You might even find still a mother who recalled her wormy white babe, and how she cradled me against her warm breast and sang. He glanced up at my incredulous, enraptured face and gave a short laugh. You cannot even picture it, can you? Let me make it harder for you. Her hair was long and dark and curling, and her eyes were green. Fancy that. Of such rich colours was this transparency made. And the fathers of the colourless child? 2 cousins, for that was the custom of that land. One, broad and swarthy and full of laughter, ruddy-lipped and brown-eyed, a farmer smelling of rich earth and open air. The other, as narrow as the one was wide, and gold to his bronze, a poet and songster, blue-eyed. And oh, how they loved me, and rejoiced in me, all the 3 of them, and the village as well. I was so loved. His voice grew soft, and for a moment he fell silent. I knew with great certainty that I was hearing what no other had ever heard from him. I remembered the time I had ventured into his room, and the exquisite little doll in its cradle that I had found there, cherished as the fool had once been cherished. I waited. When I was old enough, I bade them all farewell. I set off to find my place in history and choose where I would thwart it. This was the place I selected. The time had been destined by the hour of my birth. I came here and became shrewds. I gathered up whatever threads the fates put into my hands, and I began to twist them and colour them as I could, in the hopes of effecting what was woven after me. I shook my head. I don't understand a thing you just said. Ah, he shook his head, setting his bells to jingling. I offered to tell you my secret. I didn't promise to make you understand it. A message is not delivered until it is understood, I countered. This was a direct quote from Shade. The fool teetered on accepting it. You do understand what I said, he compromised. You simply do not accept it. Never before have I spoken so plainly to you. Perhaps that is what confuses you. He was serious. I shook my head again. You make no sense. You went somewhere to discover your place in history? How can that be? History is what is done and behind us. He shook his head, slowly this time. History is what we do in our lives. We create it as we go along. He smiled enigmatically. The future is another kind of history. No man can know the future, I agreed. His smile widened. Cannot they? He asked in a whisper. Perhaps fit somewhere. There is written down all that is the future. Not written down by one person, no, but if the hints and visions and premonitions and foreseeings of an entire race were written down and cross-referenced and related to one another, might not such a people create a loom to hold the weaving of the future? Preposterous, I objected. How would anyone know if any of it were true? If such a loom were made and such a tapestry of predictions woven, not for a few years, but for tens of hundreds of years, after a time, it could be shown that it presented a surprisingly accurate foretelling. Bear in mind that those who keep these records are another race, an exceedingly long-lived one, a pale, lovely race that occasionally mingled its bloodlines with that of men. And then, he spun in a circle, suddenly fey, pleased insufferably with himself. And then, when certain ones were born, ones marked so clearly that history must recall them, they are called to step forward to find their places in that future history. And they might further be exhorted to examine that place, that juncture of 100 threads, and say, these threads here, these are the ones I shall tweak. And in the tweaking, I shall change the tapestry. I shall warp the weft, alter the colour of what is to come. I shall change the destiny of the world. He was mocking me. I was certain of it now. Once, in perhaps 1,000 years, there may come a man capable of making such a great change in the world. A powerful king, perhaps, or a philosopher shaping the thoughts of thousands. But you and I, fool, we are pawns, ciphers. He shook his head pityingly. This, more than anything else, is what I have never understood about your people. You can roll dice and understand that the whole game may hinge on one turn of a die. You deal out cards and say that all a man's fortune for the night may turn upon one hand. But a man's whole life you sniff at, and say, what, this naught of a human? This fisherman, this carpenter, this thief, this cook, why, what can they do in the great wide world? And so you putter and sputter your lives away, like candles burning in a draught. Not all men are destined for greatness, I reminded him. Are you sure, Fitz? Are you sure? What good is a life lived as if it made no difference at all to the great life of the world? A sadder thing I cannot imagine. Why should not a mother say to herself, if I raise this child aright, if I love and care for her, she shall live a life that brings joy to those about her, and thus I have changed the world. Why should not the farmer that plants a seed say to his neighbour, this seed I plant today will feed someone, and that is how I change the world today? This is philosophy, fool. I have never had time to study such things. No, Fitz, this is life. And no one has time not to think of such things. Each creature in the world should consider this thing every moment of the heart's beating. Otherwise, what is the point of arising each day? Fool, this is beyond me, I declared uneasily. I had never seen him so impassioned, never heard him speak so plainly. It was as if I had stirred grey-coated embers and suddenly found the cherry-red coal that glowed in their depths. He burned too brightly. No, Fitz, I have come to believe it is through you. He reached out and tapped me lightly with Ratsey. Keystone, gate, crossroads, catalyst. All these you have been and continue to be. Whenever I come to a crossroads, whenever the scent is uncertain, when I put my nose to the ground and cast about and bay and snuffle, I find one scent, yours. You create possibilities. While you exist, the future can be steered. I came here for you, Fitz. You are the thread I tweak. One of them, anyway. I felt a sudden chill of foreboding. Whatever more he had to say, I did not wish to hear it. Somewhere far away, a thin howl arose, a wolf baying at midday. A shiver ran up me, setting up every hair on my body. You've had your joke, I said, laughing nervously. I should have known better than to expect a real secret from you. You, or not you? Linchpin, anchor, not in the line. I have seen the end of the world, Fitz. Seen it woven as plainly as I've seen my birth. Oh, not in your lifetime, nor even mine. But shall we be happy to say that we live in the dusk rather than in the full night? Shall we rejoice that we shall only suffer, while your offspring will be the ones to know the torments of the damned? Shall this be why we do not act? Fool, I do not wish to hear this. You had a chance to deny me, but thrice you demanded it, and hear it you shall. He lifted his staff as if leading a charge, and spoke as if he addressed the full council of the Six Duchies. The fall of the kingdom of the Six Duchies was the pebble that started the landslide. The soulless ones moved on from there, spreading like a bloodstain down the world's best shirt. Darkness devours and is never satiated until it feeds upon itself. And all because the line of House Farseer failed. That is the future as it is woven. But wait, Farseer! He cocked his head and peered at me, considering as a gore-crow. Why do they call you that, Fitz? What have your ancestors ever foreseen afar to gain such a name? Shall I tell you how it comes about? The very name of your house is the future reaching back in time to you, and naming you by the name that someday your house will deserve. The far seers. That was the clue I took to my heart. That the future reached back to you, to your house, to where your bloodlines intersected with my lifetime and named you so. I came here, and what did I discover? One Farseer with no name at all. Unnamed in any history, past or future. But I have seen you take a name, Fitzchivalry Farseer. And I shall see that you deserve it. He advanced on me, seized me by the shoulders. We are here, Fitz, you and I, to change the future of the world, to reach out and hold in place the tiny pebble that could trigger the boulders tumbling. No, a terrible cold was welling up inside me. I shook with it. My teeth began to chatter, and the bright motes of light to sparkle at the edges of my vision. A fit. I was going to have another fit, right here in front of the fool. Leave, I cried out, unable to abide the thought. Go away, now! Quickly, quickly! I had never seen the fool astonished before. His jaw actually dropped open, revealing his tiny white teeth and pale tongue. A moment longer he gripped me, and then he let go. I did not stop to think of what he might feel at my abrupt dismissal. I snatched the door open and pointed out of it, and he was gone. I shut it behind him, latched it, and then staggered to my bed as wave after wave of darkness surged through me. I fell face down on the coverlets. "Molly," I cried out. "Molly, save me!" But I knew she could not hear me, and I sank alone into my blackness. The brightness of 100 candles, festoons of evergreen and swags of holly, and bare black winter branches, hung with sparkling sugar candies to delight the eye and tongue. The clacking of the puppets' wooden swords, and the delighted exclamations of the children when the piebald prince's head actually came flying off and arced out over the crowd. Mellow's mouth, wide in a bawdy song, as his unattended fingers danced independently over his harp strings. A blast of cold as the great doors of the hall were thrown open, and yet another group of merrymakers came into the great hall to join us. The slow knowledge stole over me that this was no longer a dream. This was Winterfest, and I was wandering benignly through the celebration, smiling blandly at everyone and seeing no one. I blinked my eyes slowly. I could do nothing quickly. I was wrapped in soft wool. I was drifting like an unmanned sailboat on a still day. A wonderful sleepiness filled me. Someone touched my arm. I turned, Burrick frowning and asking me something. His voice, always so deep, almost a colour washing against me when he spoke. "It's all good," I told him calmly. "Don't worry, it's all good." I floated away from him, wafting through the room with the milling of the crowd. King Shrewd sat on his throne, but I knew now that he was made of paper. The fool sat on the step by his feet and clutched his rat sceptre like an infant clutches a rattle. His tongue was a sword, and as the king's enemies drew closer to the throne, the fool slew them, slashed them to bits, and turned them back from the paper man on the throne. And here were Verity and Kettrican on another dais, pretty as the fool's doll, each of them. I looked and saw they were both made of hungers, like containers made of emptiness. I felt so sad I'd never be able to fill either of them, for they were both so terribly empty. Regal came to speak to them, and he was a big black bird, not a crow, no, not so merry as a crow, and not a raven. He hadn't the cheery cleverness of a raven, no, a miserable eye-pecker of a bird, circling, dreaming of them as carrion for himself to feast on. He smelled the carrion, and I covered my mouth and nose with a hand and walked away from them. I sat down on a hearth next to a giggling girl, happy in her blue skirts. She chattered like a squirrel, and I smiled at her, and soon she leaned against me and began to sing a funny little song about 3 milkmaids. There were others sitting and standing about the hearth, and they joined in the song. We all laughed at the end, but I wasn't sure why. And her hand was warm, resting so casually on my thigh.
Brother, are you mad? Have you eaten fish bones? Are you burned by fever?
Huh?
Your mind is clouded. Your thoughts are bloodless and sickly. You move like prey.
I feel fine. Do you, sir? Then I do too. She smiled up at me, chubby little face, dark eyes, curly hair peeking out from under her cap. Verity would like this one. She patted my leg companionably, a bit higher than she had touched me before. Fitzchivalry! I looked up slowly. Patience was standing over me, with Lacey at her elbow. I smiled to see her there. She so seldom came out of her rooms to socialize, especially in winter. Winter was a hard time for her. I shall be so glad when summer returns, and we can walk in the gardens together, I told her. She looked at me silently for a moment. I have something heavy I wish carried up to my rooms. Will you bring it for me? Certainly. I stood carefully. I have to go, I told the little servant girl. My mother needs me. I liked your song. Goodbye, sir, she chirped at me, and Lacey glared at her. Patience's cheeks were very rosy. I followed her through the ebb and press of folk. We came to the foot of the stairs. I forget how to do these, I told her. And where is the heavy thing you wish carried? That was an excuse to get you away from there before you completely disgraced yourself, she hissed at me. What is the matter with you? How could you behave so badly? Are you drunk? I thought about it. Night Eyes said I was poisoned by fish bones, but I feel fine. Lacey and Patience looked at me very carefully. Then they each took an arm and guided me upstairs. Patience made tea. I talked to Lacey. I told her how much I loved Molly and that I was going to marry her as soon as the king said I could. She patted my hand and felt my forehead and asked what I'd eaten today and where. I couldn't remember. Patience gave me tea. Very soon I puked. Lacey gave me cold water. Patience gave me more tea. I puked again. I said I didn't want any more tea. Patience and Lacey argued. Lacey said she thought I'd be all right after I slept. She took me back to my room. I woke up with no clear idea of what had been dream and what had been real, if anything. My entire recall of the evening's events had the same distance as events that had happened years ago. This was compounded by the open staircase, with its beckoning yellow light and the draught from it chilling my room. I scrabbled out of bed, swayed for a moment as a wave of dizziness overtook me, and then slowly mounted the stairs, one hand always touching the cold stone wall to reassure myself that it was real. About midway up the steps, Shade came down to meet me. Here, take my arm, he commanded, and I did. He put his free arm around me, and we went up the stairs together. I've missed you, I told him. With my next breath, I told him, King Shrewd is in danger. I know. King Shrewd is always in danger. We gained the top of the stairwell. There was a fire in his hearth, and a meal set out next to it on a tray. He guided me toward both. I think I might have been poisoned today. A sudden shivering ran up me, and I shuddered all over. When it passed, I felt more alert. I seem to be waking up in stages. I keep thinking I'm awake, and then suddenly everything is clearer. Shade nodded gravely. I suspect it was the ash residue. You weren't thinking when you tidied King Shrewd's room for him. Many times the burned residue of a herb concentrates the potency of the herb. You got it all over your hands and then sat there eating pastries. There was little I could do. I thought you would sleep it off. What possessed you to go downstairs? I don't know. Then how do you always know so much? I asked peevishly as he pushed me down into his old chair. He took my usual perch on the hearthstones. Even in my fuddled state, I noticed how fluidly he moved, as if he had somewhere abandoned the cramps and aches of an old man's body. There was wind-burned colour to his face and arms as well, the tan fading the pox stigma. I had once noticed his resemblance to Shrewd. Now I saw Verity in his face as well. I have my little ways of finding things out, he grinned at me wolfishly. How much do you remember of Winterfest tonight? I winced as I considered it. Enough to know that tomorrow is going to be a difficult day. The little servant girl suddenly popped up in my memory, leaning on my shoulder, her hand on my thigh. Molly. I had to get to Molly tonight and somehow explain things to her. If she came to my room tonight and I wasn't there to answer her knock... I started up in my chair, but then another shiver ran up over me. It felt almost like a skin being peeled off me. Here, eat something. Puking your guts out wasn't the best thing for you, but I'm sure patience meant well. And under other circumstances, it could have been a lifesaver. No, you idiot, wash your hands first. Haven't you heard a word I've said? I noticed then the vinegar water set out beside the food. I washed my hands carefully to remove every trace of whatever had clung to them, and then my face, amazed at how much more alert I suddenly felt. It's been like an extended dream, all day. Is this what Shrewd has been feeling? I've no idea. Perhaps not all those burning herbs down there are what I think they are. It was one of the things I wanted to discuss with you tonight. How has Shrewd been? Has this come on him suddenly? How long has Wallace been calling himself a healer? I don't know. I hung my head in shame. I forced myself to report to Shade just how lax I had been in his absence, and how stupid. When I was finished, he did not disagree with me. Well, he said heavily, we can't undo, we can only salvage. Too much is happening here to sort at one sitting. He looked at me consideringly. Much of what you tell me does not surprise me. Forged ones converging still on Buckkeep, the king's illness lingering. But King Shrewd's health has declined much more swiftly than I can account for, and the squalor in his rooms makes no sense to me. Unless... He did not finish the thought. Perhaps they believe that Lady Time was his only defender. Perhaps they think we no longer care. Perhaps they believe him an isolated old man, an obstacle to be removed. Your carelessness has drawn them out at least, and having drawn them out, perhaps we can cut them off. He sighed. I thought I could use Wallace as a tool, lead him subtly through the advice of others. He has little knowledge of herbs of his own, the man is a dabbler, but the tool I left carelessly lying about perhaps another employs now. We shall have to see. Still, there are ways to stop this. I bit my tongue before I could utter Regal's name. How? I asked instead. Shade smiled. How were you rendered ineffective as an assassin in the Mountain Kingdom? I winced at the memory. Regal revealed my purpose to Kettrican. Exactly. We shall shine a bit of daylight on what goes on in the king's chambers. Eat while I talk. And so I did, listening to him as he outlined my assignments for the next day, but also noting what he chose to feed me. The flavour of garlic predominated, and I knew his confidence in its purifying abilities. I wondered just what I had ingested, and also how much it coloured my recollection of my conversation with the fool. I flinched as I recalled my brusque dismissal of him. He would be another I would have to seek out tomorrow. Shade noticed my preoccupation. Sometimes, he observed obliquely, you have to trust people to understand you're not perfect. I nodded, then suddenly yawned immensely. Beg pardon, I muttered. My eyelids were suddenly so heavy I could barely keep my head up. You were saying? No, go to bed. Rest. It's the real healer. But I haven't even asked you where you've been, or what you've been doing. You move and act as if you'd lost 10 years of age. Shade puckered his mouth. Is that a compliment? Never mind. Such questions would be useless anyway, so you may save them for another time, and be frustrated then when I refuse to answer them. As to my condition, well, the more one forces one's body to do, the more it can do. It was not an easy journey. Yet I believe it was worth the hardship. He held up a halting hand as I opened my mouth. And that is all I'm going to say. To bed now, Fitz. to bed." I yawned again as I rose and stretched until my joints popped. "You've grown again," Shade complained admiringly. "At this rate, you'll even top your father's height." "I've missed you," I mumbled as I headed toward the stair. "And I you. But we shall have tomorrow night for catching up. For now, bed for you." I went down his stairs, with the sincere intention of following his suggestion. As it always did, the staircase sealed itself moments after I exited it, by a mechanism I had never been able to discover. I threw 3 more logs on my dying fire and then crossed to my bed. I sat down on it to pull my shirt off. I was exhausted, but not so tired that I could not catch a faint trace of Molly's scent on my own skin as I pulled my shirt off. I sat a moment longer, holding my shirt in my hands. Then I put it back on and rose. I went to my door and slipped out into the hallway. It was late, by any other night's standard. Yet this was the first night of Winterfest. There were many below who would not think of their beds until dawn was on the horizon. Others who would not find their own beds at all this night. I smiled suddenly, as I realized I intended to be part of the latter group. There were others in the halls that night, and on the staircases. Most were too inebriated or too engrossed in themselves to notice me. As for the others, I resolved to let Winterfest be my excuse for any questions asked of me the next day. Still, I was discreet enough to be sure the corridor was clear before I tapped on her door. I heard no reply. But as I lifted my hand to tap again, the door swung silently open into darkness. It terrified me. In an instant I was sure harm had come to her, that someone had been here and hurt her and left her there in the darkness. I sprang into the room, crying out her name. The door swung shut behind me and, "Hush!" she commanded. I turned to find her, but it took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The light from the hearth fire was the only illumination in the room, and it was to my back. When my eyes did penetrate the darkness, I felt as if I could not breathe. "Were you expecting me?" I asked at last. In a little cat voice, she replied, "Only for hours. I thought you would be at the merrymaking in the great hall." Slowly it dawned on me that I had not seen her there. I knew I would not be missed there, except by one, and I thought perhaps that one might come seeking me here. I stood motionless and looked at her. She wore a wreath of holly upon the tumble of her hair. That was all. And she stood against the door, wanting me to look at her. How can I explain the line that had been crossed? Before, we had ventured into this together, exploring and inquisitive. But this was different. This was a woman's frank invitation. Can there be anything so compelling as the knowledge that a woman desires you? It overwhelmed me and blessed me, and somehow redeemed me from every stupid thing I had ever done. Winterfest, the heart of night's secret. Yes. She shook me awake before dawn and put me out of her rooms. The farewell kiss that she gave me before shooing me out the door was such that I stood in the hall trying to persuade myself that dawn was not all that close. After a few moments I recalled that discretion was called for, and wiped the foolish smile off my face. I straightened my rumpled shirt and headed for the stairs. Once inside my room, an almost dizzying weariness overtook me. How long had it been since I had had a full night's sleep? I sat down on my bed and dragged my shirt off. I dropped it to the floor. I fell back onto the bed and closed my eyes. A soft tap at my door jerked me upright. I crossed the room swiftly, smiling to myself. I was still smiling as I swung the door wide. "Good, you're up and almost dressed. I was afraid from the way you looked last night that I'd be dragging you out of your bed by the scruff of your neck." It was Burrick, freshly washed and brushed. The lines across his forehead were the only visible signs of the last night's revelry. From my years of sharing quarters with him, I knew that no matter how fierce a hangover he might have, he would still rise to face his duties. I sighed. No good asking quarter, for none would be given. Instead, I went to my clothes chest and found a clean shirt. I put it on as I followed him to Verity's tower. There is an odd threshold, physical as well as mental. There have been but a few times in my life that I have been pushed over it, but each time an extraordinary thing happened. That morning was one of those times. After an hour or so had passed, I stood in Verity's tower room, shirtless and sweating. The tower windows were open to the winter wind, but I felt no chill. The padded axe Brink had given me was but a little lighter than the world itself, and the weight of Verity's presence in my mind felt as if it were forcing my brain out of my eyes. I could no longer keep my axe up to guard myself. Brink came at me again, and I made no more than a token defence. He batted it aside with ease, then came in swiftly, 1, 2 blows, not hard, but not softly either. "And you're dead," he told me, and stood back. He let the head of his axe sag to the floor and stood leaning on it and breathing. I let my own axe thud headfirst to the floor, useless. Within my mind, Verity was very still. I glanced over to where he sat, staring out the window across the sea to the horizon. The morning light was harsh on the lines in his face and the grey in his hair. His shoulders were slumped forward. His posture mirrored what I felt. I closed my eyes a moment, too weary to do anything anymore. And suddenly we meshed. I saw to the horizons of our future. We were a country besieged by a ravenous enemy who came to us only to kill and maim. That was their sole goal. They had no fields to plant, no children to defend, no stock to tend to distract them from their raiding. But we strove to live our day-to-day lives at the same time we tried to protect ourselves from their destruction. For the Red Ship Raiders, their ravages were their day-to-day lives. That singleness of purpose was all they needed to destroy us. We were not warriors, had not been warriors for generations. We did not think like warriors. Even those of us who were soldiers who had trained to fight against a rational enemy. How could we stand against an onslaught of madmen? What weapons did we have? I looked around. Me. Myself as Verity. One man making himself old as he strove to walk the line between defending his people and being swept away in the addictive ecstasy of the skill. One man trying to rouse us, trying to ignite us to defend ourselves. One man with his eyes afar as we squabbled and plotted and bickered in the rooms below him. It was useless. We were doomed to fail. The tide of despair swept over me and threatened to pull me down. It swirled around me, but suddenly, in the middle of it, I found a place to stand. A place where the very uselessness of it was funny. Horribly funny. 4 little warships not quite finished with untrained crews. Watchtowers and fire signals to call the inept defenders forth to the slaughter. Brink with his axe, and me standing in the cold. Verity staring out the window while below Regal fed his own father drugs, in the hopes of stealing his mind and inheriting the whole mess, I didn't doubt. It was all so totally useless, and so unthinkable to give it up. A laugh welled up from inside me, and I could not contain it. I stood leaning on my axe and laughed as if the world were the funniest thing I'd ever seen, while Brink and Verity both stared at me. A very faint answering smile crooked the corners of Verity's mouth. A light in his eyes shared my madness.
"Boy, are you all right?"
Brink asked me. "I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine," I told them both when my waves of laughter had subsided. I pulled myself up to stand straight. I shook my head, and I swear I almost felt my brain settle. "Verity," I said, and embraced his consciousness to mine. It was easy.
It had always been easy, but before I had believed there was something to lose by doing it. We did not meld into one person, but instead fit together like bowls stacked in a cupboard. He rode me comfortably like a well-loaded pack. I took a breath and lifted my axe. Again, I said to Burrick. As he came at me, I no longer allowed him to be Burrick. He was a man with an axe come to kill Verity, and before I could stop my momentum, I had laid him out on the floor. He rose, shaking his head, and I saw a touch of anger in his face. Again we came together, and again I made a telling touch.
"Third time?"
he told me, and his battle smile lit up his weathered face. We came together again with a jolt in the joy of struggle, and I overmatched him cleanly. Twice more we clashed, before Burrick suddenly stepped back from one of my blows. He lowered his axe to the floor and stood, hunkered slightly forward until his breath came easy again. Then he straightened and looked at Verity.
"He's got it," he said huskily. "He's caught the knack of it now. Not that he's fully honed yet. Drill will make him sharper, but you've made a wise choice for him. The axe is his weapon."
Verity nodded slowly. "And he is mine." Chapter 16. Verity's Ships. In the third summer of the Red Ship War, the Six Duchies warships were blooded. Although they numbered only 4, they represented an important change in tactics to defending our realm. Our encounters that spring with the Red Ships swiftly taught us that we had forgotten much of being warriors. The raiders were right. We had become a race of farmers. But we were farmers who had determined to take a stand and fight. We quickly found the raiders to be resourceful and savage fighters. This was true to the extent that none of them ever surrendered or were taken alive. That, perhaps, should have been our first clue as to the nature of forging and what we actually battled, but at the time it was too subtle a hint, and we were too busy surviving to wonder at it. The rest of that winter passed as swiftly as the first half had dragged. The separate parts of my lives became like beads, and I the string that ran through them all. I believe if I had ever paused to consider the intricacy of all I did to keep those parts separate, I would have found it impossible. But I was young then, much younger than I suspected, and somehow I found the energy and time to do and be it all. My day began before dawn, with a session with Verity. At least twice a week, Burrick and his axes were included, but most often it was Verity and I alone. He worked on my skill sense, but not as Galen had. He had specific tasks in mind for me, and these were what he trained me in. I learned to see through his eyes and to give him the use of mine. I practiced being aware of the subtle way he would steer my attention, and in keeping up a constant mental commentary that kept him informed of all that was going on around us. This involved me leaving the tower and carrying his presence about with me like a hawk on my wrist as I went about my other daily tasks. At first, a few hours were as long as I could sustain the skill bond, but as time went on, I managed to share my mind with him for days at a time. The bond did weaken with the passing of time, however. It was not a true skilling from me to Verity, but a touch-imposed bond that had to be renewed. It still gave me a sense of accomplishment to be able to do at least this much. I put in a fair share of time in the Queen's garden, moving and then shifting again benches and statuary and pots, until Ketrican was finally satisfied with the arrangements there. For those hours, I always made sure Verity was with me. I hoped it would do him good to see his queen as others saw her, especially when she was caught up in the enthusiasm of her snowy garden spot. Glowing pink-cheeked and gold-haired, wind-kissed and lively, this was how I showed her to him. He heard her speak freely of the pleasure she hoped this garden would bring him. Was this a betrayal of Ketrican's confidences to me? I pushed such uneasiness firmly away. I took him with me when I paid my duties to Patience and Lacey. I also tried to carry Verity out and among the folk more. Since he had begun his heavy skill duties, he was seldom among the common folk he had once so enjoyed. I took him to the kitchen and the watchroom, to the stables and down to the taverns in Buckkeep Town. For his part, he steered me to the boat sheds, where I watched the final work being done on his ships. Later, I frequently visited the dock where the ships were tied, to talk to the crews as they got to know their vessels. I made him aware of the grumbling of the men who thought it treasonous that some out-islander refugees had been allowed to become crew members of our defence vessels. It was plain to any eye that these men were experienced in the handling of sleek raiding vessels and were making our ships more effective with their expertise. Plain, too, that many of the Six Duchies' men resented and distrusted the handful of immigrants among them. I was not sure if Verity's decision to use them had been wise. I said nothing of my own doubts, but only showed him the mutterings of other men. He was with me, too, the times when I called upon Shrewd. I learned to make my visits in late morning or early afternoon. Wallace seldom admitted me easily, and it always seemed there were others in the room, serving maids I did not know, a workman ostensibly repairing a door when I went to visit. I hoped impatiently for a chance to talk with him privately about my marriage ambitions. The fool was there always, and kept his word not to show friendship to me before other eyes. His mockery was sharp and stinging, and even though I knew its purpose, he still could manage to fluster or irritate me. The only satisfaction I could take was in the changes I saw in the room. Someone had tattled to Mistress Hasty about the state of the king's chamber. In the midst of the Winterfest activities, such a troop of housemaids and serving boys flocked to the room that it brought the festivities to the king. Mistress Hasty, fists on hips, stood at the centre of the room and oversaw it all the while berating Wallace for ever letting things reach such a state. Evidently he had been assuring her that he had been personally seeing to the tidying and laundering in an effort to keep the king from being disturbed. I spent one very merry afternoon there, for the activity awoke Shrewd, and soon he seemed almost his old self. He hushed Mistress Hasty when she berated her own folk for laxness, and instead exchanged banter with them as floors were scrubbed, fresh reeds strewn, and the furniture rubbed well with fragrant cleansing oil. Mistress Hasty bundled a veritable mountain of quilts upon the king, while she ordered the windows opened and the room aired. She, too, sniffed at all the ashes and burn pots. I quietly suggested that Wallace might best see to their cleansing, as he was most familiar with the qualities of the herbs that had burned there. He was a much more docile and tractable man when he returned with the pots. I wondered if he himself knew just what effect his smokes had upon Shrewd. But if these smokes were not his doing, then whose? The fool and I exchanged more than one secret, significant glance. Not only was the chamber scrubbed out, but made bright as well, with festive candles and wreaths, evergreens and bare branches of trees gilded and hung with painted nuts. It brought the colour back into the king's cheeks. I sensed Verity's quiet approval. When that night the king descended from his chambers to join us in the great hall, and actually called out for his favourite musicians and songs, I took it as a personal victory. Some moments were solely mine, of course, and not just my nights with Molly. As often as I could manage, I would creep off from the keep to run and hunt with my wolf. Bonded as our minds were, I was never completely isolated from him, but a simple mind link did not have the deep satisfaction of sharing a hunt. It is hard to express the completeness of two beings moving as one for a single purpose. Those times were really the fulfilling of our bond. But even when I went days without physically seeing him, he was with me. His presence was like a perfume, which one is aware of greatly when one first encounters it, but then becomes simply a part of the air one breathes. I knew he was there in small ways. My sense of smell seemed more acute, and I attributed this to his expertise in reading what the air brought me. I became more aware of others around me, as if his consciousness were guarding my back,
and alerting me to small sensory clues I might otherwise have ignored. Food was more savoury, perfumes more tangible. I tried not to extend this logic to my appetite for Molly's company. I knew he was there, but as he had promised, he did nothing overt to make me aware of him at such times. A month after Winterfest, I found myself thrown into a new labour. Verity had told me he wished me aboard a ship. I found myself summoned one day to the deck of the Rurisk and assigned a spot at an oar. The master of the vessel openly wondered why he had been sent a twig when he asked for a log. I could not dispute the question. Most of the men around me were brawny fellows and seasoned ship hands. My only possible chance to prove myself was to throw myself into my tasks with every bit of energy I could muster. At least I had the satisfaction of knowing I was not alone in my inexperience. While the other men aboard had all served in some fashion on other vessels, all save the out-islanders among the crew were new to this style of ship. Verity had had to seek out our oldest shipwrights to come up with men who knew how to build a fighting ship. The Rurisk was the largest of the 4 vessels launched at Winterfest. The lines of the boat were sleek and sinuous, and her shallow draught meant that she could skim across a calm sea like an insect on a pond, or ride out rough swell as handily as any gull. In 2 of the other boats, the planking was pegged edge to edge into the ribs, but the Rurisk and her smaller sister ship Constance were clinker-built, with the planking overlapped. The Rurisk had been built by mastfish, and the planking was well fitted, but still had the give to withstand any battering the seas might offer. Only a minimum of caulking with tarred rope had been needed, so lovingly had this ship been crafted. Her mast of pine supported a sail of spun flax reinforced with rope. Verity's buck graced the sail of the Rurisk. The new ship still smelled of wood shavings and tarred rope. Her decks were scarcely scarred, and the oars were clean their entire length. Soon, the Rurisk would take on a character of its own. A bit of marlinspike work to make it easier to grip an oar, a splice in a line, all the nicks and dings of a well-used ship. But for now, the Rurisk was as green as we were. When we took the ship out, it reminded me of an inexperienced rider on a green-broke horse. She sidled about, shied and curtsied amongst the waves, and then, as we all found a rhythm, stepped out and cut through the water like a greased knife. It was Verity's will that I immerse myself in these new skills. I was given a bunk in the warehouse with the rest of my shipmates. I learned to be unobtrusive but energetic in jumping to any order. The master was Six Duchies through and through, but the mate was an out-islander, and he it was who really taught us to handle the Rurisk and just what the ship could do. There were 2 other out-islander immigrants aboard, and when we weren't cleaning the ship or doing maintenance and sleeping, they congregated and spoke quietly amongst themselves. I wondered that they didn't see how this set the Six Duchies folk to muttering. My bunk was near to theirs, and oftentimes as I lay trying to fall asleep, I was aware of Verity urging me to pay attention to soft words spoken in a language I didn't understand. So I did, knowing that he made more sense of the sounds than I did. After a time, I came to realize that it was not so very different from the Duchy's tongue, and that I could understand some of what was said for myself. I found no talk of betrayal or mutiny amongst them, only soft, sad words of kin forged away from them by their own countrymen, and harsh, bitter vows of vengeance to be carried out against their own kind. They were not so different from the Six Duchies men and women of the crew. Almost everyone on board had lost someone to forging. Guiltily I wondered how many of those lost souls I had sent into the oblivion of death. It made a small barrier between me and the other crew members. Despite the fury of the winter storms, we took the ships out nearly every day. We fought mock battles against each other, practicing techniques for grappling or ramming another ship, and also gauging a leap so that one boarded the other vessel rather than ending up in the waters between them. Our master was at pains to explain all our advantages to us. The enemy we would encounter would be far from home and already worn from weeks at sea. They would have been living aboard their vessels, cramped and punished by the weather, while we would be fresh each day and well fed. The rigours of their journey would demand that every oarsman must also be a raider, while we would carry additional fighters who could use their bows or board another vessel while keeping our oars fully manned. Often I saw the mate shaking his head over these words. Privately, he confided to his fellows that the rigours of a raiding journey were what made a crew hard and fierce. How could soft, well-fed farmers hope to prevail against sea-honed red-ship raiders? 1 day out of 10, I was allowed a day to myself, and those days I spent at the keep. They were scarcely restful. I reported to King Shrewd, detailing to him my experiences aboard the Rurisk, and taking pleasure in the interest that awoke in his eyes at such times. He seemed better, but was still not the robust king I remembered from my youth. Patience and Lacey likewise demanded a visit, and I made a dutiful call on Kettrican as well. An hour or two for night eyes, a clandestine visit to Molly's chambers, and then the excuses to hurry back to my own chamber for the rest of the night, so that I might be there when Shade would summon me for his quizzings. The following dawn, a brief report to Verity, where, with a touch, he renewed our skill bond. Often, it was a relief to return to the crew's quarters to get a solid night of sleep. Finally, as winter drew to a close, chance afforded me an opportunity to speak privately with Shrewd. I had gone to his chambers on one of my days away from the boat, to report to him on our training progress. Shrewd was in better health than usual, and was sitting up in his chair by the fire. Wallace was not about that day. Instead, there was a young woman ostensibly tidying the chamber, but almost certainly spying for Regal. The fool, too, was underfoot as always, and taking a keen pleasure in making her uncomfortable. I had grown up with the fool, and had always accepted his white skin and colourless eyes as simply the way he was. The woman obviously felt differently. She began it must be admitted, peering at the fool whenever she thought he might not be paying attention. But as soon as he noted it, he began to peek back at her, and each time affected a more lascivious glance than the last. She became more and more nervous, and when finally she must pass by us with her bucket, and the fool sent Ratsy on his sceptre to peek up under her skirts, she leaped back with a shriek, dousing herself and the floor she had just scrubbed with dirty water. Shrewd rebuked the fool, who grovelled extravagantly and remorselessly, and then dismissed the woman to get dry clothes on. I sprang to my opportunity. She was scarcely clear of the room before I spoke. "My liege, there is something I have been wishing to petition you about for some time." Some note in my voice must have alerted both fool and king, for I instantly had their undivided attention. I glared at the fool, and he knew plainly I wished him to withdraw, but instead he leaned closer, actually resting his head against Shrewd's knee as he simpered at me infuriatingly. I refused to let it rattle me. I looked at the king beseechingly. "You may speak, Fitzchivalry," he said formally. I drew a breath. "My liege, I would ask your permission to marry." The fool's eyes grew round with surprise. But my king smiled as indulgently as if I were a child begging a sweetmeat. "So, finally it has come. But surely you mean to court her first?" My heart was thundering in my chest. My king looked entirely too knowing, but pleased, very pleased. I dared to hope. "May it please my king, I fear I have already begun to court her. Yet no, I did not intend to do so presumptuously. It just came about." He laughed good-naturedly. "Yes, some things do. Though when you did not speak out sooner, I wondered what your intentions were, and if the lady had deceived herself." My mouth went dry. I could not breathe. How much did he know? He smiled at my terror. "I have no objections. In fact, I am well pleased with your choice." The smile that broke out on my face was amazingly echoed by one on the fool's countenance. I drew a trembling breath until Shrewd continued, "But her father has reservations. He has told me that he would like to delay this, at least until her older sisters are pledged." "What?" I could barely utter the word. Confusion whirled in me. Shrewd smiled benignly. "Your lady, it seems, is as good as her name. Celerity asked her father for permission to court you the very day you left for Buckkeep. I think you won her heart when you spoke so plainly to Virago. But Braundy denied her, for the reason I have told you. I understand the lady raised quite a storm with her father, but Braundy is a fine man. He did, however, send word to us lest we take offence. He wishes us to know he has no opposition to the match itself, only to her preceding her sisters in marriage. I acceded in this. She is, I believe, but 14. I could not speak. "Do not look so distressed, boy. You are both young, and there is plenty of time. While he does not choose to allow a formal courting to begin as yet, I am sure he does not intend that you shall not see each other." King Shrewd looked on me so tolerantly, with so much kindliness in his eyes. The fool's eyes flickered back and forth between us. I could not read his face. I was trembling as I had not in months. I would not allow this to continue, to become any worse than it was already. I found my tongue, formed words in my dry throat. "My king, that is not the lady I was considering." Silence descended. I met my king's eyes and saw his look change. Had I not been so desperate, I know I would have looked aside from that displeasure. Instead, I looked at him beseechingly, praying he might understand. When he did not speak further, I attempted to. "My king, the woman I speak of is presently a lady's maid, but in her own right she is not a servant. She is—" "Be silent!" It could not have been sharper if he had struck me. I was still. Shrewd looked me up and down carefully. When he spoke, it was with the force of all his majesty. I thought I felt even the pressure of the skill in his voice. "Be entirely certain of what I say to you, Fitzchivalry. Braundy is my friend as well as my duke. Neither he nor his daughter shall be offended or slighted by you. At this time you shall court no one, no one. I suggest you consider well all you are offered, when Braundy considers you favourably as a match for Celerity. He makes no matter of your birth, few others would do so. Celerity will have land and a title of her own, as will you from me, if you have the wisdom to bide your time and do well by the lady. You will come to find that it is the wise choice. I will tell you when you may begin courting her." I summoned the last of my courage. "My king, please, Enough, Chivalry! You have heard my word on this subject. There is no more to say." A short time later he dismissed me, and I went shaking from his rooms. I do not know if fury or heartbreak were the force behind my trembling. I thought again of how he had called me by my father's name. Perhaps I told myself spitefully it was because in his heart he knew I would do as my father had done. I would wed for love. Even, I thought savagely, if I had to wait until King Shrewd was in his grave for Verity to keep his word to me. I went back to my rooms. To have wept would have been a relief. I could not even find tears. Instead, I lay on my bed and stared at the hangings. I could not imagine telling Molly what had just transpired between my king and me. Telling myself that not to speak was also a deception, I resolved to find a way to tell her, but not right away. A time would come, I promised myself, a time when I could explain and she would understand. I would wait for it. Until then, I would not think about it. Nor, I resolved coldly, would I go to my king unless I was summoned. As spring drew closer,
Verity arranged his ships and men as carefully as tokens on a game board. The watchtowers on the coast were always manned, and their signal fires kept ever ready for a torch. Such signal fires were for the purpose of alerting local citizenry that red ships had been sighted. He took the remaining members of the skill coterie Galen had fashioned and distributed them in the towers and on the ships. Serene, my nemesis and heart of Galen's coterie, remained at Buckkeep. Privately, I wondered why Verity used her there, as a centre for the coterie, rather than having each member skill individually to him. With Galen's death and August's forced retirement from the coterie, Serene had taken on Galen's post, and seemed to consider herself the skillmaster. In some ways, she almost became him. It was not just that she stalked Buckkeep in austere silence and wore always a disapproving frown. She seemed to have acquired his testiness and foul humour as well. The serving folk now spoke of her with the same dread and distaste they had once reserved for Galen. I understood she had taken over Galen's personal quarters as well. I avoided her assiduously on the days I was at home. I would have been more relieved if Verity had placed her elsewhere. But it was not up to me to question my king-in-waiting's decisions. Justin, a tall, gangly young man with 2 years on me, was assigned as coterie member to the Rurisk. He had despised me since we had studied the skill together, and I had failed so spectacularly at it. He snubbed me at every opportunity. I bit my tongue and did my best not to encounter him. The close quarters of the ship made that difficult. It was not a comfortable situation. After great debate with himself and me, Verity placed Carrod aboard the Constance, Burl at the Neat Bay Tower, and sent Will far north, to the Red Tower up in Bairns that commanded such a wide view of the sea as well as the surrounding countryside. Once he had arranged their tokens on his maps, it made a reality of the pathetic thinness of our defences. It reminds me of the old folk tale, of the beggar who had but a hat to cover his nakedness, I told Verity. He smiled without humour. Would that I could move my ships as swiftly as he did his hat, he wished grimly. 2 of the ships Verity set to duty as roving patrol vessels. 2 he kept in reserve, 1 docked at Buckkeep, and that was the Rurisk, while the Stag anchored in South Cove. It was a pitifully small fleet to protect the Six Duchies' straggling coastline. A second set of ships was being constructed, but it was not expected they would be finished soon. The best of the seasoned wood had been used in the first 4 vessels, and his shipwrights cautioned him he would be wiser to wait than to attempt to use green wood. It chafed him, but he listened to them. Early spring saw us practicing drills. The coterie members, Verity privately told me, functioned almost as well as carrier pigeons at relaying simple messages. His situation with me was a more frustrating one. For his own reasons, he had chosen not to disclose to anyone his training of me in the skill. I believe he was enjoying the advantages of being able to go with me and observe and listen undetected to the everyday life of Buckkeep Town. I understood that the Rurisk's master had been given word that I was to be heeded if I requested a sudden change in course, or announced that we were required at a certain location immediately. I fear he saw this mostly as Verity's indulgence of his bastard nephew, but in this he followed his orders. Then, one early spring morning, we reported to our ship for yet another practice. We functioned well as a crew now in manoeuvring our ship. This exercise was to have us rendezvous with the Constance at an undisclosed location. It was a skill exercise that so far we had not succeeded at. We were resigned to a frustrating day, save for Justin, who was stonily intent on succeeding. Arms crossed on his chest, dressed all in dark blue, I believe he thought the blue robe made him appear more skilled, he stood on the dock and stared out into the thick fog that blanketed the ocean. I was forced to pass him as I put a keg of water aboard. To you, bastard, it's an opaque blanket, but to me, all is as clear as a mirror. How unfortunate for you, I said kindly, ignoring his use of the word bastard.
I had all but forgotten how much sting could be put into a word. "I'd rather see the fog than your face of a morning." Petty, but satisfying. I had the additional satisfaction of watching his robe bind about his legs as he boarded. I was sensibly dressed in snug leggings, an undershirt of soft cotton, and a leather jerkin over that. I had considered some sort of mail, but Burrick had shook his head over it.
"Better to die cleanly from a weapon's wound than to fall overboard and drown," he'd advised me.
Verity had quirked a smile at that. "Let's not burden him with too much overconfidence," he suggested wryly, and even Burrick had smiled, after a moment. So I had abandoned any thought of mail or armour. At any rate, today would be a rowing day, and what I wore was comfortable for that. No shoulder seams to strain against, no sleeves to catch on my forearms. I was inordinately proud of the chest and shoulders I was developing. Even Molly had expressed an astonished approval. I settled into my seat and rolled my shoulders, smiling as I thought of her. I'd had far too little time with her lately. Well, only time would cure that. Summer brought the raiders. As the long, fair days came on, I'd have even less time with her. Autumn could not come too soon for me. We settled in, a full complement of rowers and warriors. At some moment, as ropes were cast off and the steersman took his post and the oars began their steady beat, we became one animal. It was a phenomenon I had noted before. Perhaps I was more sensitized to it, nerves abraded clean by my skill-sharing with Verity. Perhaps it was that all the men and women on board shared a single purpose, and that for most of them it was vengeance. Whatever it was, it lent a unity to us that I had never sensed before in a group of folk. Perhaps I thought this was a shadow of what it was to belong to a coterie. I felt a pang of regret, of opportunities lost.
"You are my coterie."
Verity, like a whisper behind me. And somewhere from the distant hills, something less than a sigh.
"Are we not back?"
"I do have you," I thought back to them. Then I settled in and paid attention to what I was doing. Oars and backs dipped and rose in unison, and the Rurisk went nosing boldly out into the fog. Our sail hung limp. In a moment we were a world unto ourselves. Sounds of water, of the rhythmic unity of our breathing as we rowed. A few of the fighters spoke softly amongst themselves, their words and thoughts muffled by the mist. Up in the bow, Justin stood beside the master, staring out into the fog. His brow was lined, his eyes distant, and I knew he reached for Carrod aboard the Constance. Almost idly, I reached out too, to see if I could sense what he skilled. "Stop that," warned Verity, and I drew back, feeling as if he slapped my hand. "I'm not ready for anyone to have suspicions about you yet." There was a lot behind that warning, more than I could devote myself to just now. As if what I had begun to do were actually a very dangerous action. I wondered what he feared, but I concentrated on the steady rhythm of my rowing, and let my eyes stare into the infinite grey. Most of that morning passed in a mist. Several times, Justin asked the master to have the steersman change his course. It made little difference that I could see, save in the texture of the rowing. All of the inside of a fog bank looks much the same. The steady physical effort, the lack of anything to focus on, put me into a waking dream about nothing. The cries of the young watchman broke my trance. "Where? Treachery!" he cried out, his shrill voice deepening as blood engulfed it. "We're attacked!" I leapt up from my rowing bench, staring wildly all about. Fog. Only my oar dangling and skipping on the surface of the water, while my fellow oarsmen glared at me for breaking the rhythm. "You, Fetz, what ails you?" the master demanded. Justin stood at his side, clear-browed and self-righteous. My back cramped. Sorry." I stooped to my oar again. "Kelpie, relieve him. Stretch and move about a bit, boy. Then take your oar back," the mate directed in his thick accent. "Aye, sir." I acknowledged his order, and stood to let Kelpie have my bench and oar. It did feel good to pause. My shoulders cracked when I rolled them.
But I was ashamed, too, to take a rest when the others did not. I rubbed my eyes and gave my head a rattle, wondering what nightmare had seized me so firmly. What watchman? Where?
Antler Island. They came in under the fog's cover. No town there, but the signal tower. I think they intend to slaughter the watchers and then do their best to destroy the towers. A brilliant strategy. Antler Island is one of our first lines of defense. The outer tower watches the sea. The inner tower passes on the signals to both Buckkeep and Neat Bay. Verity's thoughts, almost calm with the same steadiness that seizes one as a weapon is brought to the ready. Then, after a moment, the single-minded slug is so intent on reaching Carrot he won't let me through. Fitz, go to the master. Tell him Antler Island. If you get into the channel, the current will practically fly you to the cove where the tower is. The raiders are there already, but they'll have to beat against the current to get out again. Go now, and you may catch them on the beach. Now! Easier to give orders than to obey them, I thought, and then hurried forward. Sir, I requested, and then stood an eternity waiting for the master to turn and speak to me, while the mate glared at me for going straight to the master rather than through him. Oarsman, the master said at last. Antler Island. If we make for it now and catch the current in the channel, we'll practically fly to the cove where the tower is. That's true. Do you read currents then, boy? It's a useful skill. I thought I was the only man on board with an idea of where we actually are. No, sir. I took a deep breath. Verity had ordered this. We should go there, sir, now. The now drew his brows together in a frown. What is this nonsense? Justin demanded angrily. Are you trying to make me look a fool? You'd sensed that we were getting close to each other, didn't you? Why do you want me to fail? So you won't feel so alone. I wanted to kill him. Instead, I drew myself straight and told the truth. A secret order from the king-in-waiting, sir. One I was to pass on to you at this time. I addressed only the master. He dismissed me with a nod, and I returned to my bench and took my oar back from Kelpie. The master stared dispassionately into the mist. Jark, have the steersman swing her about and catch the current. Take her a bit deeper into the channel. The mate nodded stiffly, and in an instant we had changed course. Our sail bellied slightly, and it was as Verity had said it would be. The current combined with our rowing sent us skating down the channel. Time passes oddly in a fog. All senses are distorted in it. I don't know how long I rowed, but soon Night Eyes whispered that there was a tinge of smoke in the air, and almost immediately we became aware of the cries of men in battle, carrying clear but ghostly through the fog. I saw Jark, the mate, exchange glances with the master. Put your backs into it, he snarled suddenly. We've got a red ship attacking our tower. Another moment and the stink of the smoke was distinguishable in the fog, as were the battle cries and screams of men. Sudden strength leapt in me, and about me I saw the same, the clenched jaws, the muscles that knotted and sprang as we rode, even a different tang to the sweat of those who laboured around me. If we had been one creature before, we were now part of the same enraged beast. I felt the leap of the heating anger igniting and spreading. It was a wit thing, a surging of hearts on the animal level that flooded us with hate. We drove the Rurisk forward, sending her skimming up finally into the shallows of the cove, and then we leapt out and ran her up the beach, just as we had practiced. The fog was a treacherous ally, concealing us from the attackers that we would in turn attack, but concealing from us also the lie of the land and a view of exactly what was happening. Weapons were seized, and we rushed toward the sounds of the fighting. Justin stayed with the Rurisk, standing and staring into the fog toward Buckkeep earnestly, as if that would help him skill the news to Serene. The red ship was drawn up on the sand, just as the Rurisk was. Not far from her were the two small boats that served as ferries to the mainland. Both had been stove in. There had been Six Duchies men down here on the beach when the red ships arrived. Some of them were still there. Carnage. We ran past crumpled bodies leaking blood into the sand. All of them seemed to be our own folk. Suddenly the Antler Island inner tower loomed grey above us. On top of it, Her signal fire burned a ghostly yellow in the fog. The tower was besieged. The raiders were dark, muscular men, wiry rather than massive. Most were heavily bearded, and their hair hung black and wild to their shoulders. They wore body armor of plaited leather and carried heavy blades and axes. Some wore helms of metal. Their bared arms were marked with coils of scarlet, but whether this was tattoo or paint I could not tell. They were confident, swaggering, laughing and talking like workmen completing a task. The guardians of the tower were cornered. The structure had been built as a basis for a signal light, not as a defensible rampart. It was a matter of time before all the cornered men were dead. The Out-Islanders did not look back toward us as we came pouring up the rocky incline. They believed they had nothing to fear from behind them. One tower gate hung on its hinges, a huddle of men inside barricaded behind a wall of bodies. As we advanced, they sent a thin hail of arrows out toward the encircled raiders. None of them hit. I gave a cry between a whoop and a howl. Terrible fear and vengeful joy merged into one sound. The emotions of those who ran beside me found vent in me and spurred me on. The attackers turned to see us as we closed with them. We caught the raiders between us. Our ship's crew outnumbered them, and at sight of us, the beleaguered defenders of the tower took heart and poured forth themselves. Scattered bodies about the tower gate attested to several efforts before this one. The young watchman still lay where I had seen him fall in my dream. Blood had spilled from his mouth and soaked into his embroidered shirt. A dagger thrown from behind had taken him. An odd detail to note as we rushed forward to join in the melee. There was no strategy, no formation, no plan of battle. Simply a group of men and women suddenly offered the opportunity for vengeance. It was more than enough. If I thought I had been one with the crew before, I was now engulfed in them. Emotions battered and thrust me forward. I will never know how much or which feelings were my own. They overwhelmed me, and fit chivalry was lost in them. I became the emotions of the crew. Axe raised, roaring, I led the way. I had no desire for the position I had seized. Instead, I was thrust forward by the crew's extreme desire for someone to follow. I suddenly wanted to kill as many raiders as I could, as fast as I could. I wanted my muscles to crack with each swing. I wanted to fling myself forward through a tide of dispossessed souls to tread on the bodies of fallen raiders. And I did. I had heard legends of berserks. I had thought them animalistic brutes, powered by bloodlust, insensitive to the damage they wrought. Perhaps instead they were oversensitized, unable to defend their own minds from the emotions that rushed in to drive them, unable to heed the pain signals of their own bodies. I do not know. I have heard tales of myself on that day, even a song. I do not recall that I frothed and roared as I fought, but neither do I recall that I did not. Somewhere within me were both Verity and Night Eyes, but they too were drowned in the passions of those around me. I know I killed the first raider that went down before our mad rush. I also know that I finished the last standing man in a battle we fought axe to axe. The song says it was the master of the red ship vessel. I suppose it could have been. His leather surcoat was well made and spattered with the blood of other men. I don't recall another thing about him, except how my axe crushed his helm deep into his skull, and how the blood gouted from beneath the metal as he sank to his knees. So the battle ended, and defenders rushed forth to embrace our crew, to shout the victory and pound one another's backs. The change was too much for me. I stood, leaning on my axe, and wondered where my strength had fled. The anger had abandoned me as suddenly as caris seed leaves an addict. I felt drained and disoriented, as if I had wakened from one dream into another. I could have dropped and slept amongst the bodies, so totally exhausted was I.
It was Nonge, one of the out-islanders in the crew, who brought me water and then walked me clear of the bodies so I could sit down to drink it. Then he waded back in among the carnage to join in the looting. When he came back to me a while later, he held out to me a bloodied medallion. It was hammered gold on a silver chain, a crescent moon. When I did not reach to take it from him, he looped it over the gory head of my axe.
"It was Harrick's,"
he said, finding the Six Duchies words slowly.
"You fought him well. He died well. He'd want you to have it. He was a good man, before the Corricks took his heart."
I did not even ask him which one had been Harrick. I did not want any of them to have names. After a time, I began to feel alive again. I helped to clear the bodies from the door of the tower and then from the battlefield. The raiders we burned, the Six Duchies men we laid out and covered for kin to claim. I remember odd things about that long afternoon. How a dead man's heels leave a snaking trail in the sand when you drag him. How the young watchman with the dagger in him wasn't quite dead when we went to gather him up. Not that he lasted long afterwards. He soon was just one more body to add to a row that was too long already. We left our warriors with what was left of the tower guard, to help fill up the watches until more men could be sent out. We admired the vessel we'd captured. Verity would be pleased, I thought to myself. Another ship, a very well-made one. I knew all these things, but felt nothing about any of them. We returned to the Rurisk, where a pale Justin awaited us. In a numbed silence, we launched the Rurisk and took our places at the oars and headed back to Buckkeep. We encountered other boats before we were halfway there. A hastily organized flotilla of fishing vessels laden with soldiers hailed us. The king-in-waiting had sent them, at Justin's urgently skilled behest. They seemed almost disappointed to find that the fighting was over, but our master assured them they would be welcomed at the tower. That, I think, was when I realized I could no longer sense Verity, and hadn't for some time. I groped after Night Eyes immediately, as another man might grope after his purse. He was there, but distant, exhausted and awed.
"Never have I smelled so much blood," he told me.
I agreed. I still stank of it. Verity had been busy. We were scarcely off the Rurisk before there was another crew aboard to take her back to Antler Island Tower. Watch soldiers and another crew of rowers set her heavy in the water. Verity's prize would be tied up at his home dock by this night. Another open boat followed them to bring our slain home. The master, the mate, and Justin departed on provided horses to report directly to Verity. I felt only relief that I hadn't been summoned also. Instead, I went with my crewmates. Faster than I would have thought possible, word of the battle and our prize spread through Buckkeep town. There was not a tavern that was not anxious to pour us full of ale and hear our exploits. It was almost like a second battle frenzy, for wherever we went, folk ignited around us with savage satisfaction in what we had done. I felt drunk on the surging emotions of those around me long before the ale overwhelmed me. Not that I held back from that. I told few tales of what we had done, but my drinking more than made up for it. I threw up twice, once in an alley and later in the street. I drank more to kill the taste of the vomit. Somewhere in the back of my mind, Night Eyes was frantic.
"Poison! That water is poisoned!"
I couldn't frame a thought to reassure him. Some time before morning, Burrick hauled me out of a tavern. He was stonily sober, and his eyes were anxious. In the street outside the tavern, he stopped by a dying torch in a street sconce.
"There's still blood on your face,"
he told me, and stood me up straight. He took out his handkerchief, dipped it in a rain barrel, and wiped my face as he had not since I was a child. I swayed under his touch. I looked into his eyes and forced my gaze to focus. "I've killed before," I said helplessly. Why is this so different? Why does it sicken me like this afterward?
Because it does, he said softly.
He put an arm around my shoulders, and I was surprised we were of a height. The walk back to Buckkeep was steep, very long, very quiet. He sent me to the baths and told me to go to bed afterwards. I should have stayed in my own bed, but I had not the sense. Luckily, the castle was abuzz, and one more drunk clambering up a staircase was not remarkable. Stupidly, I went to Molly's room. She let me in. But when I tried to touch her, she pulled away from me. "You're drunk," she told me, almost crying. "I told you. I promised myself to never kiss a drunk, or be kissed by one." "But I'm not drunk that way," I insisted. "There's only one way to be drunk," she told me, and turned me out of her rooms untouched. By noon the next day, I knew how much I had hurt her by not coming straight to her to find comfort. I could understand what she felt. But I also knew that what I had carried that night was nothing to take home to someone you loved. I wanted to explain that to her. But a boy came running up to me to tell me I was needed on the Rurisk and right now. I gave him a penny for his troubles and watched him dash off with it. Once I had been the boy earning the penny. I thought of Kerry. I tried to remember him as the boy with the penny in his hand, running at my side. But forever now he was the forged one, dead on a table. No one, I told myself, had been taken for forging yesterday. Then I headed down to the docks. On the way I stopped at the stable. I gave the crescent moon over into Burrick's hands. "Keep this safe for me," I asked him. "And there will be a bit more, my crew share from the raid. I want to have you hold it for me. What I make it doing this, it's for Molly. So if ever I don't come back, you be certain she gets it. She doesn't like being a servant." I hadn't spoken so plainly of her to Burrick in a long time. A line creased his brow, but he took the bloodied moon.
"What would your father say to me?"
he wondered aloud as I turned wearily away from him. "I don't know," I told him bluntly. "I never knew him. Only you."
"Fitzchivalry."
I turned back to him. Burrick met my eyes as he spoke.
"I don't know what he'd say to me, but I know I can say this for him to you. I'm proud of you. It's not the kind of work a man does that says he can be proud or not. It's how he does it. Be proud of yourself."
"I will try," I told him quietly. I went back to my ship. Our next encounter with a red ship was a less decisive victory. We met them on the sea, and they were not surprised, for they had seen us coming. Our master stood the course, and I think they were surprised when we began the engagement by ramming them. We sheared off a number of their oars, but missed the steering oar we had targeted. There was little damage to the ship itself. The red ships were as flexible as fish. Our grapples flew. We outnumbered them, and the master intended to use that advantage. Our warriors boarded them, and half our oarsmen lost their heads and jumped in too. It became a chaos that spread briefly to our own decks. It took every bit of will I could muster to withstand the vortex of emotions that engulfed us, but I stayed with my oar as I had been ordered. Nonge, at his oar, watched me strangely. I gripped my oar and ground my teeth until I could find myself. I muttered a curse when I discovered that I'd lost Verity again. I think our warriors let up a bit when they knew we had reduced their crew to where they could no longer manage their vessel. It was a mistake. One of the raiders set fire to their own sail, while a second one attempted to chop through their own planking. I guess they hoped the fire would spread and they could take us down with them. Certainly at the end, they fought with no care for the damage they took to their ship or their own bodies. Our fighters finally finished them, and we got the fire put out, but the prize we towed back to Buckkeep was smoking and damaged, and man for man, we had lost more lives than they had. Still, it was a victory, we told ourselves.
This time, when the others went out drinking, I had the sense to seek out Molly. And early the next morning, I found an hour or two for Night Eyes. We went hunting together. Good, clean hunting. And he tried to persuade me to run away with him. I made the mistake of telling him that he could leave if he wished, meaning only the best for him, and hurt his feelings. It took me another hour to convey to him what I had meant. I went back to my ship, wondering if my ties were worth the effort it took to keep them intact. Night Eyes assured me they were. That was the last clear victory for the Rurisk. It was far from the last battle of the summer. No, the clear, pleasant weather stretched impossibly long before us, and every fine day was a day when I might kill someone. I tried not to count them as days on which I might be killed. We had many skirmishes, and gave pursuit many times, and it did seem there were fewer raids attempted in the area we regularly patrolled. Somehow that only made it all the more frustrating. And there were successful raids for the red ships, times when we put into a town but an hour or so after they had left, and could do no more than help stack bodies or put out fires. Then Verity would roar and curse in my mind that he could not get messages more swiftly, that there were not enough ships and watches to be everywhere. I would rather have faced the fury of a battle than Verity's savage frustration racking through my brain. There was never any end in sight, save the respite that bad weather might bring us. We could not even put an accurate number to the red ships that plagued us, for they were painted identically and as like as peas in a pod, or drops of blood on the sand. While I was an oarsman on the Rurisk that summer, we had one other encounter with a red ship that is worth telling for the strangeness of it. On a clear summer night, we had been tumbled from our beds in the crew shed and sent racing toward our ship. Verity had sensed a red ship lurking off Buck Point. He wanted us to overtake it in the dark. Justin stood in our prow, skill linked to Serene in Verity's tower. Verity was a wordless mumble in my mind as he felt our way through the dark toward the ship he sensed. And something else. I could feel him groping out beyond the red ship, like a man feeling forward in the darkness. I sensed his uneasiness. We were allowed no talk, and our oars were muffled as we came closer. Night Eyes whispered to me that he had scent of them, and then we spotted them. Long and low and dark, the red ship was cutting through the water ahead of us. A sudden cry went up from their deck. They had seen us. Our master shouted to us to lay into our oars, but as we did, a sick wave of fear engulfed me. My heart began to hammer, my hands to tremble. The terror that swept through me was a child's nameless fear of things lurking in the dark, a helpless fear. I gripped my oar, but could find no strength to ply it.
Korikska,
I heard a man groan in a thick Out-Islander accent. I think it was Nonge. I became aware I was not the only one unmanned. There was no steady beat to our oars. Some sat on their sea chests, head bowed over their oars, while others rowed frantically but out of rhythm, the blades of the oars skipping and slapping against the water. We skittered on the surface like a crippled pond skater, while the red ship forged purposefully toward us. I lifted up my eyes and watched my death coming for me. The blood hammered so in my ears that I could not hear the cries of the panic-stricken men and women about me. I could not even take a breath. I lifted up my eyes to the heavens. Beyond the red ship, almost glowing on the black water, was a white ship. This was no raiding vessel. This was a ship easily 3 times the size of the red ship. Her 2 sails reefed, riding at anchor on the quiet water. Ghosts strode her deck, or forged ones. I felt no hint of life from them, and yet they moved purposefully, readying a small boat to be lowered over the side. A man stood on the afterdeck. The moment I saw him, I could not look away. He was cloaked in grey,
Yet I saw him limned against the dark sky as clearly as if a lantern illuminated him. I swear I could see his eyes, the jut of his nose, the dark, curly beard that framed his mouth. He laughed at me.
"Here's one come to us,"
he called out to someone and lifted a hand. He pointed it at me and laughed aloud again, and I felt my heart squeeze in my chest. He looked at me with a terrible singleness, as if I alone of our crew were his prey. I looked back at him, and I saw him, but I could not sense him. "There! There!" I shrieked the word aloud, or perhaps the skill I could never control sent it bounding off the insides of my skull. There was no response. No Verity, no Night Eyes, no one, nothing. I was alone. All the world had gone silent and still. Around me my crew fellows rattled with terror and cried out aloud, but I felt nothing. They were no longer there. No one was there. No gull, no fish in the sea, no life anywhere as far as any of my inner senses would reach. The cloaked figure on the ship leaned far out on the rail, the accusing finger pointing at me. He was laughing. I was alone. It was a loneliness too great to be endured. It wrapped me, coiled about me, blanketed me, and began to smother me. I repelled at it. In a reflex I did not know I had, I used the wit to push away from it as hard as I could. Physically, I was the one that flew backwards, landing in the bilge upon the thwarts, tangled in the feet of the other oarsmen. I saw the figure on the ship stumble, sag, and then fall over the side. The splash was not large, but there was only one. If he rose to the surface at all, I did not see it. Nor was there time to look for him. The red ship hit us amidships, shattering oars and sending oarsmen flying. The out-islanders were shouting with their confidence, mocking us with their laughter as they leapt from their ship to ours. I scrabbled to my feet and lunged to my bench, reaching for my axe. Around me, the others were making the same sort of recovery. We were not battle-ready, but neither were we paralyzed by fear anymore. Steel met our borders, and battle was joined. There is no place so dark as the open water at night. Fellow and foe were indistinguishable in the dark. A man leapt onto me. I caught at the leather of his foreign harness, bore him down, and strangled him. After the numbness that had briefly clenched me, there was a savage relief in his terror beating against me. I think it happened quickly. When I straightened up, the other boat was pulling away from us. She had only about half her oarsmen, and there was still fighting on our decks, but she was leaving her men. Our master was shouting at us to finish them and be after the red ship. It was a useless command. By the time we had killed them and thrown them off our decks, the other ship was lost in the darkness. Justin was down, throttled and battered, alive, but incapable of skilling to Verity just then. In any case, one bank of our oars was a splintered mess. Our master cursed us all soundly, as the oars were redistributed and shipped, but it was too late. He shouted us down to stillness, but we could hear nothing and see nothing. I stood on my sea chest and turned slowly in a complete circle. Empty, black water. Of the oared vessel, no sign. But even more strange to me was what I spoke aloud. The white ship was at anchor, but she's gone too. Around me, heads turned to stare at me. White ship? Are you all right, Fitz? A red ship, boy. It was a red ship we fought.
Speak not of a white ship. To see a white ship is to see your own death. Bad luck.
This last was hissed to me by Nonge. I opened my mouth to object that I had seen an actual ship, not some vision of disaster. He shook his head at me, and then turned away to stare out over the empty water. I closed my mouth and sat down slowly. No one else had seen it. Nor did any of the others speak of the terrible fear that had gripped us and changed our battle plans to panic. When we got back to town that night, the way it was told in the taverns was that we had come upon the ship, engaged battle, only to have the red ship flee us. No evidence remained of that encounter but some shattered oars, some injuries, and some Out-Islander blood on our decks. When I privately conferred with both Verity and Night Eyes, neither had seen anything. Verity told me that I had excluded him as soon as we sighted the other vessel. Night Eyes was miffed to admit that I had completely closed myself to him as well. Nonge would say nothing to me of white ships. He was not much for conversation on any topic. Later, I found mention of the white ship in a scroll of old legends. There it was an accursed ship, where the souls of drowned sailors unworthy of the sea would work forever for a merciless master. I was forced to set aside all mention of it, or be thought mad. The rest of the summer the red ships evaded the Rurisk. We would catch sight of them and give chase, but never managed to run one down. Once it was our good fortune to chase one that had just raided. She threw her captives overboard to lighten herself and fled us. Of 12 folk they threw in, we rescued 9, and returned them unforged to their village. The 3 who drowned before we reached them were mourned, but all agreed it was a better fate than forging. The other ships had much the same luck. The Constance came upon raiders in the midst of attacking a village. They didn't manage a quick victory, but had the foresight to damage the beached red ship so that the raiders could not make a clean escape. It took days to hunt them all down, for they scattered into the woodlands when they saw what had been done to their ship. The other vessels had similar experiences. We gave chase, we drove off raiders. The other ships even had some few successes at sinking raiding vessels, but we captured no more intact ships that summer. So the forgings were reduced, and each time we sent a ship down, we told ourselves it was one less. But it never seemed to make a difference in how many remained. In one sense, we brought hope to the folk of Six Duchies. In another way, we gave them despair. For despite all we did, we could not drive the threat of raiders from our shore. For me, that long summer was a time of terrible isolation and incredible closeness. Verity was often with me, yet I found I could never seem to sustain the contact once any sort of fighting had begun. Verity himself was aware of the maelstrom of emotions that threatened to overwhelm me each time our crew engaged. He ventured the theory that in attempting to defend against the thoughts and feelings of others, I set up my boundaries so firmly that not even he could breach them. He also suggested that this might mean I was strong in the skill, stronger than he was even, but so sensitized that to let down my barriers during a battle drowned me in the consciousness of everyone around me. It was an interesting theory, but one that offered no practical solutions to the problem. Still, in the days when I carried Verity about, I developed a feel for him that I had for no other man, save perhaps Brink. With chilling familiarity, I knew how the skill hunger gnawed at him. When I was a boy, Kerry and I had one day climbed a tall cliff over the ocean. When we reached the top and looked out over it, he confessed to me an almost overwhelming impulse to fling himself off. I think this was akin to what Verity felt. The pleasure of the skill enticed him, and he longed to fling all of himself, every ounce of his being, out into its web. His close contact with me only fed it. And yet we did too much good for the Six Duchies for him to give it up, even though the skill was eating him hollow. Perforce I shared with him many of his hours at his lonely tower window, the hard chair where he sat, the weariness that destroyed his appetite for food, even the deep bone aches of inactivity. I witnessed how he wasted away. I do not know that it is good to know someone so well. Night Eyes was jealous, and said so plainly. At least with him it was an open anger about being slighted as he saw it. It was a more difficult thing with Molly. She could see no real reason why I had to be away so much. Why did I, of all people, have to crew on one of the warships?
The reason I was able to give her, that Verity wished me to, satisfied her not at all. Our brief times together began to have a predictable pattern. We would come together in a storm of passion, find peace in each other briefly, and then begin to wrangle about things. She was lonely. She hated being a servant. The little bit of money she could set aside for herself grew terribly slowly. She missed me. Why did I have to be gone so much when I was the only thing that made her life bearable? I approached her once with the offer of what money I had earned aboard the ship, but she stiffened as if I had called her a whore. She would take nothing of mine until we were joined in marriage before all, and I could offer her no real hope as to when that might happen. I still had never found the moment in which to reveal Shrewd's plans for celerity in me. We were apart so much, we lost the threads of one another's day-to-day lives, and when we did come together, we always re-chewed the bitter rinds of the same arguments. One night when I came to her, I found her with her hair bound back all in red ribbons and graceful silver earrings shaped like willow leaves dangling against her bare neck. Clad in her simple white nightgown, the sight of her took my breath away. Later, during a quieter moment when we had breath for speaking, I complimented her on the earrings. Artlessly, she told me that when Prince Regal had last come to buy candles of her, he had gifted her with them, for he said he was so pleased with what she created that he scarcely felt he paid her what such finely scented candles were worth. She smiled proudly as she told me this, her fingers toying with my warrior's cue, while her own hair and ribbons tangled wildly upon the pillows. I do not know what she saw in my face, but it widened her eyes, and she drew back from me. "You will take gifts from Regal?" I asked her coldly. "You will not accept from me coin that I had honestly earned, but you take jewellery from that—" I teetered on the edge of treason, but could find no word to express what I thought of him. Molly's eyes narrowed, and it was my turn to draw back. "What should I have said to him? 'No, sir, I cannot accept your largesse until you marry me'? There is not between Regal and me what there is between us. This was a perquisite from a customer, such as is often given to a skilled craftsman. Why did you think he gave them to me in exchange for my favours?" We stared at one another, and after a time I managed to speak what she was almost willing to accept as an apology. But then I made the mistake of suggesting that perhaps he had given them to her solely because he knew it would vex me. And then she wanted to know how Regal might know what was between us, and did I think her work so poor that largesse such as the earrings was not due her? Suffice to say that we mended our quarrels as well as we could, in the short time we had left together. But a mended pot is never as sound as a whole one, and I returned to the ship as lonely as if I had had no time at all with her. In the times when I leaned on my oar and kept perfect rhythm and tried to think of nothing at all, I often found myself missing Patience and Lacey, Shade, Kettrican, or even Burrick. The few times I was able to call on our Queen-in-Waiting that summer, I always found her on her tower-top garden. It was a beautiful place, but despite her efforts it was nothing like the other Buckkeep gardens had ever been. There was too much of the mountains in her for her to ever convert entirely to our ways. There was a honed simplicity to how she arranged and trained the plants. Simple stones had been added, and bare driftwood branches, twisted and smoothed by the sea, rested against them in stark beauty. I could have meditated calmly there, but it was not a place to loll in the warm wind of summer, and I suspected that was how Verity had recalled it. She kept herself busy there, and enjoyed it, but it did not bond her to Verity as she had once believed it would. She was as beautiful as ever, but always her blue eyes were clouded grey with preoccupation and worry. Her brow was furrowed so often that when she did relax her face, one saw the pale lines of the skin the sun had never reached. In the times I spent with her there, she often dismissed most of her ladies, and then quizzed me about the Rurisk's activities as thoroughly as if she were Verity himself.
When I had finished reporting to her, often she folded her lips into a firm line and went to stare out over the top of the tower wall and beyond to the sea touching the edge of the sky. Towards the end of summer, as she was staring so one afternoon, I ventured close to her to ask to be excused from her presence to return to my ship. She scarcely seemed to hear what I had asked. Instead, she said softly, "There has to be a final solution. No one can go on like this. There must be a way to make an end of this." "Autumn storms come soon, my Lady Queen. Already frost has touched some of your vines. Storms are never far behind the first chilling, and with them comes peace for us." "Peace? Ha!" She snorted in disbelief. "Is it peace to lie awake and wonder who will die next? Where will they attack next year? That is not peace. That is a torture. There must be a way to put an end to the red ships, and I intend to find it." Her words sounded almost like a threat. Chapter 17. Interludes. Of stone were their bones made, of the sparkling veined stone of the mountains. Their flesh was made of the shining salts of the earth, but their hearts were made of the hearts of wise men. They came from afar, those men, a long and trying way. They did not hesitate to lay down the lives that had become a weariness to them. They ended their days and began eternities. They put aside flesh and donned stone. They let fall their weapons and rose on new wings, elderlings. When the king finally summoned me, I went to him. True to my promise to myself, I had not voluntarily gone to his chambers since that afternoon. Bitterness still ate at me over his arrangements with Duke Braundy concerning celerity and me. But a summons from one's king was not a thing to be ignored, regardless of what anger churned inside me still. King Shrewd sent for me on an autumn morning. It had been at least 2 months since I had last stood before him. I had ignored the wounded looks the fool flung at me when I encountered him, and turned aside Verity's occasional query as to why I had not sought out Shrewd's chamber. It was easy enough. Wallace still guarded his door like a serpent on the hearth, and the king's poor health was no secret from anyone. No one was admitted to his rooms before noon anymore. So I told myself this morning summons betokened something important. I had thought the morning would belong to me. An unseasonably early and vicious autumn storm had pounded us for 2 days. The driving wind was merciless, while drenching rain promised that anyone in an open boat would be fully occupied with bailing. I had spent the evening before in the tavern with the rest of the Rurisk's crew, toasting the storm and wishing the red ships the full kiss of it. I had come back to the keep to tumble suddenly into my bed, certain that I could sleep as long as I wished the next morning. But a determined page had battered my door until sleep forsook me, and then delivered to me the king's formal summons. I washed, shaved, smoothed my hair back into a tail and donned clean clothes. I steeled myself to betray nothing of my smouldering resentment. When I was confident I was master of myself, I left my chamber. I presented myself at the king's door. I fully expected Wallace to sneer and turn me aside, but this morning he opened the door promptly to my knock. His glance was still disapproving, but he immediately ushered me into the king's presence. Shrewd sat before his hearth in a cushioned chair. Despite myself, my heart sank at how wasted he had become. His skin was papery and translucent as parchment, his fingers gone to bone. His face sagged, skin drooping where flesh had once held it firm. His dark eyes were sunken into his face. He clasped his hands in his lap in a gesture I knew well. Thus did I hold my hands to conceal the trembling that occasionally overtook me still. A small table at his elbow supported a censer, and smoke rose from it. The fumes already made a bluish haze about the rafters. The fool sprawled disconsolately at his feet. "Fitzchivalry is here, Your Majesty," Wallace announced me. The king started as if poked, then shifted his gaze to me. I moved to stand before him.
"Fit chivalry,"
The king acknowledged me. There was no force behind the words, no presence at all. My bitterness was still strong in me, but it could not drown the pain I felt to see him so. He was still my king. "My king, I have come as you ordered," I said formally. I tried to cling to my coldness. He looked at me wearily. He turned his head aside, coughed once into his shoulder.
"So I see. Good."
He stared at me for a moment. He took a deep breath that whispered into his lungs.
"A messenger arrived from Duke Braundy of Bairns last night. He brought the harvest reports and such, mostly news for Regal. But Braundy's daughter Celerity also sent this scroll for you."
He held it out to me, a small scroll bound with a yellow ribbon and sealed with a blob of green wax. Reluctantly, I stepped forward to take it.
"Braundy's messenger will be returning to Bairns this afternoon. I am sure that by that time you will have created an appropriate reply."
His tone did not make this a request. He coughed again. The roil of conflicting emotions I felt for him soured in my stomach. "If I may," I requested, and when the king did not object, I broke the seal on the scroll and untied the ribbon. I unwound it to discover a second scroll coiled inside it. I glanced over the first one. Celerity wrote with a clear, firm hand. I unrolled the second one and considered it briefly. I looked up to find Shrewd's eyes on me. I met them without emotion. She writes to wish me well, and to send me a copy of a scroll she found in the Ripplekeep libraries, or properly a copy of what was still legible. From the wrapping, she believed it pertained to elderlings. She had noted my interest in them during my visit to Ripplekeep. It looks to me as if the writing was actually philosophy, or perhaps poetry. I offered the scrolls back to Shrewd. After a moment he took them. He unfurled the first one and held it out at arm's length. He furrowed his brow, glared at it briefly, then set it down in his lap.
"My eyes are befogged sometimes of a morning," he said.
He re-rolled the two scrolls together carefully, as if it were a difficult task.
"You will write her a proper note of thanks."
"Yes, my king." My voice was carefully formal. I received once more the scrolls he proffered me. When I had stood before him for some moments longer while he stared through me, I ventured, "Am I dismissed, my king?"
"No,"
he coughed again, more heavily. He took another long, sighing breath.
"You are not dismissed. Had I dismissed you, it would have been years ago. I would have let you grow up in some backwater village, or seen that you did not grow up at all. No, Fitzchivalry, I have not dismissed you."
Something of his old presence came back into his voice.
"Some years ago, I struck a bargain with you. You have kept your end of it, and kept it well. I know how I am served by you, even when you do not see fit to report to me personally. I know how you serve me, even when you are brimming with anger at me. I could ask little more than what you have given me."
He coughed again, suddenly, a dry, racking cough. When he could speak, it was not to me.
"Fool, a goblet of the warmed wine, please, and ask Wallace for the spicing herbs to season it."
The fool rose immediately, but I saw no willingness on his face. Instead, as he passed behind the king's chair, he gave me a look that should have drawn blood. King Shrewd made a small gesture at me to wait. He rubbed his eyes and then stilled his hands once more in his lap.
"I but seek to keep my end of the bargain," he resumed. "I promised to see to your needs. I would do more than that. I would see you wed to a lady of quality. I would see you— thank you."
The fool was back with the wine. I marked how he filled the goblet but halfway, and how the king picked it up with both hands. I caught a waft of unfamiliar herbs mingled with the rising scent of the wine. The rim of the goblet chattered twice against Shrewd's teeth before he stilled it with his mouth. He took a long, deep draught of it. He swallowed, then sat still a moment longer, eyes closed as if listening.
When he opened his eyes to look up at me once more, he seemed briefly puzzled. After a moment, he recollected himself.
"I would see you with a title, and land to steward."
He lifted the goblet and drank again. He sat holding it, warming his thin hands around it while he considered me.
"I should like to remind you, it is no small thing that Braundy deems you a fit match for his daughter. He does not hesitate over your birth. Celerity will come to you with a title and estates of her own. Your match gives me the opportunity to see that you have the same. I wish only the best for you. Is this so hard to understand?"
The question left me free to speak. I took a breath and tried to reach him. "My king, I know you wish me well. I am well aware of the honour that Duke Braundy does me. The Lady Celerity is as fair a woman as any man could wish, but the lady is not of my choosing."
His look darkened. "Now there you sound like Verity," he said crossly, "or your father. I think they sucked stubbornness from their mothers' breasts."
He lifted the goblet and drained it off. He leaned back in his chair and shook his head.
"Fool, more wine, please." "I have heard the rumours," he resumed heavily after the fool had taken his cup. "Regal brings them to me and whispers them like a kitchen maid, as if they were important. Chickens clucking, dogs barking, just as important."
I watched the fool obediently refill the goblet, his reluctance plain in every muscle of his slender body. Wallace appeared as if summoned by magic. He heaped more smoke onto the censer, blew on a tiny coal with carefully pursed lips until the heap smouldered and then drifted away. Shrewd leaned carefully so that the fumes curled past his face. He breathed in, gave a tiny cough, then drew in more of the smoke. He leaned back in his chair, a silent fool still holding his wine.
"Regal claims you are enamoured of a chambermaid, that you pursue her relentlessly. Well, all men are young once, as are all maids."
He accepted his goblet and drank again. I stood before him, biting the inside of my cheek, willing my eyes to stoniness. My traitorous hands began the shaking that physical exertion no longer wrung from them. I longed to cross my arms on my chest to still them, but I kept my hands at my side. I concentrated on not crushing the small scroll I gripped. King Shrewd lowered the goblet. He set it on the table at his elbow and sighed heavily. He let his lax hands uncurl quietly in his lap as he leaned his head back against the cushions of his chair.
"Fit chivalry," he said.
I stood numbly before him and waited. I watched as his eyelids drooped, then closed, then opened again a crack. His head wavered slightly as he spoke.
"You have Constance's angry mouth," he said.
His eyes drooped again.
"I would like to do well by you,"
he muttered. After a moment, a snore buzzed from his slack mouth. And still I stood before him and gazed at him. My king. When finally I dropped my eyes from him, I saw the only thing that could have wrenched me into greater turmoil. The fool huddled disconsolately at Shrewd's feet, his knees drawn up to his chest. He stared at me furiously, his mouth a flat line. Clear tears brimmed in his colourless eyes. I fled. Within my chamber, I paced a bit before my hearth. The feelings inside me seared me. I forced myself to calmness, sat down, and took out pen and paper. I penned a brief, correct note of thanks to Duke Braundy's daughter, carefully rolled it up and sealed it with wax. I stood up, tugged my shirt straight, smoothed my hair back, and then threw the scroll onto my hearth fire. Then I sat down again with my writing tools. I wrote a letter to Celerity, the shy girl who had flirted with me at table and stood with me on the cliffs in the wind and waited for a challenge that never came. I thanked her for the scroll. And then I wrote to her of my summer, of pulling an oar on the Rurisk day after day, of my clumsiness with a sword that made the axe my weapon. I wrote of our first battle in ruthless detail and of how sickened I had been afterwards.
I told her of sitting frozen with terror at my oar while a red ship attacked us. I neglected to mention the white ship I had seen. I finished by confiding that I was still troubled by tremors occasionally as the aftermath of my long illness in the mountains. I read it over carefully. Satisfied that I had presented myself as a common oarsman, an oaf, a coward, and an invalid, I rolled the letter into a scroll and tied it with the same yellow ribbon she had used. I did not seal it. I did not care who read it. Secretly, I hoped that Duke Braundy might peruse this letter to his daughter, and then forbid her to ever mention my name again. When I knocked again at King Shrewd's door, Wallace answered it with his usual grim displeasure. He took the scroll from me as if it were dirtied with something and shut the door firmly in my face. As I went back up to my room, I thought of what 3 poisons I would use on him were I given the opportunity. It was less complicated than thinking of my king. Back in my room, I flung myself down on my bed. I wished it were night and safe to go to Molly. Then I thought of my secrets, and even that pleasant anticipation vanished. I bounced up from my bed to fling open the window shutters wide to the storm. But even the weather cheated me. Blue had cracked the overcast wide to admit a watery sunlight. A bank of black clouds boiling and mountaining over the sea promised that this respite would not last long. But for now, the wind and the rain had ceased. There was even a hint of warmth in the air. Night Eyes came to my mind immediately.
It's too wet to hunt. Water clings to every blade of grass. Besides, it's full daylight. Only men are stupid enough to hunt in full daylight.
Lazy hound, I rebuked him. I knew he was curled nose to tail in his den. I sensed the warm satiation of his full belly.
Perhaps tonight,
he suggested, and drifted back to sleep. I pulled back from him, then snatched up my cloak. My feelings were not conducive to a day within walls. I left the keep and headed down toward Buckkeep town. Anger at Shrewd's decision for me warred with dismay at how he had weakened. I walked briskly, trying to escape the king's trembling hands, his drugged sleep. Damn Wallace! He had stolen my king from me. My king had stolen my life from me. I refused to think any more. Dripping water and yellow-edged leaves fell from the trees as I passed. Birds sang clearly and joyously at the unexpected respite from the downpour. The sun grew stronger, making everything sparkle with the wet and steaming rich scents up from the earth. Despite my turmoil, the beauty of the day touched me. The recent downpours had washed Buckkeep town clean. I found myself in the market, in the midst of an eager crowd. Everywhere, folk hurried to make purchases and rush them home before the storm could drench us again. The amiable busyness and friendly clatter was at odds with my sour mood, and I glared about the market until a bright scarlet cloak and hood caught my eye. My heart turned over inside me. Molly might wear servant blue about the keep, but when she came to market, she still wore her old cloak of red. No doubt Patience had sent her out on errands during this respite from the rain. I watched her unnoticed as she haggled stubbornly over packets of spiced tea from Chalced. I loved the jut of her chin as she shook her head at the merchant. A sudden inspiration lifted my heart. I had coin in my pockets, my oarsman's pay. With it, I bought 4 sweet apples, 2 currant buns, a bottle of wine, and some peppermeat. I bought too a string bag to carry it in, and a thick wool blanket, red. It took every bit of every skill Shade had ever taught me to make my purchases and still keep sight of Molly without being seen. Even more taxing was to follow her unobtrusively as she went to the milliner's to buy silk ribbon and then to trail behind her as she started up toward Buckkeep. At a certain bend in the path, overshadowed by trees, I caught up to her. She gasped as I light-footed up behind her to lift and swing her suddenly in my arms. I landed her on her feet and kissed her soundly. Why it felt so different to kiss her out of doors and under the bright sun, I cannot say. I only know all my troubles suddenly fell from me. I made a sweeping bow to her. Will my lady join me for a brief repast? Oh, we cannot, she replied, but her eyes sparkled. "We'll be seen." I made a great show of glancing about us, then seized her arm and pulled her from the road. Beneath the trees there was not much underbrush. I hurried her through the dripping trees, over a fallen log, and past a patch of buckbrush that clutched wetly at our legs. When we came to the cliff's edge, above the boom and susurrus of the ocean, we scrambled like children down the rock chimneys to get to a small, sandy beach. Driftwood was piled haphazardly in this nook in the bay. An overhang of the cliffs had kept a small patch of sand and shale almost dry, but did not block the reaching sunbeams. The sun shone now with surprising warmth. Molly took the food and blanket from me and commanded that I assemble firewood. She was the one who finally got the damp wood to burn, however. The salt made it burn with greens and blues, and it gave enough heat that we both set aside our cloaks and hoods. It was so good to sit with her and look at her out under the open sky, with the bright sun bringing out glints in her hair and the wind rosying her cheeks. It was so good to laugh aloud, to mingle our voices with the cries of the gulls without fear of awakening anyone. We drank the wine from the bottle and ate with our fingers, and then walked down to the wave's edge to wash the stickiness from our hands. For a brief time we scrambled about on the rocks and driftwood, looking for treasures tossed up by the storm. I felt more like myself than I had since I had returned from the mountains, and Molly looked very much the wild hoyden of my childhood. Her hair came unbraided and blew about her face. She slipped when I chased her and stumbled into a tide pool. We went back to the blanket, where she took off her shoes and hose to let them dry by the fire. She leaned back on the blanket and stretched. Taking things off suddenly seemed a very good idea. Molly was not as sure of that as I. "There's fully as much stone as sand under this blanket. I've no wish to go back with bruises up my back." I leaned over her to kiss her. "Am not I worth it?" I asked persuasively. "You? Of course not." She gave me a sudden push that sent me sprawling on my back. Then she flung herself boldly upon me. "But I am." The wild sparkle in her eyes as she looked down on me took my breath away. After she had claimed me ruthlessly, I discovered she had been right, both about the rocks and her being well worth the bruises. I had never seen anything so spectacular as the blue sky glimpsed through the cascade of her hair over my face. Afterwards she lay more than half on top of me, and we dozed in the chill, sweet air. Eventually, she sat up, shivering, to pull her clothing back around herself. Reluctantly, I watched her lace up her blouse again. Darkness and candlelight had always hidden too much from me. She looked down at my bemused look, stuck her tongue out at me, then paused. My hair had come loose from its tail. She pulled it forward to frame my face, then set a fold of her red cloak across my forehead. She shook her head. "You would have been a singularly homely girl." I snorted. "I am not so much better as a man, either." She looked offended. "You are not ill-favoured?" She traced a finger down the musculature of my chest speculatively. "The other day, in the washer courts, some were saying you were the best thing to come out of the stables since Brink. I think it is your hair. It is not near as coarse as most bunkmen." She twined strands of it through her fingers. "Brink," I said with a snort. "You cannot tell me he is favoured among the women." She quirked a brow at me. "And why not? He is a very well-made man, and clean and mannered besides. He has good teeth and such eyes. His dark humours are daunting, but not a few would like to try their hands at lightening those. The washing maids agreed that day that, were he to turn up in their sheets, they would not hurry to shake him out." "But that is not likely to happen," I pointed out. "No," she agreed pensively. And that was another thing they agreed on. Only one claimed to have ever had him, and she admitted he was very drunk at the time, at a Springfest, I believe she said. Molly glanced at me, then laughed aloud at the incredulous look on my face. "She said," Molly went on teasingly, "he has used his time well amongst the stallions to learn their ways. I carried the marks of his teeth on my shoulders for a week." That cannot be, I declared. My ears burned for Brink's sake. He would not mistreat a woman, no matter how drunk he was. Silly boy, Molly shook her head over me as her nimble fingers set to braiding her hair up again. No one said she was mistreated. She glanced at me coyly, or displeased. I still do not believe it, I declared. Brink? And the woman had liked it? Has he really a small scar, here, shaped like a crescent moon? She put her hand high on my hip and looked at me from under her lashes. I opened my mouth, shut it again. I cannot believe that women chatter of such things, I said at last. In the washer courts they talk of little else, Molly divulged calmly. I bit my tongue until curiosity overwhelmed me. What do they say of hands? When we had worked in the stables together, his tales of women had always astonished me. That he has pretty eyes and lashes, but that all the rest of him needs to be washed several times. I laughed joyously and saved the words for when next he bragged to me. And Regal? I encouraged her. Regal? She smiled dreamily at me, then laughed at the scowl on my face. We do not speak of the princes, my dear. Some propriety is kept. I pulled her back down beside me and kissed her. She fit her body to mine, and we lay still under the arching blue sky. Peace that had eluded me for so long now filled me. I knew that nothing could ever part us, not the plans of kings nor the vagaries of fate. It seemed finally to be the right time to tell her of my problems with shrewd ancillarity. She rested warm against me and listened silently as I spilled out to her the foolishness of the king's plan and my bitterness at the awkward position it brought me. It did not occur to me that I was an idiot until I felt a warm tear spill and then slide down the side of my neck. Molly? I asked in surprise as I sat up to look at her. What's wrong? What's wrong? Her voice went high on the words. She took a shuddering breath. You lie beside me and tell me you were promised to another, and then you ask me what's wrong. The only one I am promised to is you, I said firmly. It's not that simple, Fitzchivalry. Her eyes were very wide and serious. What will you do when the king tells you that you must court her? Stop bathing? I asked. I had hoped she would laugh. Instead, she pulled away from me. She looked at me with a world of sorrow in her eyes. We haven't got a chance. Not a hope. As if to prove her words, the sky darkened suddenly above us and the squall winds rose. Molly leapt to her feet, snatching up her cloak and shaking sand from it. I'm going to get soaked. I should have been back to Buckkeep hours ago. She spoke flatly, as if those two things were the only concerns that she had. Molly, they would have to kill me to keep me from you, I said angrily. She gathered up her market purchases. Fitz, you sound like a child, she said quietly. A foolish, stubborn child. With a pattering like flung pebbles, the first raindrops began to hit. They made dimples in the sand and swept across the sea in sheets. Her words had left me speechless. I could not think of a worse thing for her to have said to me. I gathered up the red blanket, shook sand from it. She pulled her cloak tight against the wind that whipped at it. Best we don't go back together, she observed. She came close to me, stood on tiptoe to kiss the angle of my jaw. I could not decide who I was angriest at, King Shrewd for creating this mess or Molly for believing in it. I did not turn to her kiss. She said nothing of that, but only hurried away, to scrabble lightly up the rock chimney and vanish from sight. All joy had gone out of my afternoon. What had been as perfect as a gleaming seashell was now crushed bits under my feet. I walked disconsolately home through gusting winds and pelting rain. I had not rebound my hair, and it whipped in lank strands across my face. The wet blankets stank, as only wool can, and bled red dye onto my hands. I went up to my room and dried off, then amused myself by carefully preparing the perfect poison for Wallace, one that would rack his bowels before he died. When the powder was mixed fine and put in a twist of paper, I set it down and looked at it. For a while, I considered taking it myself. Instead, I took up needle and thread to devise a pocket inside my cuff where I could carry it. I wondered if I would ever use it. The wondering made me feel more a coward than ever. I did not go down to dinner. I did not go up to Molly. I opened my shutters and let the storm spill rain across my floor. I let the hearth fire go out and refused to light any candles. It seemed a time for gestures like those. When Shade opened his passage to me, I ignored it. I sat on the foot of my bed, staring out into the rain. After a time, I heard hesitant footsteps come down the stairs. Shade appeared in my darkened room like a wraith. He glared at me, then crossed to the shutters and slammed them shut. As he hooked them, he asked me angrily, "Have you any idea of the kind of draught that creates in my rooms?" When I didn't reply, he lifted his head and snuffed, for all the world like a wolf. "Have you been working with Baneleaf in here?" he asked suddenly. He came to stand before me. "Fitz, you've not done anything stupid, have you?" "Stupid? Me?" I choked on a laugh. Shade stooped to peer into my face. "Come up to my chamber," he said in an almost kindly voice. He took my arm and I went with him. The cheery room, the crackling fire, the autumn fruit ripe in a bowl, all of it clashed so badly with what I felt that I wanted to smash things. Instead, I asked Shade, "Does anything feel worse than being angry with people you love?" After a bit he spoke. "Watching someone you love die, and being angry but not knowing where to direct it, I think that's worse." I flung myself onto a side chair, kicked my feet out in front of me. Shrewd has taken up Regal's habits. Smoke, mirthweed. Elle only knows what else in his wine. This morning, without his drugs, he began to shake. And then he drank them mixed with his wine, took a chestful of smoke and went to sleep in my face. After telling me again that I must court and marry Celerity for my own good. The words spilled from me. I had no doubt that Shade already knew of everything I told him. I pinned Shade with my eyes. "I love Molly," I told him bluntly. "I have told Shrewd that I love another, yet he insists that I will be paired with Celerity. He asks how I cannot understand he means the best for me. How can he not understand that I wish to wed whom I love?" Shade looked considering. "Have you discussed this with Verity?" What good would that do? He could not even save himself from being wed off to a woman he did not desire. I felt disloyal to Ketchikan as I said this, but I knew it was true. "Would you care for wine?" Shade asked me mildly. "It might calm you." "No." He raised his eyebrows at me. "No, thank you. After watching Shrewd calm himself with wine this morning." I let my complaint trail away. Was that man never young? "Once he was very young." Shade permitted himself a small smile. "Perhaps he remembers that Constance was a woman chosen for him by his parents. He did not court her willingly, nor wed her gladly. It took her death to make him know how deeply he had come to love her. Desire, on the other hand, he chose for himself, in a passion that fevered him." He paused. "I will not speak ill of the dead." "This is different," I said. "How?" "I am not to be king. Whom I wed affects no one but me." "Would it were that simple," Shade said softly. "Can you believe you can refuse Celerity's courtship without offending Braundy, at a time when the Six Duchies needs every bond of unity? I am convinced I can make her decide she does not want me." "How? By being an oaf and shaming Shrewd?" I felt caged. I tried to think of solutions, but found only one answer in me. "I will marry no one except Molly." I felt better simply by saying it aloud. I met Shade's eyes. He shook his head. Then you will marry no one, he pointed out. Perhaps not, I acceded. Perhaps we shall never be married in name. But we shall have a life together, and little bastards of your own. I stood convulsively, my fists knotting of their own accord. Don't say that, I warned Shade. I turned away from him to glare into his fire. I wouldn't, but everyone else will. He sighed. Fitz. He came up behind me and put his hands on my shoulders. Very, very gently, he said, It might be best to let her go. The touch and the gentleness had disarmed me of my anger. I lifted my hands to cover my face. I cannot, I said through my fingers. I need her. What does Molly need? A little chandlery with beehives in the backyard. Children. A legitimate husband. You are doing this for Shrewd. To make me do as he wishes, I accused Shade. He lifted his hands from my shoulders. I listened to him walk away, to wine being poured into a single cup. He brought his wine with him to his chair and sat down before his fire. I'm sorry. He looked at me. Some day, Fitzchivalry, he warned me, those words will not be enough. Sometimes it is easier to pull a knife out of a man than to ask him to forget words you have uttered, even words uttered in anger. I am sorry, I repeated. So am I, he said shortly. After a time, I asked humbly, Why did you wish to see me tonight? He sighed. Forged ones, southwest of Buckkeep. I felt ill. I had thought I would not have to do that any more, I said quietly. When Verity put me on a ship to skill for him, he said that perhaps... This does not come from Verity. It was reported to Shrewd, and he wishes it taken care of. Verity is already overtaxed. We do not wish to trouble him with anything else just now. I put my head back into my hands. Is there no one else who can do this? I begged him. Only you and I are trained for this. I did not mean you, I said wearily. I do not expect you to do that sort of work anymore. Don't you? I looked up to find the anger back in his eyes. You arrogant pup. Who do you think kept them from Buckkeep or Summer, Fitz, while you were out on the Ruisk? Did you think that because you wished to avoid a task, the need for such work ceased? I was as shamed then as I have ever been. I looked aside from his anger. Oh, Shade, I am sorry. Sorry that you avoided it, or sorry that you thought me incapable of doing it any more? Both, everything. I conceded it all suddenly. Please, Shade, if one more person I care about becomes angry with me, I don't think I shall be able to bear it. I lifted my head and looked at him steadily until he was forced to meet my eyes. He lifted a hand to scratch at his beard. It has been a long summer, for both of us. Pray El for storms to drive the red ships away forever. We sat a time in silence. Sometimes, Shade observed, it would be much easier to die for one's king than to give one's life for him. I bowed my head in assent. The rest of the night we spent preparing the poisons I would need in order to begin killing for my king again. Chapter 18. Elderlings. The autumn of the third year of the Red Ship War was a bitter one for King-in-Waiting Verity. His warships had been his dream. He had founded all his hopes on them. He had believed he could rid his own coast of raiders and be so successful at it that he could send forth raiders against the hostile out-island coasts even during the worst of the winter storms. Despite early victories, the ships never achieved the command of the coast that he had hoped they would. Early winter found him with a fleet of 5 ships, 2 of which had recently sustained severe damage. One intact was the captured Red Ship vessel, which had been refitted and sent out with a crew to assist in patrols and escorting of merchant vessels. When the winds of autumn finally arrived, only one of his shipmasters expressed enough confidence in his crew's skills and his vessel to be willing to undertake a raid against the out-islander coasts. The other masters argued for at least one winter of practicing seamanship along our own rough coast, and another summer of practicing tactics before undertaking such an ambitious goal. Verity would not send unwilling men, but neither did he hide his disappointment. He expressed it well when he outfitted the one willing ship, for the Revenge, as the vessel had been renamed, was provisioned handsomely. The master's hand-picked crew were outfitted as well, in whatever armour they chose for themselves, and were given new weapons of the best craftsmanship available. There was quite a ceremony at her send-off, with even King Shrewd in attendance despite his failing health. The Queen herself hung the gull's feathers from the ship's mast that are said to bring a vessel swiftly and safely back to her home port. A great cheer arose as the Revenge set out, and the health of the captain and crew were drunk many times over that evening. A month later, to Verity's chagrin, we would receive word that a vessel matching that description was pirating in the calmer waters to the south of the Six Duchies, and bringing much misery to the merchants of Bingtown and the Chaucered States. That was as much news of the captain and crew and ship as ever came back to Buckkeep. Some blamed it on the out-islanders among the crew, but there were as many good Six Duchies hands aboard as out-islanders, and the captain had been raised right in Buckkeep town. This was a crushing blow to Verity's pride and to his leadership of his people. Some believe it was then that he decided to sacrifice himself in the hopes of finding a final solution. I think the fool put her up to it. Certainly he had spent a great many hours in the tower-top garden with Kettricken, and his admiration for what she had accomplished there was unfeigned. Much goodwill can be won with a sincere compliment. By the end of the summer, not only was she laughing at his jests when he came up to entertain her and her ladies, but he had persuaded her to be a frequent caller in the king's chambers. As queen-in-waiting, she was immune to Wallace's humours. Kettricken herself undertook to mix King Shrewd's strengthening tonics, and for a time the king did seem to rally under her care and attention. I think the fool decided that he would accomplish through her what he had been unable to nag Verity and me into doing. It was a wintry autumn evening when she first broached the subject to me. I was up on the tower-top with her, helping her to tie bundles of straw about the more tender of the plants there, that they might withstand the winter snows better. This was something Patience had decreed must be done, and she and Lacey were performing the same task on a bed of windbower plants behind me. She had become a frequent adviser to Queen Kettricken in matters of growing things, albeit a very timid one. Little Rosemary was at my elbow, handing me twine as we needed it. One or two of Kettricken's other ladies, well bundled, had stayed, but they were at the other end of the garden, talking quietly together. The others she had dismissed back to their hearts when she had noted them shivering and blowing on their fingers. My bare hands were near numb, as were my ears, but Kettricken seemed perfectly comfortable. As was Verity, tucked away somewhere inside my skull. He had insisted that I start carrying him again, after he had discovered that once more I was going out after forged ones alone. I scarcely noticed his presence in the back of my mind any more. Yet I believe that I felt him startle when Kettricken asked me, as she knotted a string about a bundled plant I was supporting, what I knew of the elderlings. "Little enough, my Lady Queen," I replied honestly, and once more made a promise to myself to go through the long-neglected manuscripts and scrolls. "Why not?" she demanded. "Well, little was actually written about them. I believe at one time a knowledge of them was so common as not to need writing down. And the bits that are written about them are scattered here and there, not gathered in one place. It would take a scholar to track down all the remnants that remain." "A scholar like the fool?" she asked tartly. "He seems to know more of them than anyone else I have asked." "Well, he is fond of reading, you know, and—" "Enough of the fool. I wish to speak to you of the elderlings," she said abruptly. I startled at her tone, but found her staring, grey-eyed, out over the sea once more. She had not intended either a rebuke or a rudeness. She was simply intent upon her objective. I reflected that in my months away, she had become more certain of herself, more queenly. "I know a little bit," I offered hesitantly. "As do I. Let us see if what each of us knows agrees. I shall begin." "As you wish, my queen." She cleared her throat. "Long ago, King Wisdom was bitterly besieged by raiders from the sea. When all else had failed him, and he feared that the next summer of kind weather would bring the end of the Six Duchies and House Farseer, he resolved to spend the winter searching for a legendary folk, the Elderlings. Do we agree so far? Mostly. As I have heard it, the legends called them not a folk, but near gods. And the folk of the Six Duchies had always believed Wisdom something of a religious fanatic, almost a madman where such things were concerned. Men of passion and vision are often seen as mad, she calmly informed me. I shall continue. He left his castle one autumn with no more information than that the Elderlings resided in the Rain Wilds, beyond the tallest mountains of the Mountain Kingdom. Somehow he found them, and he won their alliance. He returned to Buckkeep, and together they drove the raiders and invaders away from the coasts of the Six Duchies. Peace and trade were re-established, and the Elderlings swore to him that if they were ever needed again, they would return. Do we still agree? As before, mostly. I have heard many minstrels say that the ending is a standard one in tales of heroes and quests. Always they promise that if ever they are needed again, they will return. Some even pledge to return from beyond the grave if they must. Actually, Patience suddenly observed, rocking back on her heels, Wisdom himself never returned to Buckkeep. The Elderlings came to his daughter, Princess Mindful, and it was to her they offered allegiance. "Whence do you have that knowledge?" Ketrican demanded. Patience shrugged. An old minstrel my father used to have always sang it that way. Unconcerned, she went back to knotting twine about a straw-bundled plant. Ketrican considered a moment. The wind teased loose a long lock of her hair and blew it across her face like a net. She looked at me through the pale web. It doesn't matter what the tales say about their returning. If a king once sought them and they gave aid, do you not think they might do so again, if a king again beseeched them? Or a queen? Perhaps, I said grudgingly. Privately, I wondered if the queen longed for her homeland and would make any excuse for a visit there. Folk were beginning to talk about her lack of pregnancy. While many ladies attended her now, she really had no favourites who were genuinely her friends. Lonely, I suspected. I think, I began gently, pausing to consider how to frame a discouraging reply. Tell her she should come to me and speak of it. I wish to know more of what she has gleaned. Verity's thought quivered with excitement. It unsettled me. I think you should take your idea to the king-in-waiting and discuss it with him, I dutifully suggested to her. She was silent a long time. When she spoke, her voice was pitched very low, for my ears alone. I think not. He will consider it another one of my foolishnesses. He will listen for a bit and then begin to look at the maps on the wall, or move things about on his table as he waits for me to finish so he can smile and nod and send me on my way. Again. Her voice hoarsened on the last word. She brushed the hair back from her face, then brushed at her eyes again. She turned from me to look out over the sea again, as distant as Verity when he skilled. She's crying. I could not conceal from Verity my annoyance that this surprised him. Bring her to me. Now, at once. My queen? A moment. Ketrican looked aside from me. With her face away from me, she pretended to be scratching her nose. I knew she brushed at tears. Ketrican, I ventured the familiarity as I had not for months. Let us go to him now with this idea. At once. I will go with you. She spoke hesitantly, not turning to look at me. You do not think it is foolish? I would not lie, I reminded myself. I think that as things stand, we must consider any possible sources of aid. As I spoke the words, I found I believed them. Had not both Shade and the Fool hinted, no, pleaded for this very idea? Perhaps Verity and I were the ones who were short-sighted. She took a shuddering breath. We shall do it then. But you must wait for me outside my chamber. I wish to fetch several scrolls to show him. I will be but a short time. She turned to Patience, spoke more loudly. Lady Patience, might I ask you to finish these plants for me as well? I have something else I wish to attend to. Of course, my queen, I should be pleased to. We left the garden, and I followed her to her chambers. I waited for more than a short time. When she emerged, her little maid Rosemary was behind her, insisting on carrying the scrolls for her. Kettricken had washed the soil from her hands, and changed her gown, and added scent, and dressed her hair, and was wearing the jewellery Verity had sent to her when she was pledged to him. She smiled at me cautiously as I looked at her. My Lady Queen, I am dazzled, I ventured. You flatter me as wildly as Regal does, she proclaimed, and hastened away down the hall, but a blush warmed her cheeks. She dresses so just to come to speak to me. She dresses so to attract you. How could a man so astute at reading men be so ignorant of women? Perhaps he has had little time ever to learn much of their ways. I clamped my mind shut on my thoughts and hastened after my queen. We arrived at Verity's study just in time to see Charim leaving. He was carrying an armful of laundry. It seemed odd until we were admitted. Verity was wearing a soft shirt of pale blue linen, and the mingled scents of lavender and cedar were lively in the air. It reminded me of a clothes chest. His hair and beard were freshly smoothed. Well, I knew that his hair never stayed that way for more than a few minutes. As Kettricken advanced shyly to curtsy to her lord, I saw Verity as I had not for months. The summer of skilling had wasted him again. The fine shirt belled about his shoulders, and the smoothed hair was as much grey as black now. There were lines, too, about his eyes and mouth that I had never noticed before.
Do I look so poorly, then?
Not to her, I reminded him. As Verity took her hand and drew her to sit down beside him on a bench near the fire, she looked at him with a hunger as deep as his skill drive. Her fingers clung to his hand, and I looked aside as he lifted her hand to kiss it. Perhaps Verity was right about a skill sensitivity. What Kettricken felt battered at me as roughly as the fury of my fellow crewmates during battle. I felt a flutter of astonishment from Verity. Then, shield yourself, he commanded me brusquely, and I was suddenly alone inside my skull. I stood still a moment, dizzied by the abruptness of his departure. He really had no idea, I found myself thinking, and felt glad the thought remained private. My lord, I have come to ask a moment or two of your time for an idea I have. Kettricken's eyes searched his face as she spoke quietly.
Certainly, Verity agreed. He glanced up at me. Fitzchivalry, will you join us?
If you will, my lord. I took a seat on a stool on the opposite side of the hearth. Rosemary came and stood at my elbow with her armload of scrolls, probably filched from my room by the Fool, I suspected. But as Kettricken began to talk to Verity, she took up the scrolls one by one, in each case to illustrate her argument. Without exception, they were scrolls that dealt not with the Elderlings, but with the Mountain Kingdom. King Wisdom, you may recall, was the first of Six Duchies nobility to come to our land, to the land of the Mountain Kingdom, for anything other than the making of war upon us. So he is well remembered in our histories. These scrolls, copied from ones made in his time, deal with his doings and travels in the Mountain Kingdom, and thus, indirectly, with the Elderlings. She unrolled the last scroll. Verity and I both leaned forward in amazement. A map. Faded with time, poorly copied probably, but a map of the mountain kingdom with passes and trails marked on it, and a few straggling lines leading into the lands beyond. One of these paths marked here must lead to the Elderlings. For I know the trails of the mountains, and these are not trade routes, nor do they go to any village I know. Nor do they lie in conjunction with the trails as I know them now to be. These are older roads and paths. And why else would they be marked here, save that they go where King Wisdom went?
Can it be that simple? Verity rose quickly to return with a branch of candles to light the map better. He smoothed the vellum lovingly with his hands and leaned close over it.
There are several paths marked that go off into the rain wilds.
If that is what all this green represents, none seem to have anything marked at the end. How would we know which one? I objected.
Perhaps they all go to the Elderlings, Kettricken ventured. Why should they reside in but one place?
No, Verity straightened up. 2 at least have something marked at the end, or had something. The damned ink has faded. But there was something there. I intend to find out what.
Even Kettricken looked astonished at the enthusiasm in his voice. I was shocked. I had expected him to hear her out politely, not to endorse her plan wholeheartedly. He rose suddenly, paced a quick turn around the room. The skill energy radiated off him like heat from a hearth.
The full storms of winter are upon the coast now, or will be any day now. If I leave quickly, in the next few days, I can be to the Mountain Kingdom while the passes can still be used. I can force my way through to whatever is there, and return by spring, perhaps with the help we need.
I was speechless. Kettricken made it worse. My lord, I had not intended that you should go. You should remain here. I must go. I know the mountains. I was born to their ways. You might not survive there. In this, I should be sacrifice. It was a relief to see Verity as dumbfounded as I was. Perhaps having heard it from her lips, he would now realize how impossible it was. He shook his head slowly. He took both her hands in his and looked solemnly at her.
My queen-in-waiting, he sighed. I must do this. In so many other ways, I have failed the Six Duchies and you. When first you came here to be queen, I had no patience with your talk of sacrifice. I thought it a girl's idealistic notion, but it is not. We do not speak it here, but it is what is felt. It is what I learned from my parents. To put the Six Duchies always ahead of myself. I have tried to do that. But now I see that always I have sent others in my place. I sat and skilled, it is true, and you have an inkling what it has cost me. But it has been sailors and soldiers who I have sent out to put down their lives for the Six Duchies, my own nephew even, doing the crude and bloody work for me. And despite those I have sent to be sacrificed, our coast is still not safe. Now it comes to this last chance, to this hard thing. Shall I send my queen to do it for me?
Perhaps. Kettricken's voice had gone husky with uncertainty. She looked down at the fire as she suggested, Perhaps we might go together. Verity considered. He actually earnestly considered it, and I saw Kettricken realize he had taken her request seriously. She began to smile, but it faded as he slowly shook his head. I dare not, he said quietly. Someone must remain here. Someone I trust. King Shrewd is... My father is not well. I fear for him, for his health. With myself away and my father ill, there must be someone to stand in my stead. She looked aside. I would rather go with you, she said fiercely. I averted my eyes as he reached and took her chin in his fingers and lifted her face so he might see her eyes. I know, he said evenly. That is the sacrifice I must ask you to make. To stay here, when you would rather go. To be alone, yet again, for the sake of the Six Duchies. Something went out of her. Her shoulders sagged as she bowed her head to his will. As Verity gathered her to him, I rose silently. I took Rosemary with me and we left them alone. I was in my room, poring belatedly over the scrolls and tablets there, when the page came to my door that afternoon. "You were summoned to the king's chambers in the hour after dinner," was the only message he gave me. Dismay rolled over me. It had been 2 weeks since my last visit to his chamber. I did not wish to confront the king again. If he were summoning me to say that he expected me to begin courting celerity, I did not know what I would do or say. I feared I would lose control of myself. Resolutely, I unrolled one of the elderling scrolls and tried to study it. It was hopeless. I saw only Molly. In the brief nights we had shared since our day on the beach, Molly had refused to discuss celerity with me any further. In some ways it was a relief. But she had also stopped teasing me about all she would demand from me when I was truly her husband, and all the future children we would have. She had quietly given up hope that we would ever be wed. If I stopped to think of it, it grieved me to the edge of madness. She did not rebuke me with it, as she knew it was not of my choosing. She did not even ask what was to become of us. Like Night Eyes, she seemed to live only in the present now. Each night of closeness we shared she accepted as a thing complete, and did not question if there would be another. What I sensed from her was not despair, but containment, a fierce resolve that we would not lose what we had now to what we could not have tomorrow. I did not deserve the devotion of such a faithful heart. When I dozed beside her in her bed, safe and warm amidst the perfume of her body and her herbs, it was her strength that protected us. She did not skill, she had no wit. Her magic was a stronger kind, and she worked it by her will alone. When she closed and bolted her door behind me late at night, she created within her chamber a world and a time that belonged to us. If she had blindly placed her life and happiness in my hands, it would have been intolerable, but this was even worse. She believed there would eventually be a terrible price to pay for her devotion to me. Still, she refused to forsake me, and I was not man enough to turn away from her and bid her seek a happier life. In my most lonely hours, when I rode the trails around Buckkeep with my saddlebags full of poisoned bread, I knew myself for a coward and worse than a thief. I had once told Verity I could not draw off another man's strength to feed my own, that I would not. Yet every day, that was what I did to Molly. The elderling scroll fell from my lax fingers. My room was suddenly suffocating. I pushed aside the tablets and scrolls I had been attempting to study. In the hour before dinner, I sought out Patience's chamber. It had been some time since I had last called upon her, but her sitting chamber never seemed to change, save in the uppermost layer of litter that reflected her current passion. This day was no exception. Autumn-gathered herbs, bundled for drying, were suspended everywhere, filling the room with their scents. I felt I was strolling through an inverted meadow as I ducked to avoid the dangling foliage. "You've hung these a bit low," I complained as Patience entered. "No, you've managed to grow a bit too tall. Stand up straight and let me look at you now." I obeyed, even though it left me with a bundle of catmint resting on my head. "Well, at least rowing about killing people all summer has left you in good health. Much better than the sickly boy who came home to me last winter. I told you those tonics would work. As long as you've grown that tall, you may as well help me hang up these lot." Without more ado, I was put to work stringing lines from sconces to bedposts to anything else that a string could be tied to, and then to fastening bundles of herbs to them. She had me treed, up on a chair and tying bundles of balsam, when she demanded, "Why do you no longer whine to me about how much you miss Molly?" "Would it do me any good?" I asked her quietly after a moment. I did my best to sound resigned. "No." She paused a moment as if thinking. She handed me yet another bouquet of leaves. Those, she informed me as I fastened them up, a stipple leaf, very bitter. Some say they will prevent a woman conceiving. They don't, at least not dependably. But if a woman eats them for too long, she can become ill from them. She paused as if considering. Perhaps if a woman is sick, she does not conceive as easily. But I would not recommend them to anyone, least of all anyone I cared about. I found my tongue sought a casual air. Why do you dry them then? An infusion of them, gargled, will help a sore throat. So Molly Chandler told me when I found her gathering them in the women's garden. I see. I fastened the leaves to the line, dangling them like a body from a noose. Even their odour was bitter. Had I wondered earlier how Verity could be so unaware of what was right before him? Why had I never thought of this? How must it be for her to dread what a rightfully married woman would long for? What Patience had longed for in vain? Seaweed fit chivalry? I started. Beg pardon? I said, when you have an afternoon free, would you gather seaweed for me, the black, crinkly sort? It has the most flavour this time of year. I will try, I replied absently. For how many years would Molly have to worry? How much bitterness must she swallow? What are you looking at? Patience demanded. Nothing, why? Because I've asked you twice to get down so we can move the chair. We've all these other packets to hang, you know. Beg pardon, I didn't get much sleep last night. It's left me dull-witted today. I agree. You should start sleeping more at night. These words were uttered a bit heavily. Now come down and move the chair so we can hang these mints. I didn't eat much at dinner. Regal was alone on the high dais, looking sullen. His usual circle of fawners clustered at a table just below him. I did not understand why he chose to dine separately. Certainly he had the rank to, but why choose this isolation? He summoned one of the more flattering of the minstrels he had recently imported to Buckkeep. Most of them were from Farrow. All of them affected the nasal intonations of that region and favoured the long, chanting styles of epics. This one sang a long telling of some adventure of Regal's maternal grandfather. I listened as little as I was able. It seemed to have to do with riding a horse to death in order to be the one to shoot a great stag that had eluded a generation of hunters. It praised endlessly the great-hearted horse who had gone to his death at his master's bidding. It said nothing of the master's stupidity in wasting such an animal to gain some tough meat and a rack of antlers. "You look half sick," Burrick observed as he paused beside me. I rose to leave table and walked through the hall with him. Too much on my mind, too many directions to think in all at once. I sometimes feel that if I had time to focus my mind on just one problem, I could solve it, and then go on to solve the others. Every man believes that. It isn't so. Slay the ones you can as they come to hand, and after a while, you get used to the ones you can do nothing about. Such as? He shrugged and gestured downward. Such as having a game leg, or being a bastard. We all get used to things we once swore we could never live with. But what's eating your liver this time? Nothing I can tell you about just yet. Not here, anyway. Oh, more of those, He shook his head. I don't envy you, Fitz. Sometimes all a man needs is to growl about his problems to another man. They've denied you even that. But take heart. I have faith you can handle them, even if you think you can't. He clapped me on the shoulders and then left in a blast of cold air from the outer doors. Verity was right. The winter storms were rising, if tonight's wind was any indicator. I was halfway up the stairs before I reflected that Burrick now spoke to me straight across. He finally believed I was a man grown. Well, maybe I would do better if I believed that about myself. I squared my shoulders and went up to my room. I put more effort into dressing than I had in a long time. As I did, I thought of Verity hastily changing his shirt for Ketchikan. How had he ever managed to be so blind to her, and I to Molly? What other things did she do for our sake that I had never realized? My misery returned stronger than ever. Tonight, after Shrewd was done with me, I could not let her continue her sacrifices. For now I could do nothing save put it out of my mind. I pulled my hair back into the warrior's tail that I felt fully earned now, and tugged the front of my blue jerkin straight. It was a bit snug across the shoulders, but so was everything I owned lately. I left my room. In the hallway outside King Shrewd's apartments, I encountered Verity with Ketchikan on his arm. Never had I seen them as they presented themselves now. Here, suddenly, was the king-in-waiting and his queen. Verity was dressed in a long, formal robe of deep forest green. An embroidered band of stylized bucks graced the sleeves and hem. He wore on his brow the silver circlet with the blue gem that was the mark of the king-in-waiting. I had not seen him wear it in some time. Ketchikan was dressed in the purple and white that she so often chose. Her gown of purple was very simple, the sleeves cut short and wide to reveal narrower and longer sleeves of white beneath them. She wore the jewellery that Verity had gifted her with, and her long blonde hair had been intricately dressed with a net of silver chain junctured with amethysts. I halted at the sight of them. Their faces were grave. They could be going nowhere except to see King Shrewd. I presented myself formally and carefully let Verity know that King Shrewd had summoned me. "No," he told me gently. "I summoned you to present yourself to King Shrewd, along with Ketchikan and me. I wished you witness for this." Relief flooded me. This was not about celerity, then. "Witness for what, my prince?" I managed to ask. He looked at me as if I were daft. "I ask the king's permission to leave on a quest, to seek out the elderlings, and bring back the aid we so desperately need." Oh. I should have noticed the quiet page, all in black, bearing an armful of scrolls and tablets. The boy's face was white and stiff. I would wager he had never before done anything more formal for Verity than wax his boots. Rosemary, freshly washed and clothed in Ketchikan's colours, reminded me of a scrubbed purple and white turnip. I smiled at the chubby child, but she returned my look gravely. Without preamble, Verity rapped once on King Shrewd's door. "A moment," called a voice, Wallace's. He opened the door a crack, glared out, then realised that this was Verity he was keeping out. He had a moment of too obvious hesitation before he swung the door wide. "Sir," he quavered, "I did not expect you. That is, I was not informed that the king was to have—" "You are not needed for this. You may go now." Usually, Verity did not dismiss even a page so coldly. "But the king may have need of me." The man's eyes shifted wildly about. He feared something. Verity's eyes narrowed. "If he does, I will see you are summoned. In fact, you may wait. Just outside the door. Be there if I call for you." After an instant's pause, Wallace stepped outside the door and stood beside it. We entered the king's chambers. Verity himself set hand to the door and shut it. "I do not like that man," he observed, more than loudly enough to be heard through the door. "He is officiously subservient and greasily obsequious. A very poor combination." The king was not in his sitting room. As Verity crossed it, the fool suddenly appeared in Shrewd's bedroom doorway. He goggled at us, grinned in a sudden lift of joy, and then made a floor-sweeping bow to all of us. "Sire, awaken! It is as I have foretold. The minstrels have arrived." "Fool," Verity growled, but it was good-natured. He brushed past him, fending off the fool's mocking attempts to kiss the hem of his robe. Ketchikan lifted a hand to smother a smile and followed Verity. The fool all but succeeded in tripping me with a suddenly stretched forth foot. I avoided it, but made a clumsy entrance, nearly colliding with Ketchikan. The fool grinned and simpered at me, then capered over to Shrewd's bedside. He lifted the old man's hand, patted it with true gentleness. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty? You have callers." In the bed, Shrewd stirred and took a sudden, deep breath. "What's this? Who's here, Verity? Pull back the curtains, fool. I can scarcely see who's here. Queen Ketchikan. What's all this? The fits! What is this about?" His voice was not strong, and there was a querulous note to it. But for all that, he was better than I had expected. As the fool drew back the bed curtains and propped pillows behind him, I found myself facing a man who looked older than shade. The resemblance between the two seemed to become more marked as Shrewd aged. The flesh of the king's face had fallen, to reveal the same brow line and cheekbones as his bastard brother. The eyes beneath those brows were alert, but weary. He seemed better than the last time I had seen him. He pushed himself more upright to confront us. "Well, what is this about?" he demanded, his eyes scanning our circle. Verity bowed deeply, formally, and Ketchikan echoed it with her curtsy. I did as I knew was required, went down on one knee and stayed there, head bowed. I still managed to peek up when Verity spoke. "King Shrewd, my father, I come to ask your permission for an undertaking." "Which is?" the king asked testily. Verity lifted his eyes to meet his father's. "I wish to leave Buckkeep, and with a picked band of men attempt to follow the same path King Wisdom took so long ago. I wish to journey this winter to the rain wilds beyond the mountain kingdom, to find the elderlings, and ask them to keep the pledge they made to our ancestor." An incredulous look passed briefly over Shrewd's face. He pushed himself upright in bed, swung his thin legs over the side. "Fool, bring wine. Fitz, get up and help him. Ketchikan, dear, your arm, if you will, to help me to that chair by the fire. Verity, fetch the small table by the window, please." With this handful of requests, Shrewd popped the bubble of formality. Ketchikan helped him with a familiarity that showed me she had a genuine bond with the old man. The fool pranced off to the cupboard in the sitting room for wine glasses, leaving me to select a bottle of wine from the small store that Shrewd kept in his rooms. The bottles were covered in dust, as if he had not tasted these wines for a long time. I wondered suspiciously what was the source of what Wallace gave him. At least the rest of the room, I noted, was in good order, much better than it had been before Winterfest. The smoke sensors that had so distressed me stood cold in the corner, and tonight the king seemed to have his wits still. The fool helped the king into a thick woolen robe and knelt to slipper his feet. Shrewd settled into his chair by the fire and set his wineglass on the table at his elbow. Older, much older, but the king I had reported to so often in my youth once more held counsel before me. Suddenly I wished I could be the one speaking to him tonight. This sharp-eyed old man might actually hear out my reasons for wishing to wed Molly. I felt a new roiling of anger at Wallace for the habits he had led my king into. But this was not my time. Despite the king's informality, Verity and Ketchikan were strung tight as bowstrings. The fool and I brought chairs that they might be seated to either side of Shrewd. I stood behind Verity and waited. "Tell it simply," Shrewd requested of Verity, and he did. Ketchikan's scrolls were unfurled one at a time, and Verity read aloud the pertinent passages. The old map was studied at length. Shrewd did nothing but ask questions at first, making no comments or judgments until he was sure he had from them every scrap of information. The fool stood at his elbow, alternately beaming at me and making terrible faces at Verity's page in an attempt to make the petrified boy at least smile. I think it more likely he frightened the lad. Rosemary forgot entirely where she was and wandered off to toy with the tassels on the bed curtains. When Verity had finished speaking, and Ketchikan had added her comments, the king leaned back in his chair. He drained the bit of wine that was still in his glass, then held it out to the fool to refill. He took a sip, sighed, then shook his head.
No. There is too much of Pexies and nursery tales to this for you to undertake it right now, Verity. You have shown me enough to make me believe it worth our while to send an emissary there. A man of your choosing with a fitting entourage, gifts and letters from you and I, to confirm he is there at our behest. But yourself, the king-in-waiting, no. We have not the resources to spare just now. Regal was at me earlier today going over the costs of the new ships being built, and the fortifying of the towers on Antler Island. Money is becoming scarce, and it might not make the folk feel safe to have you leave the city. I do not flee. I leave on a quest with their benefit as my goal, and I leave behind my queen-in-waiting to represent me to them while I am gone. I did not have in mind a caravan with minstrels and cooks and embroidered tents, sir. We would be travelling on snowy roads going into the heart of winter itself. I would take a military contingent and travel as soldiers do, as I always have. And you think this would impress the elderlings, if you find them, if they ever existed at all?
Legend has it that King Wisdom went on his own. I believe the elderlings existed and that he found them. If I fail, I will return, to take up again with my skilling and my warships. What will we have lost? If I succeed, I bring back a powerful ally.
And if you die in the seeking? Shrewd asked heavily.
Verity opened his mouth to reply, but before he could speak, the sitting-room door was flung open and Regal boiled into the room. His face was flushed.
What goes on here? Why was I not informed of this council? He shot me a venomous look.
Behind him, Wallace peeped in at the door. Verity permitted himself a small smile. If you were not informed by your spies, why are you here now? Rebuke them that you did not know sooner, not me. Wallace's head jerked back out of sight.
Father, I demand to know what goes on here. Regal very nearly stamped his foot.
Behind Shrewd, the fool mimicked Regal's facial expression. At this, Verity's page finally smiled, but then his eyes widened and he straightened his face. King Shrewd addressed Verity instead.
Is there a reason that you wished Prince Regal excluded from this discussion?
I did not see that it concerned him. He paused. And I wished to be sure the decision reached was exclusively your own. Verity, faithful to his name. Regal hackled, his nostrils pinching white, but Shrewd held up a hand to quell him. Again he spoke only to Verity.
Does not concern him. But on whom would fall the mantle of authority while you were gone?
Verity's eyes went icy. My queen-in-waiting would represent my reign, of course. You wear the mantle of authority still, my king.
But if you did not return?
I am sure my brother could adapt to that situation at a moment's notice. Verity did not bother to mask the dislike in his voice. I knew then how deep the poison of Regal's treacheries had worked into him. Whatever bond they had ever shared as brothers was eaten away by it, solely rivals now. Shrewd heard it too, I did not doubt. I wondered if he was at all surprised by it. If he was, he covered it well. As for Regal, his ears had pricked up at the mention of Verity leaving. He now stood as avariciously alert as a dog begging at table. He spoke just a moment too soon to have any ring of sincerity to his voice.
If someone would explain to me where Verity is going, perhaps I could speak for myself as to what I might be ready to assume.
Verity kept his tongue. Clear-browed and silent, he looked at his father.
Your brother, the phrase sounded a bit heavy to my ears, wishes me to grant him leave for a quest. He wishes to go, and soon, to the rain wilds beyond the mountain kingdom, to seek out the elderlings and obtain from them the help once promised us.
Regal's eyes went owly. I don't know if he could not believe in the notion of the elderlings, or if he could not believe the quantity of good fortune he had suddenly been dealt. He licked his lips. "I, of course, have forbidden it." Shrewd watched Regal as he said it. "But why?" Regal demanded. "Surely all courses must be considered. The expense is prohibitive. Did not you report to me just a short time ago that the building of the warships and the manning and provisioning of them have all but drained our reserves?" Regal's eyes flickered as swiftly as a snake's tongue. "But I have had the rest of the harvest reports since then, Father. I had not known they would be so good. Funds could be found, provided he was willing to travel simply." Verity breathed out through his nose. "I thank you for your consideration, Regal. I had not realized such decisions were your province." "I but advise the king, just as you do," Regal pointed out hastily. "You do not think sending an emissary would be the more sensible thing to do?" Shrewd probed. "What would the people think of their king-in-waiting leaving Buckkeep at such a time, and on such an errand?" "An emissary?" Regal appeared to consider it. "I think not. Not for all we must ask. Do not the legends say that King Wisdom went himself? What do we know of these elderlings? Do we dare take a chance of sending an underling to offend them? In this, no, I believe the son of the king at least is called for. As for his leaving Buckkeep, well, you are the king, and you are still here, as would his wife be."
"My queen," Verity growled, but Regal continued speaking.
"And I. Buckkeep would hardly be abandoned. And the errand itself? It might capture the people's imagination. Or, if you chose, the reason for his going might be kept quiet. It could be seen as a simple visit to our allies, the mountain folk. Especially if his wife went along."
"My queen remains here," Verity used her title pointedly, "to represent my reign and to protect my interests."
"Do not you trust our father to do that?" Regal asked blandly. Verity held his tongue and looked at the old man in his chair by the fire. The question in his look was plain to anyone with eyes. "Can I trust you?" it asked him. But Shrewd, true to his name, replied only with a question of his own. "You have heard Prince Regal's thoughts on this undertaking, and mine, you know your own. Given these counsels, what do you now wish to do?" I blessed Verity then, for he now turned and looked only at Ketchikan. No nod, no whisper passed between them. But he turned back to his father with their accord.
"I wish to go to the rain wilds beyond the mountain kingdom, and I wish to leave as soon as possible."
As King Shrewd slowly nodded, my heart fell into the pit of my belly. But behind his chair, the fool turned backflips across the room and then cartwheeled back to stand as attentively behind him as if he had never moved. Regal was unsettled by this, but as Verity knelt to kiss King Shrewd's hand and thank him for his permission, the smile that spread across Regal's face was wide enough to engulf a shark. There was little more to the council. Verity wished to leave in 7 days. Shrewd accepted it. He wished to choose his own entourage. Shrewd accepted that, though Regal looked thoughtful. I was not pleased when the king finally dismissed all of us, to note how Regal dawdled behind to converse with Wallace in the sitting room as we filed out. I found myself wondering if Shade would allow me to kill Wallace. He had already forbidden my solving Regal that way, and I had since promised to my king I would not. But Wallace had no such immunity. In the hallway, Verity thanked me briefly. I dared to ask why he had wanted me present.
"To witness," he said heavily. "Witnessing something is much more than hearing about it afterwards. To keep in your memory all the words that were said, so they may not be forgotten."
I knew then to expect a summons from Shade that night. But I could not resist going to Molly. Seeing the king as a king again had fanned my failing hope. I promised myself my visit would be brief, just to talk to her, to let her know I appreciated all she did. I would be in my chambers before the small hours Shade favoured for our conversations. I knocked on her door furtively. She let me in quickly. She must have seen how driven I was, for she came immediately into my arms, without questions or qualms. I stroked her shining hair. I looked down into her eyes. The passion that came over me suddenly was like a spring flood that burst suddenly down a creek, flinging all winter's debris out of its way. My intentions of quietly talking were swept away. Molly gasped as I held her to me fiercely, then surrendered herself to me. It seemed months rather than days since we had last been together. When she kissed me hungrily, I felt suddenly awkward, uncertain as to why she would desire me. She was so young and so beautiful. It seemed vanity to believe she could want someone as battered and worn down as me. She did not allow me to keep my doubts, but drew me down on top of her without hesitation. Deep in that sharing, I finally recognized the reality of the love in her blue eyes. I gloried in the passionate way she pulled me to her and clasped me in her strong, pale arms. Later, I would recall glimpses of golden hair spread across a pillow, the scents of honeywood and mountain sweet on her skin, even the way she threw back her head and gave soft voice to her fervour. Afterwards, Molly whispered in amazement that my intensity made me seem a different man. Her head was pillowed on my chest. I kept silent and stroked the dark hair that smelled always of her herbs, thyme and lavender. I closed my eyes. I knew I had warded well my thoughts. It had long ago become a habit when I was with Molly. Verity, then, had not. I had not willed what had happened. I doubted that anyone had. Perhaps I hoped I was the only one who had sensed it fully. Then there might be no real harm done, as long as I never spoke of it. As long as I could blot forever from my mind the sweetness of Ketrican's mouth and the softness of her white, white skin. Chapter 19. Messages. King-in-Waiting Verity departed Buckkeep at the beginning of the third winter of the Red Ship Wars. He took with him a small group of hand-picked followers who would accompany him on his quest, as well as his personal guard, who would travel with him as far as the Mountain Kingdom and remain there to await his return. His reasoning was that a smaller expedition needed a smaller baggage train, and travelling through the mountains in winter demanded that all food supplies be carried with him. He had also decided that he did not wish to convey a martial aspect to the elderlings. His real mission was disclosed to few except his companions. Ostensibly, he went to the Mountain Kingdom to treat with his queen's father, King Aod, about possible military support against the Red Ships. Of those he asked to accompany him, there are several worth noting. Hod, arms master for Buckkeep, was one of the first he selected. Her grasp of tactics was not exceeded by any within the realm, and her prowess with weapons was still remarkable despite her years. Charim, Verity's body servant, had been with him so long and accompanied him on so many campaigns, it was unthinkable to either of them that he be left behind. Chestnut, brown as his name, had been a member of Verity's military guard for over a decade of years. He was missing an eye and most of an ear, but despite that seemed twice as alert as any other man. Keef and Kef, born twins and, like Chestnut, members of Verity's honour guard for years, went also. One other, Barik, the master of stables at Buckkeep, joined the party of his own accord. When his leaving Buckkeep was protested, he pointed out that he left an able man in charge of Buckkeep stables, and that the party would need a man who was knowledgeable of animals in order to get the beasts alive through the mountains in midwinter. His abilities as a healer and his experience as a king's man to Prince chivalry were also qualifications he pointed out, but this last one was known to but a few. The night before Verity was to leave, he summoned me to his study.
"You don't approve of this, do you? You think it a fool's errand?" he greeted me.
I had to smile. Inadvertently, he had exactly stated what I thought. "I am afraid I have serious doubts," I agreed cautiously.
"As do I. But what else is left to me? This, at least, is a chance for me to actually do something myself, other than sit in that bedamned tower and skill myself to death."
He had painstakingly recopied Kettrigan's map over the last few days. As I watched, he rolled it carefully and slid it into a leather case. The difference the last week had made in the man amazed me. He was still grey, his body still worn and sadly dwindled from too many months of sitting, but he moved with energy, and both he and Kettrigan had graced the great hall every evening since the decision had been made. It had been a pleasure to watch him eat with an appetite, and once more linger over a glass of wine, while Mello or another of the minstrels entertained us all. The renewed warmth between Kettrigan and him was another appetite he had recovered. Her eyes seldom left her lord's countenance when they were at table. While the minstrels entertained, her fingers were always resting on the back of his forearm. She glowed in his presence like a burning candle. Shield myself as I might, I was all too aware of how much they enjoyed their nights. I had attempted to hide from their passions by immersing myself in Molly. I ended up feeling guilty that Molly was so pleased with my renewed ardour. How would she feel if she knew my appetites were not entirely my own? The skill. I had been warned of its powers and pitfalls, of how it might call to a man and drain him of everything except a hunger for its use. This was one trap I had never been warned about. In some ways I was looking forward to Verity leaving, so I could call my soul my own again. What you do in that tower is not a lesser task. If folk could but understand how you burn yourself for them.
As you understand only too well, we've grown close this summer, boy. Closer than I'd ever have thought possible. Closer than any man has been to me since your father died.
Closer even than you might suspect, my prince, but I did not utter those words. We have.
I've a favour to ask you. Two, actually.
You know that I won't refuse you.
Never say that so easily. The first is that you look after my lady. She has grown wiser in butt-keep ways, but she is still far too trusting. Keep her safe until I return.
That is always yours, without asking, my prince.
And the other,
he took a breath, sighed it out.
I wish to try to stay here as well, in your mind, for as long as I can.
My prince, I hesitated. He was right, this was not a thing I wished to grant him. But I had already said I would. I knew that for the sake of the kingdom it was a wise thing to do, but for myself? Already I had felt the boundaries of myself eroding before Verity's strong presence. We were not talking about a contact of hours now, or days, but of weeks and likely months. I wondered if this was what happened to coterie members, if eventually they ceased having separate lives. "What of your coterie?" I asked quietly.
"What of them?" he retorted. "I leave them in place, in the watchtowers and on my ships for now. Whatever messages they must send, they can send to Serene. In my absence, she will take them to Shrewd. If there is anything they feel I must know, they can skill me." He paused. "There will be other sorts of information that I would seek through you. Things I would prefer kept private." Tidings of his queen, I thought to myself. How Regal would employ his powers in his brother's absence, gossips and intrigues. In one sense, trifling things. In another, the detail that secured Verity's position. I wished for the 1,000th time that I could skill reliably of my own accord.
If I had had that ability, Verity would not have needed to ask this of me. I would have been able to reach out to him at any time. But as matters stood, the touch-imposed skill bond we had used over the summer was our only resource. Through it, he could be aware of what went on at Buckkeep when he chose to, and I could receive instructions from him. I hesitated, but already knew that I would accede. From loyalty to him and to the Six Duchies, I told myself, not from any skill hunger in myself. I looked up at him. I will do it. Knowing well that this is how it begins, he said. It was not a question. Already, this was how accurately we could read one another. He did not wait for my answer. I will be as inconspicuous as I can, he promised. I walked to him. He lifted a hand and touched my shoulder. Verity was with me again, as he had not consciously been since the day in his study when he had bid me to shield myself. The day of the departure was fine, crisply cold, but the skies were clear blue. Verity, true to his word, had kept his expedition to a minimum. Riders had been dispatched the morning after the council to precede him on his route and arrange supplies and lodgings in the towns where he would pass. This would allow him to travel swiftly and lightly through much of the Six Duchies. As his expedition set off that chill morning, I alone of the crowd did not bid Verity farewell. He nestled inside my mind, small and silent as a seed waiting for spring. As unnoticed, almost, as Night Eyes. Kettrican had chosen to watch the departure from the frosty walls of the Queen's garden. She had said her farewells to him earlier, and chosen this spot so that if she wept, none would take it amiss. I stood at her side, and endured the resonance of what she and Verity had come to share in the last week. I was both glad for her and heartsick that what she had so recently found must so quickly be taken from her. Horses and men, pack animals and banners finally passed behind a shoulder of hills and out of our sight. Then I felt that which sent a chill up my spine. She wit-quested after him. Very faintly, it was true, but enough that somewhere in my heart, Night Eyes sat up, eyes aflame, and asked, "What's this?" Nothing. Nothing to do with us, anyway. I added, "We hunt together soon, my brother, as we have not for too long." For a few days after the cavalcade's departure, I almost had my own life again. I had dreaded Burrick's leaving with Verity. I understood what drove him to follow his king-in-waiting, but felt uncomfortably exposed with them both gone. That told me much about myself that I really did not want to know. But the other side of that coin was that with Burrick gone, and Verity's presence inside me coiled tight, Night Eyes and I were finally free to use the wit as openly as we wished. Almost every dawn I was with him, miles from the keep. On the days when we sought forged ones, I rode Sooty, but she did not ever feel completely comfortable around the wolf. After a time, there seemed far fewer of them, and no more coming into the area. We began to be able to hunt game for ourselves. For that, I went afoot, for we hunted more companionably that way. Night Eyes approved of my physical improvement over the summer. That winter, for the first time since Regal had poisoned me, I felt I had the full use of my body and strength again. The vigorous mornings of hunting and the deep hours of the night with Molly would have been enough life for any man. There is something completely satisfying about simple things such as these. I suppose I wanted my life to be always this simple and complete. I tried to ignore things I knew were dangerous. The continued fine weather, I told myself, would assure Verity a fine start to his journey. I put from my mind whether there would be any end-of-season raids from the red ships while we were so unprotected. I avoided, too, Regal and the sudden round of social occasions that filled Buckkeep with his followers and kept the torches burning late every night in the Great Hall. Serene and Justin were also much more in evidence about Buckkeep. I never entered a room where they were, but that I felt the arrows of their dislike. I began to avoid the common rooms in the evenings, where I must either encounter them or Regal's guests who had come to swell our winter court. Verity had not been gone more than 2 days before I heard rumours that the true purpose of his quest was to seek the elderlings. I could not blame these on Regal. Those Verity had hand-chosen had known of their true mission. Brink had ferreted it out for himself. If he could, so could another, and noise it about. But when I overheard 2 pantry boys laughing about King Wisdom's folly and Prince Verity's myth, I suspected the ridicule was Regal's doing. Verity's skilling had made him too much the recluse. Folk wondered what he did so long alone in his tower. That is, they knew he skilled, but that was too tame a topic for gossip. His preoccupied stare, his odd hours for eating and rest, his silent ghosting through the castle while other folks were abed were all grist for this mill. Had he lost his mind and set out on a madman's errand? Speculation began to grow, and Regal gave it fertile ground. He found excuses and reasons for all sorts of banquets and gatherings of his nobles. King Shrewd was seldom well enough to be present, and Kettrican did not enjoy the company of the witty knaves that Regal cultivated. I knew enough to stay away. I had only myself and Shade to grumble to about the cost of these parties, when Regal had insisted that there were scarcely funds for Verity's expedition. Shade only shook his head. The old man had become more close-mouthed of late, even with me. I had the uncomfortable feeling that Shade kept a secret from me. Secrets in themselves were nothing new. The old assassin was stuffed full of secrets. I simply could not be rid of the feeling that this secret somehow touched on me directly. I could not ask him outright, but I watched him. His work table showed signs of heavy use when I was not about. Even stranger, all messes associated with that work had been cleaned meticulously whenever he summoned me. This was bizarre. For years I had tidied up after him and his cooking. Now, for him to straighten up after himself seemed either a sharp rebuke to me or a concealment of whatever he had been doing. Unable to resist, I watched him whenever I could. I learned nothing of his secret, but saw much that I had previously missed. Shade was getting old. Never tolerant of cold, the stiffness it brought to his joints no longer yielded to the cosy evenings before his hearth. He was Shrewd's elder half-brother, bastard as I was, and despite his stiffness he still seemed the younger of the two. But he held scrolls farther from his nose when he read now, and avoided reaching for anything over his head. To watch these changes in him was as painful as to know he kept a secret from me. 23 days after Verity left, I came back from a dawn hunt with Night Eyes to find the keep abuzz. The feeling was that of a stirred ant nest, but with none of their purposefulness. I went straight to cook Sarah and asked her what had happened. The kitchen of any keep is the heart of the rumour mill, second only to the guardroom. At Buckkeep, the kitchen gossip was usually more accurate. "A rider come in, his horse near to dead. Said there's been a raid up at Ferry. The whole city near gone from the fires they set. 70 folk forged. How many dead there's no telling yet. And more will die, made homeless in this cold. 3 shiploads of raiders, the boy said. He went straight to Prince Regal, he did, and reported. Prince Regal sent him here to be fed. He's in the guardroom now, asleep." She lowered her voice. "That boy came all this way on his own. Got fresh horses in towns he went through, coming down the coast road, but wouldn't let no one else carry his message for him. He told me that every leg of the way he kept expecting to find help coming, to hear from someone that they already knew, and that ships had been sent out, but there was nothing." "From Ferry? Then it's been at least 5 days since it happened. Why weren't the signal tower fires lit?" I demanded. "Or the message birds sent to Gulls and Seal Bay? King-in-Waiting Verity left a patrol ship in that area. The patrol ship should have been able to see the light from Gulls or Ferry. And there's a coterie member, Will, at Red Tower. He should have seen the signal fires. He should have sent word back here to Serene. How could it be that no word was received here? How could we know nothing at all of this?" Cook lowered her voice even more, gave the dough she was kneading a meaningful thump. Boy said the signal fires were lit at Ferry and at Icetown. He says the birds were sent to Gulls. The ship never came. Then why didn't we know? I took a deep, shuddering breath, set aside by useless anger. Within me, I felt a faint stirring of concern from Verity. Too faint. The skill bond was fading, just when I wished it strong. Well, I suppose it's no good asking that just now. What has Regal done? Sent out the Rurisk? I wish I'd been here to go with them. Cook snorted and paused to throttle the dough a bit. Go now then, for you won't be late. Nothing's been done. No one's sent that I've heard. No one's sent, no one is being sent, no one. You know I've no tongue for gossip, Fitz, but what was whispered was that Prince Regal did know of it. When the boy came in, oh, the prince was so kind, so full of sympathy as to make the ladies' hearts melt. A meal, a new coat, a small purse for his troubles. But he told the boy it was too late now. The raiders will be long gone. No sense to send a ship out now, or soldiers. Too late to fight raiders, perhaps, but what of those burned out in Ferry? A contingent of workers to help repair houses. Some wagons of food. Says there's no coin for it. Cook bit each word off separately. She began to break her dough into rolls and to slap each one down to rise. Says the treasury was drained to build ships and man them. Said Verity took what little was left for this expedition to find elderlings. A world of disdain on the last word. Cook paused to wipe her hands on her apron. Then he said he was very sorry. Very truly sorry. A cold fury uncoiled inside me. I patted Cook's shoulder and assured her that everything would be all right. Like a man in a daze, I left the kitchen and went to Verity's study. Once inside the study, I paused, groping. One clear glimpse of Verity's intent. In the back of a drawer, I would find an antique emerald necklace, the stones set in gold. It had been his mother's. It would be enough to hire men and buy grain to send with them. I pushed open the study door and halted. Verity was an untidy man, and he had packed hastily. Chatham had gone with him. He had not been here to clean up after him. But this was no act of either of them. To another man's eyes, probably little would have seemed amiss. But I saw the room both as myself and as Verity. It had been gone through. Whoever had done it had either not cared if it was detected or had not known Verity well. Every drawer was neatly shut, every cupboard closed. The chair was pushed up close to the table. It was all too tidy. Without much hope, I went to the drawer and opened it. I pulled it completely open and peered into the back corner. Perhaps Verity's own untidiness had saved it. I would not have looked for an emerald necklace under a jumble that included an old spur, a broken belt buckle, and a piece of antler partly worked into a knife haft. But it was there, wrapped up in a scrap of homespun. There were several other small but valuable items to be removed from the room. As I gathered them, I was puzzled. If these had not been taken, what had been the goal of the search? If not minor valuables, then what? Methodically, I sorted out a dozen vellum maps, and then began to remove several others from the wall. As I was carefully rolling one of them, Kettrican entered silently. My wit had made me aware of her before she had even touched the door, so I glanced up to meet her eyes without surprise. I stood firm before the surge of Verity's emotion that rushed through me. The sight of her seemed to strengthen him within me. She was lovely, pale and slender in a robe of soft blue wool. I caught my breath and looked aside. She looked at me quizzically. Verity wanted these put away while he was gone. Damp can harm them, and this room is seldom heated when he is not here, I explained as I finished rolling the map. She nodded. It seems so empty and cold in here without him. Not just the cold hearth. There is no scent of him, none of his clutter. Then you tidied in here? I tried to ask it casually. No, she laughed. My tidying only destroys what little order he keeps here. No, I will leave it as he left it until he returns. I want him to come home to his own things in their places. Her face grew grave. But this room is the least of it. I sent a page to find you this morning, but you were out. Have you heard the news about Ferry? Only the gossip, I replied. Then you have heard as much as I. I was not summoned, she said coldly. Then she turned to me, and there was pain in her eyes. I heard the most of it from Lady Modesty, who heard Regal's serving man talking to her maid. The guardsmen went to Regal to tell him of the messenger's arrival. Surely they should have sent to me. Do not they think of me as a queen at all? My Lady Queen, I reminded her gently. By all rights, the message should have been taken directly to King Shrewd. I suspect it was, and Regal's men who mind the king's door sent for him instead of you. Her head came up. There is a thing that must be remedied, then. Two can play at that silly game. I wonder if other messages have similarly gone astray, I speculated aloud. Her blue eyes turned grey with chill. What do you mean? The message birds, the signal fires, a skill message from Will in Red Tower to Serene. Surely at least one of these things should have brought us word that Ferry was attacked. One might go astray, but all three? Her face paled. Her mind made the leap. The Duke of Bairns will believe his call for aid went unheeded. She lifted a hand to cover her mouth. She whispered through it. This is treachery to defame Verity. Her eyes grew very round, and she hissed at me suddenly. It shall not be tolerated. She turned and rushed for the door, anger in her every motion. I was barely able to leap in front of her. I put my back to it, held it closed. My Lady Queen, I beg you, wait, and consider. Consider what? How best to reveal the depth of his perfidy? We are not in the best position of power in this. Please wait. Think with me. You think as I do, that Regal must have known something of this and kept silent, but we have no proof, none at all. And perhaps we are wrong. We must go a step at a time, lest we bring dissension when we want it least. The first person to speak to must be King Shrewd, to see if he has been aware of this at all, to see if he has sanctioned Regal to speak on his behalf. He would not, she declared angrily. He is often not himself, I reminded her. But he, not you, must be the one to rebuke Regal publicly if it is to be public. If you speak out against him and the king later supports him, the nobles will see the Farseers as a house divided. Already there has been too much doubt and discord sown amongst them. This is not a time to set inland duchies against coastal ones, with Verity not here. She halted. I could see that she still quivered with anger, but at least she was hearing me. She took a breath. I sensed her calming herself. This was why he left you here, Fitz? To see these things for me. What? It was my turn to be jolted. I thought you had known. You must have wondered why he did not ask you to accompany him. It was because I asked him who I should trust as an adviser. He said to rely on you. Had he forgotten Shade's existence, I wondered, and then realized that Kettrican knew nothing of Shade. He must have known I would function as a go-between. Inside myself, I felt Verity's agreement. Shade, in the shadows as always. Think with me again, she bade me. What will happen next? She was right. This was not an isolated instance. We will have visitors, the Duke of Bairns and his lesser nobles. Duke Braundy is not a man to send emissaries on a mission like that. He will come himself, and he will demand answers. And all the coastal dukes will be listening to what is said to him. His coast is the most exposed of all, save that of Buck itself. Then we must have answers worth hearing, Kettrican declared. She closed her eyes. She set her hands to her forehead for a moment, then pressed her own cheeks. I realized how great a control she was keeping. Dignity, she was telling herself, calm and rationality. She took a breath and looked at me again. I go to see King Shrewd, she announced. I shall ask him about everything, this whole situation. I shall ask him what he intends to do. He is the king. His position must be affirmed to him. I think that is a wise decision, I told her. I must go alone. If you go with me, if you are always at my side, it will make me appear weak. It may give rise to rumours of a schism in the reign. You understand this? I do, though I longed to hear for myself what Shrewd might say to her. She gestured at the maps and items I had sorted onto a table. You have a safe place for those? Shade's chambers. I do. Good. She gestured with a hand, and I realized I was still blocking her from the door. I stepped aside. As she swept past me, her mountain-sweet scent engulfed me for a moment. My knees went weak, and I cursed the fate that sent emeralds to rebuild houses when they should have girdled that graceful throat. But I knew, too, with a fierce pride, that if I set them in her hands this moment, she would insist they be spent for Ferry. I slipped them into a pocket. Perhaps she would be able to rouse King Shrewd's wrath, and he would rattle the coin loose from Regal's pocket. Perhaps when I returned, these emeralds could still clasp that warm skin. If Ketchikan had looked back, she would have seen the Fitz blushing with her husband's thoughts. I went down to the stables. It had always been a soothing place for me, and with Burke gone I felt a certain obligation to look in on it from time to time. Not that Hans had shown any signs of needing my help. But this time, as I approached the stable doors, there was a knot of men outside them, and voices raised in anger. A young stable boy hung onto the headstall of an immense draught horse. An older boy was tugging at a lead attached to the horse's halter, attempting to take the horse from the boy, as a man in tilth colours looked on. The usually placid animal was becoming distressed at the tugging. In a moment, someone was going to get hurt. I stepped boldly into the midst of it, plucking the lead from the startled boy's hand, even as I quested soothingly toward the horse. He did not know me as well as he once had, but he calmed at the touch. "What goes on here?" I asked the stable boy.
"They came and took Cliff out of his stall, without even asking. He's my horse to take care of each day. But they didn't even tell me what they were doing."
"I have orders," began the man who had been standing by. "I am speaking to someone," I informed him, and turned back to the boy. "Has Hans left orders with you about this horse?"
"Only the usual ones."
The boy had been close to tears when I first came on the struggle. Now that he had a potential ally, his voice was firming. He stood up straighter and met my eyes. "Then it's simple. We take the horse back to his stall until we have other orders from Hans. No horse moves from the Buckkeep stable without the knowledge of the acting stablemaster." The boy had never let go his grip on Cliff's headstall. Now I placed the lead rope in his hands.
"Exactly what I thought, sir," he told me chirpily. He turned on his heel. "Thank you, sir. Come on, Cliffy."
The boy marched off with the big horse lumbering placidly after him. "I have orders to take that animal. Duke Ram of Tilth wishes him sent up the river immediately." The man in Tilth colours was breathing through his nose at me. "He does he? And has he cleared that with our stablemaster?" I was sure he had not.
"What goes on here?"
This was Hans come running, very pink about the ears and cheeks. On another man it might have looked funny. I knew it meant he was angry. The Tilth man drew himself up straight. "This man and one of your stable hands interfered when we came to get our stock from the stables," he declared haughtily. "Cliff isn't Tilth stock. He was foaled right here at Buckkeep 6 years ago. I was present at the time," I pointed out. The man gave me a condescending look. "I was not speaking to you. I was speaking to him." He jerked a thumb at Hans. "I have a name, sir," Hans pointed out coldly. "Hans. I'm acting as stablemaster while Burke is gone with King-in-Waiting Verity. He has a name too, Fitzchivalry. He assists me from time to time. He belongs to my stable, as does my stable boy and my horse. As to you, if you have a name, I haven't been told it. I know of no reason why you should be in my stable." Burke had taught Hans well. We exchanged a glance. In accord, we turned our backs and began to go back into the stables.
I am Lance, a stableman for Duke Ram. That horse was sold to my duke, and not just him. 2 spotted mares and a gelding as well. I have the papers here. As we turned back slowly, the tilthman proffered a scroll. My heart lurched at the sight of a blob of red wax with the buck sign mashed into it. It looked real. Hans took it slowly. He gave me a sideways glance, and I moved to stand beside him. He had some letters, but reading was usually a lengthy business for him. Brink had been working on it with him, but letters did not come easily to him. I looked over his shoulder as he unrolled the scroll and began to study it. "It's quite clear," said the tilthman. He reached for the scroll. "Shall I read it to you?" "Don't bother," I told him as Hans re-rolled the scroll. "What's written there is as plain as what's not. Prince Regal has signed it, but Cliff is not his horse. He and the mares and gelding are buck-keep horses. Only the king may sell them. King-in-waiting Verity is away. Prince Regal acts in his stead now." I put a restraining hand on Hans' shoulder. King-in-waiting Verity is indeed away, but King Shrewd is not, nor is Queen-in-waiting Kettrican. One of those must sign to sell a horse from Buckkeep stable. Lance snatched his scroll back, examined the signature for himself. "Well, Prince Regal's mark should be good enough for you, with Verity away. After all know the old king is not in his right mind most of the time. And Kettrican is, well, not of the family, really. So, with Verity gone, Regal is Prince." I spoke the word crisply. "To say less of him would be treason, as would be to say he were king, or queen, when he is not." I let the implied threat settle into his mind. I would not directly accuse him of treason, for then he would have to die for it. Not even a pompous ass like Lance deserved to die just for parroting what his master had no doubt spoken aloud. I watched his eyes grow wide. "I meant nothing." "And no harm is done," I filled in. "As long as you remember one cannot buy a horse from a man who doesn't own it. And these are Buckkeep horses owned by the king." "Of course," Lance dithered. "Perhaps this is the wrong paper. I am sure there is a mistake of some kind. I will go back to my master." "A wise choice." Hans spoke softly beside me, taking authority back. "Well, come along then." Lance snapped at his boy and gave the lad a shove. The boy glowered at us as he trailed off after his master. I scarcely blamed him. Lance was the sort who must vent his ill temper somewhere. "Will they be back, do you think?" Hans asked me quietly. "Either that or Regal must give Ram his coin back." We silently considered the likelihood of that. "So, what must I do when they come back?" "If it is only Regal's mark, nothing. If the king or queen-in-waiting's mark is upon it, then you must give him the horses." "One of those mares is pregnant," Hans protested. "Brink has big plans for the foal. What will he say to me if he comes back and those horses are gone?" "We have always had to remember that these horses belong to the king. He will not fault you for obeying a proper command." "I don't like this." He looked up at me with anxious eyes. "I don't think this would be happening if Brink was still here." "I think it would, Hans. Don't take any blame to yourself. I doubt that this is the worst that we'll see before the winter is over. But send me word if they do come back." He nodded gravely and I left him, my visit to the stable soured. I did not want to walk down the rows of stalls and wonder how many horses would still remain by the end of winter. I walked slowly across the courtyard and then inside and up the stairs to my room. I paused on the landing. Verity? Nothing. I could sense his presence inside myself. He could convey his will to me and sometimes even his thoughts. But still, whenever I tried to reach out to him, there was nothing. It frustrated me. If only I had been able to skill reliably, none of this would be happening. I paused to carefully curse Galen and all he had done to me. I had had the skill and he had burned it out of me.
and left me with but this half-formed, unpredictable form of it. But what about Serene? Or Justin? Or any of the others of the coterie? Why was not Verity using them to keep in touch with what was happening and to let his will be known? A creeping dread filled me. The messenger birds from Bairns, the signal lights, the skilled ones in the towers, all the lines of communications within the kingdom and with the king seemed not to be working very well. They were what stitched the Six Duchies into one, and made of us a kingdom rather than an alliance of dukes. Now, in these troubled times more than ever, we needed them. Why were they failing? I saved the question to ask Shade, and prayed that he would summon me soon. He called me less often than he had once, and I felt I was not as privy to his counsels as I once had been. Well, and had not I excluded him from much of my life as well? Perhaps what I felt was only a reflection of all the secrets I kept from him. Perhaps it was the natural distance that grew between assassins. I arrived at the door of my room just as Rosemary had given up knocking. "Did you need me?" I asked her. She dropped a grave curtsy.
"Our Lady, the Queen-in-Waiting Kettrican, wishes you to attend her at your earliest convenience."
"That's right now, isn't it?" I tried to get a smile out of her.
"No,"
she frowned up at me.
"I said at your earliest convenience, sir. Isn't that right?"
"Absolutely. Who has you practicing your manners so assiduously?" She heaved a great sigh.
"Fedrin."
"Fedrin is back from his summer travels already?"
"He's been back for 2 weeks, sir."
"Well, see how little I know. I shall be sure to tell him of how well you spoke when next I see him."
"Thank you, sir."
Forgetting her careful decorum, she was skipping by the time she reached the top of the stairs, and I heard her light footsteps go cascading down them like a tumble of pebbles. A likely child. I doubted not that Fedrin was grooming her to be a messenger. It was one of his duties as scribe. I went into my room briefly to put on a fresh shirt, and then took myself down to Kettrican's chambers. I knocked on the door, and Rosemary opened it. "It is now my earliest convenience," I told her, and this time was rewarded with a dimpled smile.
"Enter, sir.
"I shall tell my mistress you are here," she informed me. She gestured me to a chair and vanished into the inner chamber. From within, I could hear a quiet muttering of ladies' voices. Through the open door, I glimpsed them at their needlework and chatter. Queen Kettrican tilted her head to Rosemary and then excused herself to come to me. In a moment, Kettrican stood before me. For a moment, I just looked at her. The blue of the robe picked up the blue of her eyes. The late autumn light finding its way through the world glass of the windows glinted off the gold of her hair. I stared, I realized, and lowered my eyes. I rose immediately and bowed. She didn't wait for me to straighten up. "Have you been recently to visit the king?" she asked me without preamble. "Not in the last few days, my Lady Queen." "Then I suggest you do so this evening. I am concerned for him." "As you wish, my queen." I waited. Surely that was not what she had called me here to say. After a moment, she sighed. "Fitz, I am alone here, as I have never been before. Cannot you call me Kettrican, and treat me as a person for a bit?" The sudden change in tone took me off balance. "Certainly," I replied, but my voice was too formal.
"Danger,"
Night Eyes whispered. "Danger? How?"
"This is not your mate. This is the leader's mate."
It was like finding an aching tooth with your tongue. The knowledge jarred through me. There was a danger here, one to guard against. This was my queen, but I was not Verity, and she was not my love, no matter how my heart set to beating at the sight of her. But she was my friend. She had proven that in the Mountain Kingdom. I owed her the comfort that friends owe one another. "I went to see the king," she told me. She gestured me to sit and took a chair of her own across the hearth from me. Rosemary fetched her little stool to sit at Kettrican's feet. Despite our being alone in the room, the queen lowered her voice, and leaned toward me as she spoke. I asked him directly why I had not been summoned when the rider came in. He seemed puzzled by my question. But before he could even begin an answer, Regal came in. He had come in haste, I could tell, as if someone had run to tell him I was there, and he had immediately dropped everything to come. I nodded gravely. He made it impossible for me to speak to the king. Instead, he insisted on explaining it all to me. He claimed that the rider had been brought directly to the king's chamber, and that he had encountered the messenger as he came to visit his father. He had sent the boy to rest while he talked with the king, and that together they had decided that nothing could be done now. Then Shrewd had sent him to announce that to the boy and the gathered nobles, and to explain to them the state of the treasury. According to Regal, we are on the brink of ruin, and every penny must be watched. Bairns must look out for bairns' own, he told me, and when I asked if bairns' own were not Six Duchies folk, he told me that bairns had always stood more or less on its own. It was not rational, he said, to expect that Buck could guard a coast so far to the north of us and so long. Fitz, did you know that the near islands had already been ceded to the raiders? I shot to my feet. I know that no such thing is true, I blurted in outrage. Regal claims it is so, Ketchikan continued implacably. He says that Verity had decided before he left that there was no real hope of keeping them safe from the raiders, and that is why he called back our ship Constance. He says Verity skilled to Calod, the coterie member on the ship, to order the ship back home for repairs. That ship was refitted just after harvest. Then she was sent out to keep the coast between Seal Bay and Gulls, and to be ready should the near islands call for her. It is what her master asked for, more time to practice seamanship in winter waters. Verity would not leave that stretch of coast unwatched. If the raiders establish a stronghold on the near islands, we shall never be free of them. They can raid winter and summer alike from there. Regal claims that is what they have done already. He says our only hope now is to treat with them. Her blue eyes searched my face. I sank down slowly, near stunned. Could any of this be true? How could it have been kept from me? My sense of Verity within me mirrored my confusion. He knew nothing of this either. I do not think the king-in-waiting would ever treat with the raiders, save with the sharp of his sword. This is not, then, a secret kept from me lest it distress me. Regal implied as much, that Verity would keep these things secret from me as beyond my understanding. There was a trembling in her voice. It went beyond her anger that the near islands might have been abandoned to the raiders, to a more personal pain that her lord might have found her unworthy of his confidences. I longed so badly to take her in my arms and comfort her that I ached inside. My lady, I said hoarsely, take this truth from my lips as surely as it came from Verity's own. All this is as false as you are true. I shall find the bottom of this net of lies and slash it wide open. We shall see what sort of fish falls out. I can trust you to pursue this quietly, Fitz. My lady, you are one of the few who knows the extent of my training in quiet undertakings. She nodded gravely. The king, you understand, denied none of this. But neither did he seem to follow all that Regal said. He was like a child, listening to his elders converse, nodding, but understanding little. She glanced down at Rosemary at her feet fondly. I shall go to see the king as well. I promise I shall have answers for you, and soon. Before Duke Bairns arrives, she cautioned me. I must have the truth by then. I owe him at least that. We shall have more than just the truth for him, my Lady Queen, I promised her. The emeralds weighed heavy still in my pocket. I knew she would not begrudge them. Chapter 20. Mishaps. During the years of the Red Ship raids, the Six Duchies suffered significantly from their atrocities. The folk of the Six Duchies at that time learned a greater hatred of the Out-Islanders than ever they had felt before. In their grandfathers' and fathers' times, Out-Islanders had been both traders and pirates. Raids were carried out by solitary ships. We had not had a raiding war such as this since the days of King Wisdom. Although pirate attacks were not rare occurrences, they were still far more infrequent than the out-island ships that came to our shores to trade. The blood ties among the noble families to out-island kin were openly acknowledged, and many a family owned to a cousin in the out-islands. But after the savage raiding that preceded Forge, and the atrocities at Forge, all friendly talk of the out-islands ceased. Their ships had always been more wont to visit our shores than our traders to seek out their ice-plagued harbours and swift-tided channels. Now trade ceased entirely. Thus our folk knew nothing of their out-island kin during the days when we suffered the red ships. Out-islander became synonymous with raider, and in our minds all out-island vessels had red hulls. But one, Shade Fallstar, a personal adviser to King Shrewd, took it upon himself to travel to the out-islands in those perilous days. From his journals we have this. Kebal Rawbread was not even a name known in the Six Duchies. It was a name not breathed in the out-islands. The independent folk of the scattered and isolated villages of the out-islands had never owed allegiance to any one king, nor was Kebal Rawbread thought of as a king there. Rather, he was a malevolent force, like a freezing wind that so coats a ship's rigging with ice that in an hour she turns belly up on the sea. The few folk I encountered that did not fear to talk said Kebal had founded his power by subduing the individual pirates and raiding ships to his control. With those in hand, he turned his efforts to recruiting the best navigators, the most capable captains, and the most skillful fighters the scattered villages had to offer. Those who refused his offers saw their families escrowled, or forged, as we have come to call it. Then they were left alive to cope with the shattered remnants of their lives. Most were forced to put family members to death with their own hands. Out-islander customs are strict regarding a householder's duty to maintain order amongst family members. As word of these incidents spread, fewer resisted the offers of Kebal Rawbread. Some few fled. Their extended families still paid the price of escrow. Others chose suicide, but again the families were not spared. Such examples left few daring to defy Rawbread or his ships. Even to speak against him invited a scrowl. Sparse as was the knowledge I gained on this visit, it was gained with great difficulty. Rumours I gathered as well, though they were as sparse as black lambs in a white flock. I list them here. A white ship is spoken of, a ship that comes to separate souls, not to take them or destroy them, to separate them. They whisper too of a pale woman whom even Kebal Rawbread fears and reveres. Many related the torments of their land to the unprecedented advances of the ice whales, or glaciers. Always present in the upper reaches of their narrow valleys, they now advanced more swiftly than in the memory of any living man. They were rapidly covering what little arable soil the out-islands possessed, and in a way no one could or would explain to me, bringing a change of water. I went to see the king that evening. It was not without trepidation on my part. He would not have forgotten our last talk about celerity any more than I had. I reminded myself firmly that this visit was not for my personal reasons, but for Kettrican and Verity. Then I knocked, and Wallace grudgingly admitted me. The king was sitting up in his chair by the hearth. The fool was at his feet, staring pensively into the fire. King Shrewd looked up as I entered. I presented myself, and he greeted me warmly, then bade me be seated and tell me how my day had gone. At this, I shot the fool a brief, puzzled glance. He returned me a bitter smile. I took a stool opposite the fool and waited. King Shrewd looked down on me benignly.
"Well, lad, did you have a good day? Tell me about it."
"I have had a worrisome day, my king."
"Have you now? Well, have a cup of tea. It does wonders to soothe the nerves. Fool, pour my boy a cup of tea."
"Willingly, my king. I do so at your command, even more willingly than I do it for yourself."
With a surprising alacrity, the fool leapt to his feet. There was a fat clay pot of tea warming in the embers at the edges of the fire. From this the fool poured me a mug and then handed it to me, with the wish,
"Drink as deeply as our king does, and you shall share his serenity."
I took the mug from his hand and lifted it to my lips. I inhaled the vapours, then let the liquid lap lightly against my tongue. It smelled warm and spicy, and tingled pleasantly against my tongue. I did not drink, but lowered the cup with a smile. "A pleasant brew, but is not Merrybud addictive?" I asked the king directly. He smiled down on me.
"Not in such a small quantity. Wallace has assured me it is good for my nerves, and for my appetite as well."
"Yes, it does wonders for the appetite," the fool chimed in. "For the more you have, the more you shall want. Drink yours quickly, Fitz, for no doubt you will have company soon. The more you drink, the less you shall have to share."
With a gesture like a petal unfurling, the fool waved toward the door at the precise instant that it opened to admit Regal.
"Ah, more visitors," King Shrewd chuckled pleasantly. "This shall be a merry evening indeed. Sit down, my boy, sit down. The Fitz was just telling us he'd had a vexatious day, so I offered him a mug of my tea to soothe him."
"No doubt it will do him good," Regal agreed pleasantly. He turned his smile on me. "A vexatious day, Fitz?" "A troubling one. First, there was the small matter down at the stables. One of Duke Ram's men was down there claiming that the Duke had purchased 4 horses. One of them Cliff, the stud horse we use for the cart mares. I persuaded him there must be some mistake, for the papers were not signed by the king."
"Oh, those," the king chuckled again. "Regal had to bring them back to me. I'd forgotten to sign them at all. But it is all taken care of now, and I am sure the horses will be on their way to Tilth by the morrow. Good horses, too. Duke Ram will find them. He made a wise bargain."
I had never thought to see us sell our best stock away from Buckkeep. I spoke quietly, looking at Regal. "And neither did I, but with the treasury as depleted as it is, we have had to take hard measures." He regarded me coolly a moment. "Sheep and cattle are to be sold as well. We have not the grain to winter them over anyway. Better to sell them now than to see them starve this winter." I was outraged. Why have not we heard of these shortages before? I've heard nothing of a failed harvest. Times are hard, it is true, but you have heard nothing because you have not been listening. While you and my brother have immersed yourselves in the glories of war, I have been dealing with the purse to pay for it, and it is well nigh empty. Tomorrow, I will have to tell the men working on the new ships that they must either labour for the love of it or leave off their work. There is no longer coin to pay them, nor to buy the materials that will be needed to finish the ships. He finished his speech and leaned back, considering me. Within me, Verity roiled. I looked to King Shrewd. "This is true, my king?" I asked. King Shrewd started. He looked over at me and blinked his eyes a few times.
"I did sign those papers, did I not?"
He seemed puzzled, and I think his mind had gone back to a previous conversation. He had not followed our talk at all. At his feet, the fool was strangely silent.
"I thought I had signed the papers. Well, bring them to me now, then. Let us get this done, and then get on with a pleasant evening."
"What is to be done about the situation in Bairns? Is it true that the raiders have taken parts of the near islands?"
"The situation in Bairns," he said.
He paused, considering. He took another sip of his tea. "Nothing can be done about the situation in Bairns. Regal said sadly. Smoothly he added, "It is time bairns took care of bairns' troubles. We cannot beggar all 6 duchies to protect a barren stretch of coastline. So the raiders have helped themselves to a few frozen rocks. I wish them joy of them. We have folk of our own to care for, villages of our own to rebuild." I waited in vain for Shrewd to rouse, to say something in defence of bairns. When he was silent, I asked quietly, "The town of Ferry is scarcely a frozen rock. At least it wasn't until the Red Ships called. And when did bairns cease to be part of the 6 duchies?" I looked to Shrewd, tried to make him meet my eyes. "My king, I beg you, order Serene to come. Have her skill to Verity, that you may counsel together about this." Regal grew suddenly weary of our cat and mouse. "When did the dog boy come to be so concerned with politics?" he asked me savagely. "Why cannot you understand that the king can make decisions without the permission of the king in waiting? Do you quiz your king on his decisions, Fitz? Have you so far forgotten your place? I knew Verity had made something of a pet of you, and perhaps your adventures with your axe have given you large ideas of yourself. But Prince Verity has seen fit to go gallivanting off after a chimera, and I am left to keep the 6 duchies rattling along as best I may." "I was present when you endorsed King-in-Waiting Verity's proposal to seek the Elderlings," I pointed out. King Shrewd seemed to have gone off into another waking dream. He stared into the fire. "And why that was so, I have no idea," Regal rejoined smoothly. "As I observed, you have come to have large ideas of yourself. You eat at the high table, and are clothed by the king's largesse, and somehow you have come to believe this gives you privileges rather than duties. Let me tell you who you really are, Fitz." Regal paused. To me it seemed he looked at the king, as if gauging how safe it was for him to speak. "You," he continued in a lowered voice, tone as sweet as a minstrel's, "are the begotten bastard of a princeling who had not even the courage to continue as king-in-waiting. You are the grandson of a dead queen, whose common breeding showed in the common woman her eldest son bedded to conceive you. You, who take the name to yourself of Fitz-chivalry farseer, need do no more than scratch yourself to find Nameless the dog boy. Be grateful I do not send you back to the stables, but suffer to let you abide in the keep." I do not know what I felt. Night Eyes was snarling at the venom in Regal's words, while Verity was capable of fratricide at that moment. I glanced at King Shrewd. He cupped his mug of sweet tea in both hands and dreamed into the fire. From the corner of my eyes I had a glimpse of the fool. There was fear in his colourless eyes, fear as I had never seen there before. And he was looking not at Regal, but at me. I abruptly realised that I had arisen and was standing over Regal. He was looking up at me, waiting. There was a glint of fear in his eyes, but also the shine of triumph. All I would have to do was strike at him and he could call the guards. It would be treason. He would hang me for it. I felt how the fabric of my shirt was binding on my shoulders and chest, so swollen with rage was I. I tried to exhale, willed the balled fists of my hands to loosen. It took a moment. "Hush," I told them, "hush, or you'll get me killed." When I had my voice under control, I spoke. "Many things have been made clear to me this night," I said quietly. I turned to King Shrewd. "My Lord King, I bid you good evening, and ask to be excused from your presence."
"Eh? So you had an anxious day, lad?"
"I did, my Lord King," I said softly. His deep eyes looked up into mine as I stood before him, waiting to be released. I looked deep into their depths. He was not there, not as he once had been. He looked at me puzzledly, blinked a few times.
"Well, perhaps you had best get some rest then, as should I, Fool, is my bed prepared? Warm it with the warming pan. I grow so cold at night these days. At night these days. There's a bit of nonsense for you, fool. How would you say it, to get it aright?
The fool sprang to his feet, bowed deeply before the king.
I would say there's the chill of death about the days, these nights as well, your majesty. A cold fair to curl the bones it is. A man could take his death to it. 'Twould warm me more to hide in your shade than to stand before your sun's heat.
King Shrewd chuckled.
You don't make a bit of sense, fool. But then you never did. Good night to all, and off to bed, lads, both of you. Good night. Good night.
I slipped out while Regal was saying a more formal good night to his father. It was all I could do to walk past Wallace's simpering smile without smashing it from his face. Once in the hall outside, I swiftly sought my own room. I would take the fool's advice, I thought, and hide myself in shade rather than stand before the heat of the king's sun. I spent the rest of that evening in my room alone. I knew that as night deepened, Molly would wonder when I did not come tapping at her door, but I had no heart for it tonight. I could not summon the energy to slip out of my room and go creeping up the stairs and slinking down the corridors, always worrying that someone might step out abruptly and find me where I had no right to be. At one time, I would have sought out Molly's warmth and affection and found a measure of peace there. That was no longer the case. Now I dreaded the stealth and anxiety of our meetings, and a guardedness that did not even end when her door closed behind me. For Verity rode within me, and ever I must guard, so that what I felt and thought with Molly did not spill over into the link I shared with Verity. I gave up on the scroll I had been trying to read. What use now to learn of elderlings anyway? Verity would find whatever Verity found. I flung myself back on my bed and stared up at the ceiling. Even still and silent, there was no peace in me. My link to Verity was like a hook in my flesh. So must a snagged fish feel when it fights the line. My ties to Night Eyes were on a deeper, more subtle level, but ever he was there as well, green eyes lambent in a dark corner of myself. These parts of me never slept, never rested, were never quiescent at all. And that constant strain was beginning to tell on me. Hours later, the candles were guttering and the fire burned low. A change in the air of my room let me know that Shade had opened his soundless door to me. I arose and went to him. But with every step I took up that draughty staircase, my anger grew. It was not the kind of anger that led to ranting and blows between men. This was an anger born as much from weariness and frustration as from any hurt. This was the sort of anger that led a man to stop everything, to say simply, "I cannot bear this any more."
"Cannot bear what?" Shade asked me. He looked up from where he hunched over some concoction he was grinding on his stained stone table. There was genuine concern in his voice. It made me really stop and look at the man I addressed. A tall, skinny old assassin, pox-scarred, hair gone almost entirely white now, wearing the familiar grey wool robe, always with stains or the tiny burns he inflicted on his clothes while he worked. I wondered how many men he had killed for his king. Killed simply at a word or nod from Shrewd. Killed without question, true to his oath. For all those deaths, he was a gentle man. Suddenly I had a question more pressing than answering his question. "Shade," I asked, "have you ever killed a man for your own sake?" He looked startled. "For my own sake?" "Yes." "To protect my own life?" "Yes, I don't mean when on the king's business. I mean killed a man to make your life simpler." He snorted. "Of course not." He looked at me strangely. "Why not?" I pressed. He looked incredulous. One simply does not go about killing people for convenience. It's wrong. It's called murder, boy.
Unless you do it for your king.
Unless you do it for your king, he agreed easily.
Shade, what's the difference? If you do it for yourself or if you do it for Shrewd? He sighed and gave up on the mixture he was making. He moved around the end of the table, sat on a tall stool there.
I remember asking these questions, but of myself, as my mentor was gone by the time I was your age. He met my eyes firmly. It comes down to faith, boy. Do you believe in your king? And your king has to be more to you than your half-brother or your grandfather. He has to be more than good old Shrewd or fine, honest Verity. He has to be the king. The heart of the kingdom, the centre of the wheel. If he is that, and if you have faith that the Six Duchies are worth preserving, that the good of all our people is furthered by dispensing the king's justice, then, well,
then you can kill for him.
Exactly.
Have you ever killed against your own judgment?
You have many questions this night, he warned me quietly.
Perhaps you have left me alone too long to think of them all. When we met near nightly and talked often, and I was busy all the time, I did not think so much. But now I do.
He nodded slowly. Thinking is not always comforting. It is always good, but not always comforting. Yes, I've killed against my own judgment. Again, it came down to faith. I had to believe that the folk who gave the order knew more than I did, and were wiser in the ways of the wider world.
I was silent for a long moment. Shade started to relax.
Come in. Don't stand there in the draught. Let's have a glass of wine together. And then I need to talk to you about...
Have you ever killed solely on the basis of your own judgment, for the good of the kingdom? For a time, Shade looked at me, troubled. I did not look away. He did, finally, staring down at his old hands, rubbing their papery white skin against each other as he fingered the brilliant red pocks.
I do not make those judgments. He looked up at me suddenly. I never accepted that burden, nor wished to. It is not our place, boy. Those decisions are for the king.
I am not boy, I pointed out, surprising myself. I am Fitzchivalry.
With an emphasis on the Fitz, Shade pointed out hastily. You are the illegitimate get of a man who did not step up to become king. He abdicated. And in that abdication, he set aside from himself the making of judgments. You are not king, Fitz, nor even the son of a true king. We are assassins.
Why do we stand by while the true king is poisoned? I asked bluntly then. I see it, you see it. He is lured into using herbs that steal his mind. And while he cannot think well, lured to use ones that make him even more foolish. We know its immediate source, and I suspect its true source, and yet we watch him dwindle and grow feeble. Why? Where is the faith in that? His words cut me like knives.
I do not know where your faith is. I had thought perhaps it would be in me, that I knew more about it than you did, and that I was loyal to my king.
It was my turn to drop my eyes. After a moment I crossed the room slowly, to the cabinet where Shade kept the wine and the glasses. I took down a tray and poured 2 careful glasses from the glass-stoppered bottle. I took the tray to the small table by the hearth. As I had for so many years, I seated myself on the hearthstones. After a moment, my master came and took his place in his well-cushioned chair. He lifted his wine-glass from the tray and sipped.
This last year has not been an easy time for either of us.
You have so seldom called me, and when you do, you are full of secrets. I tried to keep the accusation from my voice, but couldn't quite. Shade gave a short bark of laughter.
And you being such an open, spontaneous fellow, that annoys you? He laughed again, ignoring my offended look.
When he had finished, he wet his mouth with wine again, then looked at me.
Amusement still danced in his dark eyes. "Do not glower at me, boy," he told me. "I have not expected anything from you that you have not demanded from me twofold, and more. For I have it in my mind that a master has some right to expect faith and trust from his student." "You do," I said after some moments. "And you were right. I have my secrets as well, and I have expected you to trust that they are honourable ones. But my secrets do not constrain you as yours do me. Every time I visit the king's chambers, I see what Wallace's smokes and potions are doing to him. I want to kill Wallace and restore my king to his wits, and after that I want to finish the task. I want to eliminate the source of the poisons." "You wish to kill me, then?" It was like being doused with cold water. "You are the source of the poisons Wallace gives to the king?" I was sure I had misunderstood. He nodded slowly. "Some of them. Probably the ones you most object to." My heart was cold and still inside me. "But Shade, why?" He looked at me, his lips folded tight. After a moment, he opened his mouth and spoke softly. "A king's secrets belong to a king only. They are not mine to give away, no matter if I think the receiver would keep them safe or not. But if you would only use your mind as I have trained you, you would know my secrets, for I have not hidden them from you. And from my secret, you could deduce much on your own." I turned to poke at the fire behind me. "Shade, I am so weary. Too weary to play at games. Cannot you simply tell me?" "Of course I could. But it would compromise my promise to my king. What I do is bad enough." "You are splitting hairs over this," I exclaimed angrily. "Perhaps, but they are mine to split," he replied with equanimity. His very calmness infuriated me. I shook my head violently, put the whole puzzle away from myself for a bit. "Why did you summon me tonight?" I asked flatly. There was a shadow of hurt behind the calm in his eyes now. "Perhaps just to see you. Perhaps to forestall your doing something foolish and permanent. I know that much of what is going on right now distresses you greatly. I assure you I share your fears. But for now, we must continue on our allotted paths with faith. Surely you believe that Verity will return before spring and put all to rights?" "I don't know," I admitted grudgingly. It shocked me when he set off on this ridiculous quest. He should have stayed here and continued with his original plan. By the time he returns, half his kingdom will be beggared or given away, the way Regal is going at things. Shade looked at me levelly. "His kingdom is still King Shrewd's kingdom, remember? Perhaps he has faith in his father to keep it intact." "I do not think King Shrewd can even keep himself intact, Shade. Have you seen him of late?" Shade's mouth went to a flat line. "Yes," he bit the word off. "I see him when no one else does. I tell you that he is not the feeble idiot you seem to believe he is." I shook my head slowly. "If you had seen him tonight, Shade, you would share my anxiety." "What makes you so sure I did not?" Shade was nettled now. I had no wish to anger the old man. But it seemed to be going all wrong no matter how I spoke. I forced myself to keep silent now. Instead of speaking, I took another sip of my wine. I stared into the fire. "Are the rumours about the Near Islands true?" I asked at last. My voice was my own again. Shade sighed and rubbed at his eyes with his knuckly hands. "As in all rumours, there is a germ of truth. It may be true that the raiders have established a base there. We are not certain. We have certainly not ceded the Near Islands to them. As you observed, once they had the Near Islands, they would raid our coast winter and summer."
Prince Regal seemed to believe that they could be bought off, that perhaps those islands and a bit of Bairn's coast were what they were truly after. It was an effort, but I kept my voice respectful as I spoke of Regal.
Many men hope that by saying a thing they can make it so, Shade said neutrally, even when they must know better, he added as a darker afterthought.
What do you think the raiders want? I asked. He stared past me into the fire.
Now there is a puzzle. What do the raiders want? It is how our minds work, Fitz. We think they attack us because they want something from us. But surely if they wanted something by now, they would have demanded it. They know the damage they do to us. They must know that we would at least consider their demands. But they ask for nothing. They simply go on raiding.
They make no sense.
I finished the thought for him. Not the way we see sense, he corrected me. But what if our basic assumption is wrong?
I just stared at him.
What if they don't want anything, except what they already have? A nation of victims, towns to raid, villages to torch, people to torture. What if that is their entire aim?
That's insane,
I said slowly. Perhaps. But what if it is so?
Then nothing will stop them, except destroying them.
He nodded slowly. Follow that thought.
We don't have enough ships to even slow them down. I considered a moment. We had best all hope the myths about the Elderlings are true, because it seems to me they, or something like them, are our only hope.
Shade nodded slowly. Exactly. So you see why I approve of Verity's course.
Because it's our only hope of survival. We sat for a long time together, staring silently into the fire. When I finally returned to my bed that night, I was assailed by nightmares of Verity attacked and battling for his life, while I stood by and watched. I could not kill any of his attackers, for my king had not said I could. 12 days later, Duke Braundy of Bairns arrived. He came down the coast road, at the head of enough men to be impressive without being an open threat. He had mustered as much pomp and panoply as his dukedom could afford. His daughters rode at his side, save for the eldest, who had remained behind to do all that could be done for Ferry. I spent most of the early afternoon in the stables and then in the guardroom, listening to the talk of the lesser members of his entourage. Hans acquitted himself well at seeing that there was space and care for their beasts, and as always our kitchens and barracks made themselves hospitable places. Still, there was plenty of hard talk among the folk from Bairns. They spoke bluntly of what they had seen at Ferry, and how their summons for help had gone unheeded. It shamed our soldiers that there was little they could say to defend what King Shrewd had apparently done. And when a soldier cannot defend what his leader has done, he must either agree with the criticism or find another area in which to disagree. So there were fistfights between Bairns men and Buckkeep troops, isolated incidents for the most part and over trivial differences. But such things did not usually happen under the discipline of Buckkeep, and so they were all the more unsettling. It underscored to me the confusion amongst our own troops. I dressed carefully for dinner that evening, unsure as to who I might encounter or what might be expected of me. I had glimpsed Celerity twice that day, and each time slipped away before I could be noticed. I expected she would be my dinner partner, and dreaded it. Now was no time to give anyone from Bairns any sort of affront, but I did not wish to encourage her. I could have saved my worrying. I found myself seated far down the table among the lesser nobility, and the younger ones at that. I spent an uncomfortable evening as a minor novelty. Several of the girls at the table attempted to be flirtatious. This was a new experience for me, and not one I relished. It made me realise just how great an influx of folk had swollen the Buckkeep court that winter. Most of them were from the inland duchies, sniffing after scraps from Regal's plate, but as these young women plainly indicated, they would be happy to court political influence wherever they could. The effort to follow their attempts at witty banter and respond on a level of at least moderate politeness made it nearly impossible for me to give any attention to what was going on at the high table. King Shrewd was there, seated between Queen-in-Waiting Kettrican and Prince Regal. Duke Brawndy and his daughters Celerity and Faith were seated closest to them. The rest of the table was filled with Regal's pets. Duke Ram of Tilth and his Lady Placid, and their 2 sons were the most noteworthy. Regal's cousin Lord Bright was there as well. The young heir to the Duke of Farrow was new to court. From where I sat, I could see little and hear even less. I felt Verity's churning frustration at the situation, but there was nothing I could do about it. The king looked more weary than dazed that evening, which I took to be positive. Kettrican, seated beside him, was near colourless, save for 2 spots of pink on her cheeks. She did not seem to be eating much, and seemed graver and more silent than usual. Prince Regal, in contrast, was both social and merry, with Duke Ram and Lady Placid and their boys. He did not quite ignore Brawndy and his daughters, but his merriment clearly grated on the visitor's mood. Duke Brawndy was a large man, and well-muscled even in his old age. Shocks of white hair in his black warrior's tail attested to old battle injuries, as did a hand missing a few fingers. His daughters sat just down table from him, indigo-eyed women whose high cheekbones told of his late queen's near-island ancestry. Faith and Celerity wore their hair cut short and sleek in the northern style. The quick ways they turned their heads to observe everyone at the table reminded me of hawks on a wrist. These were not the gentle nobility of the inland duchies that Regal was used to dealing with. Of all the 6 duchies, the folk of Bairns came closest to being warriors still. Regal was courting disaster to make light of their grievances. I knew they would not expect to discuss raiders at the table, but his festive tone was completely at odds with their mission here. I wondered if he knew how badly he offended them. Kettrican obviously did. More than once I saw her clench her jaw or cast her eyes downward at one of Regal's witticisms. He was drinking too heavily as well, and it began to show in his extravagant hand gestures and the loudness of his laughter. I wished desperately I could hear what he was finding so humorous in his own words. Dinner seemed interminable. Celerity rapidly located me at table. After that, I was hard put to avoid the measuring looks she sent my way. I nodded affably to her the first time our eyes locked. I could tell she was puzzled by where I had been seated. I dared not ignore every look she sent my way. Regal was offensive enough without my appearing to snub Bairn's daughter as well. I felt I teetered on a fence. I was grateful when King Shrewd rose and Queen Kettrican insisted on taking his arm to help him from the room. Regal frowned a trifle drunkenly to see the party disperse so soon, but made no effort to persuade Duke Brawndy and his daughters to stay at table. They excused themselves rather stiffly as soon as Shrewd had departed. I likewise made excuse of a headache and left my giggling companions for the solitude of my room. As I opened my door and went into my bedchamber, I felt myself the most powerless person in the keep. Nameless the dog boy indeed.
"I see dinner was absolutely fascinating for you,"
the fool observed. I sighed. I didn't ask how he had got in. No point to asking questions that would not be answered. He was sitting on my hearth, silhouetted against the dancing flames of a small fire he had kindled there. There was a peculiar stillness to him. No jingling of bells, no tumbling, mocking words. Dinner was insufferable, I told him. I did not bother with candles. My headache had not been entirely a fiction. I sat, then lay back on my bed with a sigh. I do not know what Buckkeep is coming to, nor what I can do about it.
"Perhaps what you have already done is enough,"
the fool ventured. I've done nothing noteworthy lately.
I informed him. Unless you count knowing when to stop talking back to Regal. Ah, that's a skill we're all learning then, he agreed morosely. He drew his knees up to his chin, rested his arms upon them. He took a breath. Have you no news, then, that you'd care to share with a fool? A very discreet fool. I've no news to share with you that you would not already know, and probably sooner than I did. The darkness of the room was restful. My headache was easing. Ah, he paused delicately. Shall I perhaps ask a question? To be answered or not, as you see fit. Save your breath and ask it. You know you shall, whether I give you permission or no. Indeed, there you are right. Well then, the question. Ah, I surprise myself, I blush, I do. Fit chivalry? Have you made a Fitz of your own? I sat up slowly on my bed and stared at him. He did not move nor flinch. What did you ask me? I demanded quietly. He spoke softly, almost apologetically now. I must know. Is Molly carrying your child? I sprang at him from the bed, caught him by the throat and dragged him up to his feet. I drew back my fist and then stopped, shocked by what the firelight revealed on his face. Batter away, he suggested quietly. New bruises will not show much upon the old ones. I can creep about unseen for a few more days. I snatched my hand back from him. Strange how the act I had been about to commit now seemed so monstrous when I discovered someone else had already done it. As soon as I released him, he turned away from me, as if his discoloured and swollen face shamed him. Perhaps the pallor of his skin and his delicate bone structure made it all the more horrifying to me. It was as if someone had done this to a child. I knelt by the fire and began to build it up. Didn't get a good enough look? The fool asked acidly. I'll warn you, it gets no better by giving more light to it. Sit on my clothes chest and take your shirt off, I told him briskly. He didn't move. I ignored that. I had a small kettle for tea water. This I set to heat. I lit a branch of candles and set them upon the table, and then took out my small store of herbs. I did not keep that many in my room. I wished now I had Burrick's full store to draw on, but I was sure that if I left to go to the stables, he would be gone when I returned. Still, those I kept in my room were mostly for bruises and cuts, and the types of injuries my other profession exposed me to most often. They would do. When the water was warm, I poured some into my wash basin and added a generous handful of herbs, crushing them as I did so. I found an outgrown shirt in my clothing chest and tore it into rags. Come into the light. This I phrased as a request. After a moment he did so, but moving hesitantly and shyly. I looked at him briefly, then took him by the shoulders and sat him down on my clothing chest. What happened to you? I asked, awed by the damage to his face. His lips were cut and swollen, and one eye swollen near closed. I've been going about Buckkeep asking bad-tempered individuals if they've fathered bastards lately. His one good eye met my glare straight on. Red webbed the white of it. I found I could neither be angry with him nor laugh. You should know enough medicine to take better care of something like this. Sit still now. I made the rag into a compress, held it gently but firmly to his face. After a moment he relaxed. I sponged away some dried blood. There wasn't much. He had obviously cleaned himself up after this beating, but some of the cuts had continued to ooze blood. I ran my fingers lightly down the lines of his jaw and around his eye socket. At least no bone seemed damaged. Who did this to you? I asked him. I walked into a series of doors, or the same one several times. It depends on which door you ask. He spoke glibly for someone with mashed lips. That was a serious question, I told him. As was mine. I glared at him again, and he dropped his eyes. For a moment, neither of us spoke,
and I searched out a pot of salve Burrick had given me for cuts and scrapes. I'd really like to know the answer, I reminded him as I took the lid off the pot. The familiar biting scent rose to my nostrils, and I suddenly missed Burrick with an amazing intensity.
As would I.
He flinched slightly under my touch as I applied the salve. I knew it stung. I also knew it worked. Why do you ask such a question of me? I finally demanded. He considered a moment.
Because it is easier to ask of you than to ask Kettricken if she carries Verity's child. As far as I can determine, Regal has shared his favours only with himself of late, so that dismisses him. You or Verity, then, must be the father.
I looked at him blankly. He shook his head sadly for me.
Cannot you feel it?
He asked in a near whisper. He stared off in the distance dramatically.
Forces shift, shadows flutter. Suddenly there is a rippling in the possibilities, a reordering of the futures as destinies multiply. All paths diverge and diverge again.
He looked back to me. I smiled at him, thinking he jested, but his mouth was sober.
There is an heir to the Farseer line, he said quietly. I am certain of it.
Have you ever missed a step in the dark? There is that sudden feeling of teetering on the edge, and no knowledge of how far you may fall. I said far too firmly, I have fathered no child. The fool regarded me with a sceptical eye.
Ah, he said with false heartiness. Of course not. Then it must be Kettricken who is carrying.
It must, I agreed, but my heart sank. If Kettricken were pregnant, she would have no reason to conceal it, whereas Molly would. And I had not been to see Molly in several nights. Perhaps she had news for me. I felt suddenly dizzied, but I forced myself to take a long, calming breath. Take your shirt off, I told the fool. Let's see your chest.
I've seen it, thank you, and I assure you it's fine. When they popped the bag over my head, I presume it was to provide a target. They were most conscientious about striking nowhere else.
The brutality of what they had done to him sickened me into silence. Who? I finally managed to ask.
With a bag over my head, come now. Can you see through a bag?
No, but you must have suspicions. He canted his head at me in disbelief.
If you do not know what those suspicions are already, then you are the one with your head in a bag. Let me cut a bit of a hole for you. We know you are false to the king, that you spy for Verity the Pretender. Send him no more messages, for if you do, we shall know of it.
He turned to stare into the fire, swung his heels briefly, thunk, 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 against my clothing chest. Verity the Pretender? I asked in outrage.
Not my words, theirs,
he pointed out. I forced my anger down, tried to think. Why would they suspect you spy for Verity? Have you sent him messages?
I have a king, he said softly. Although he does not always remember, he is my king. You must look out for your king, as I am sure you do.
What will you do?
What I have always done. What else can I do? I cannot stop doing what they command me to stop, for I have never begun it.
A creeping certainty shivered up my spine. And if they act again? He gave a lifeless laugh.
There is no point to my worrying about it, for I cannot prevent it. That is not to say I look forward to it. This, he said, with a half gesture toward his face, this will heal. What they did to my room will not. I shall be weeks picking up that mess.
The words trivialized it. A terrible hollow feeling welled up in me. I had been in the Fool's Tower chamber once. It had been a long climb up a disused staircase, past the dust and litter of years, to a chamber that looked out over the parapets and contained a garden of wonder. I thought of the bright fish swimming in the fat pots, The moss gardens in their containers, the tiny ceramic child so meticulously cared for in its cradle. I closed my eyes as he added to the flames,
They were most thorough. Silly me. To think there was such a thing as a safe place in the world.
I could not look at him. Save for his tongue, he was a defenceless person whose only drive was to serve his king and save the world. Yet someone had smashed his world. Worse, I suspected the beating he had taken was in revenge for something I had done. I could help you set it to rights, I offered quietly. He shook his head tightly, quickly, twice.
I think not, he said.
Then he added in a more normal voice,
No offence intended.
None taken. I bundled the cleansing herbs with the pot of salve and the leftover rags from my shirt. He hopped off my clothes chest. When I offered them to him, he took them gravely. He walked to the door stiffly, despite his claims that they had only damaged his face. At the door he turned.
When you know for certain, you will tell me.
He paused significantly. His voice dropped.
After all, if this is what they do to a king's fool, what might they do to a woman carrying a king-in-waiting's heir?
They wouldn't dare, I said fiercely. He snorted disdain.
Wouldn't they? I no longer know what they would or would not dare, Fitzchivalry, neither do you. I'd find a sounder way to latch my door if I were you. Unless you wish to find your head in a bag as well.
He gave a smile that wasn't even a shadow of his usual mocking grin and slipped out again. I walked to the door after he had left it and dropped the bar into place. I leaned my back against it and sighed. It's all very well for the rest of them, Verity, I said aloud to the silent room. But for myself, I think you should turn yourself about right now and ride home. There's more afoot than red ships, and somehow I misdoubt that elderlings would be much help against the other threats we face. I waited, hoping to feel some sort of acknowledgement or agreement from him. There was nothing. My frustrations whirled in me. I was seldom certain of when Verity was aware with me, and never sure if he sensed the thoughts I wished to send him. I wondered again at why he did not direct Serene as to the actions he wished taken. He had skilled to her all summer about red ships. Why was he so silent now? Had he skilled to her already and she concealed it? Or revealed it perhaps to Regal only? I considered it. Perhaps the bruises on the fool's face reflected Regal's frustration at finding Verity aware of what was going on in his absence. Why he had chosen the fool as the culprit was anyone's guess. Perhaps he had simply chosen him as a vent for his rage. The fool had never avoided offending Regal, or anyone else. Later that night I went to Molly. It was a dangerous time to go, for the keep was abuzz with extra folk and extra servants taking care of them, but my suspicions would not let me stay away. When I tapped on the door that night, Molly asked through the wood, "Who is it?" "It's me," I replied incredulously. She had never asked before. "Oh," she replied, and opened the door. I slipped inside and bolted it behind me as she crossed to the hearth. She knelt before it, adding wood it didn't need and not looking at me. She was dressed in her blue servant's dress, and her hair was still bundled up. Every line of her body warned me I was in trouble again. "I'm sorry I haven't been here much lately." "So am I," Molly said shortly. She wasn't leaving me much in the way of openings. "A lot has been going on, and they've been keeping me pretty busy." "With what?" I sighed. I already knew where this conversation was going. "With things I can't talk to you about." "Of course." For all the calmness and coolness in her voice, I knew her fury was raging just beneath the surface. The slightest wrong word would set it off. So would not saying anything. So my question might as well be tackled head on.
Molly, the reason I came tonight... Oh, I knew there had to be some special reason for you finally to drop in. The only thing that really surprises me is myself. Why am I here? Why do I come straight to my room after my duties each day and wait on the off chance that you might appear? There are other things I could be doing. There are minstrels, and puppet shows aplenty lately. Prince Rigor sees to that. I could be at one of the lesser halves, with the other servants, enjoying their company, instead of up here alone. Or I could be getting some work done. Cook lets me use the kitchen when it's not a busy time. I have wicking and herbs and tallow. I should be using them while the herbs still have their full potency. But no, I am up here in the hope that you'll remember me and want to spend a few moments with me. I stood like a rock in the battering waves of her words. There was nothing else I could do. Everything she said was true. I looked at my feet while she caught her breath. When she spoke again, the anger had faded from her voice, to be replaced with something worse. Misery and discouragement. Fitz, it's just so hard. Every time I think I have accepted it, I turn a corner and catch myself hoping again. But there's never going to be anything for us, is there? Never going to be a time that belongs just to us. Never going to be a place that is just ours. She paused. She looked down, biting on her lower lip. When she spoke, her voice trembled. I've seen Celerity. She's beautiful. I even made an excuse to speak to her. I asked if they needed more candles for their rooms. She spoke back, shyly but courteously. She even thanked me for being concerned, as few here thank servants. She's nice. A lady. Oh, they'll never give you permission to marry me. Why would you want to marry a servant? You are not a servant to me, I said quietly. I never think of you that way. Then what am I? I am not a wife, she pointed out quietly. In my heart you are, I said miserably. It was a pitiful comfort to offer her. It shamed me that she accepted it and came to rest her forehead on my shoulder. I held her gently for a few moments, then pulled her into a warmer embrace. As she nestled against me, I said softly into her hair, There's something I have to ask you. What? Are you with child? What? She pulled back from me to look up into my face. Are you carrying my child? No. No, I'm not. A pause. What makes you ask such a thing all of a sudden? It just occurred to me to wonder, that's all. I mean, I know what you mean. If we were married, and I weren't pregnant by now, the neighbours would be shaking their heads over us. Really? Such a thing had never really occurred to me before. I knew that some folk wondered if Kettrican were barren, as she had not conceived in over a year of marriage, but a concern over her childlessness was a public issue. I had never thought of neighbours watching newlyweds expectantly. Of course. By now, someone would have offered me a tea recipe from their mother's telling, or powdered boar's tusk to slip into your ale at night. Oh, really? I gathered her closer to me, grinning foolishly. She smiled back up at me. The smile faded slowly. As it is, she said quietly, there are other herbs I take, to be sure that I do not conceive. I had all but forgotten Patience scolding me that day. Some herbs like that, I've heard, can make a woman ill, if she takes them for long. I know what I'm doing, she said flatly. Besides, what is the alternative? She added with less heart. Disaster, I conceded. She nodded her head against me. Fitz, if I had said yes tonight, if I were pregnant, what would you have done? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Think about it now, she begged me. I spoke slowly. I suppose I'd get a place for you, somehow, somewhere. I'd go to Shade, I'd go to Burrick, and I'd beg for help.
Inwardly, I blanched to think of it. A safe place. Away from Buckkeep, upriver, maybe. I'd come to see you when I could. Somehow I'd take care of you. You'd set me aside, is what you're saying. Me and my child. No, I'd keep you safe. Put you where no one would point shame at you or mock you for having a child alone. And when I could, I'd come to you and our child. Have you ever considered that you could come with us? That we could leave Buckkeep, you and I, and go upriver now? I can't leave Buckkeep. I've explained that to you every way I know how. I know you have. I've tried to understand it, but I don't see why. The work I do for the king is such that... Stop doing it! Let someone else do it. Go away with me to a life of our own. I can't. It's not that simple. I wouldn't be allowed to leave just like that. Somehow we had come uncoupled. Now she folded her arms across her chest. Verity's gone. Almost no one believes he's coming back. King Shrewd grows more feeble each day, and Regal prepares himself to inherit. If half of Regal's feelings for you are what you say they are, why on earth would you wish to stay here with him as king? Why would he want to keep you here? Fitz, can't you see that it's all tumbling apart? The near islands and ferry are just the beginning. The raiders won't stop there. All the more reason for me to stay here, to work and, if need be, fight for our people. One man can't stop them, Molly pointed out. Not even a man as stubborn as you. Why not take all that stubbornness and fight for us instead? Why don't we run away, up the river and inland, away from the raiders to a life of our own? Why should we have to give up everything for a hopeless cause? I couldn't believe what I was hearing from her. If I had said it, it would have been treason. But she said it as if it were the commonest sense, as if she and I and a child that didn't exist yet were more important than the king and the Six Duchies combined. I said as much. Well, she asked me, looking at me levelly. It's true, to me. If you were my husband and I had our child, that's how important it would be to me. More important than the whole rest of the world. And what was I to say to that? I reached for the truth, knowing it wouldn't satisfy her. You would be that important to me. You are that important to me. But it's also why I have to stay here. Because something that important isn't something you run away and hide with. It's something that you stand and defend. Defend! Her voice went up a notch. When will you learn we aren't strong enough to defend ourselves? I know. I've stood between raiders and children of my own blood and just barely survived. When you've done that, talk to me about defending. I was silent. Not just that her words cut me. They did, and deeply. But she brought back to me a memory of holding a child, studying the blood that had trickled down her cooling arm. I couldn't abide the thought of ever doing it again. But it could not be fled. There is no running away, Molly. We either stand and fight here, or are slaughtered when the fighting overtakes us. Really? She asked me coldly. It isn't just you're putting your loyalty to a king ahead of what we have? I could not meet her eyes. She snorted. You're just like Burrick. You don't even know how much you're like him. Like Burrick? I was left floundering. I was startled that she said it at all, let alone that she said it as if it were a fault. Yes. She was decisive. Because I am true to my king? I was still grasping at straws. No, because you put your king before your woman, or your love, or your own life. I don't know what you're talking about. There, you see, you really don't. And you go about acting like you know all these great things and secrets and every important thing that ever happened. So answer me this. Why does Patience hate Burrick? I was completely at a loss now. I had no idea how this figured into what was wrong with me. But I knew somehow Molly would make a connection. Gingerly, I tried. She blames him for me.
She thinks Burrick led chivalry into bad ways, and hence into conceiving me. There. You see? That's how stupid you are. It's nothing of the kind. Lacey told me one night. A bit too much elderberry wine, and I was talking of you, and she of Burrick and Patience. Patience loved Burrick first, you idiot. But he wouldn't have her. He said he loved her, but he couldn't marry her, even if her father would give consent for her to wed beneath her station. Because he was already sworn life and sword to a lord of his own. And he didn't think he could do justice to both of them. Oh, he said he wished he were free to marry her, and that he wished he hadn't sworn before he'd met her. But all the same, he said he wasn't free to marry her just then. He said something stupid to her about no matter how willing the horse, it can only wear one saddle. So she told him, well, go off then. Go, follow this lord who's more important to you than I am. And he did. Just as you would if I told you that you had to choose. There were 2 spots of high colour on her cheeks. She tossed her head as she turned her back on me. So there was the connection to my fault. But my mind was reeling as bits and pieces of stories and comments suddenly fell into place. Burrick's tale of first meeting Patience. She'd been sitting in an apple tree, and she'd demanded that he take a splinter out of her foot. Scarcely something a woman would ask of her lord's man, but something a direct young maid might ask of a young man who had caught her eye. And his reaction the night I had spoken to him about Molly and Patience, and repeated Patience's words about horses and saddles. Did chivalry know anything of all this? I asked. Molly spun about to consider me. It was obviously not the question she had expected me to ask, but she couldn't resist finishing the story either. No, not at first. When Patience first came to know him, she had no idea he was Burrick's master. Burrick had never told her what lord he was sworn to. At first, Patience would have nothing to do with chivalry. Burrick still held her heart, you see. But chivalry was stubborn. From what Lacey says, he loved her to distraction. He won her heart. It wasn't until after she had said yes, she'd marry him, that she found out he was Burrick's master. And only because chivalry sent Burrick to deliver a special horse to her. I suddenly remembered Burrick in the stable, looking at Patience's mount and saying, I trained that horse. I wondered if he'd trained Silk, knowing she was to go to a woman he'd loved, as a gift from the man she'd marry. I'd bet it was so. I had always thought that Patience's disdain for Burrick was a sort of jealousy that chivalry could care so much for him. Now the triangle was an even stranger one, and infinitely more painful. I closed my eyes and shook my head at the unfairness of the world. Nothing is ever simple and good, I said to myself. There is always a bitter peel, a sour pip somewhere. Yes, Molly's anger seemed suddenly spent. She sat down on the bedside, and when I went and sat beside her, she didn't push me away. I took her hand and held it. 1,000 thoughts cluttered my mind. How Patience hated Burrick's drinking. How Burrick had recalled her lapdog, and how she always carried it about in a basket. The care he always took with his own appearance and behaviour.
Just because you cannot see a woman does not mean she does not see you.
Oh, Burrick. The extra time he still took grooming a horse that she seldom rode anymore. At least Patience had had a marriage to a man she loved, and some years of happiness, complicated as they were by political intrigues. But some years of happiness anyway. What would Molly and I ever have? Only what Burrick had now? She leaned against me and I held her for a long time. That was all. But somehow in that melancholy holding that night, we were closer than we had been for a very long time. Chapter 21. Dark Days.
King Aod of the Mountains held the mountain throne during the years of the Red Ships. The death of his elder son, Rurisk, had left his daughter Kettrican sole heir to that throne. By their customs, she would become Queen of the Mountains, or sacrifice, as that people call it, upon the demise of her father. Thus her marriage to Verity ensured not only that we had an ally at our back during those unstable years, but also promised the eventual joining of a 7th duchy to the kingdom of the Six Duchies. That the mountain kingdom bordered only on the 2 inland duchies of Tilth and Farrow made the prospect of any civil sundering of the Six Duchies of a special concern to Kettrican. She had been raised to be sacrifice. Her duty to her folk was of supreme importance in her life. When she became Verity's queen-in-waiting, the Six Duchies folk became her own. But it could never have been far from her heart that on her father's death, her mountain folk would once more claim her as sacrifice as well. How could she fulfill that obligation if Farrow and Tilth stood between her and her folk, not as part of the Six Duchies, but as a hostile nation? A thick storm set in the next day. It was a mixed blessing. No one need fear raiders anywhere along the coast on a day like that, but it also kept a restless and disparate group of soldiers penned up together. Up in the keep itself, Bairns was as visible as Regal was not. Whenever I ventured into the great hall, Duke Braundy was there, pacing restlessly or staring coldly into one of the blazing hearths. His daughters flanked him like guardian snowcats. Celerity and Faith were young yet, and their impatience and anger showed more plainly on their faces. Braundy had requested an official audience with the king. The longer he was kept waiting, the greater the implied insult. It denied the importance of what had brought him here, and the Duke's continued presence in our great hall was a plain announcement to his followers that as yet the king had not consented to see him. I watched that kettle coming to a slow boil, and wondered who would be scolded worst when it spilled over. I was making my 4th cautious survey of the room when Kettrican appeared. She was dressed simply, a long, straight robe of purple with an overwrap of soft white with voluminous sleeves that overhung her hands. Her hair was long and loose on her shoulders. She came in with her usual lack of ceremony, preceded only by Rosemary, her little maid, and accompanied only by Lady Modesty and Lady Hopeful. Even now that she had become a bit more popular with the ladies, she did not forget that these 2 had followed her first when she was alone, and she often honoured them by making them her companions. I do not believe Duke Braundy recognised his queen-in-waiting as the simply clad woman who approached him directly. She smiled and took his hand in greeting. It was a simple mountain way of recognising one's friends. I doubt she realised how she honoured him, or how much that simple gesture did to assuage his hours of waiting. Only I saw the weariness in her face, I am sure, or the new circles under her eyes. Faith and Celerity were immediately charmed by this attention to their father. Kettrican's clear voice carried throughout the great hall, so those at any hearth who wished to hear undoubtedly did, as she had intended. I have called on our king twice this morning. I regret that he has been ill both times. I hope you have not found this waiting fretful. I know you will want to speak directly to the king about your tragedy, and all that must be done to help our folk. But for now, while he rests, I thought perhaps you might wish to join me for some refreshment.
That would be welcome, Lady Queen, Bairns replied cautiously. Already she had done much to soothe his rumpled feathers, but Braundy was not one to be too easily charmed.
I am pleased, Kettrican replied. She turned and stooped slightly to whisper to Rosemary. The little maid gave a quick nod and turned and fled like a rabbit. All marked her exit. In but moments she was back, this time at the head of a procession of serving folk. A table was claimed and moved down before the great hearth. A snowy cloth was spread, and then one of Kettrican's bowl gardens set to grace the centre of it. A parade of kitchen folk trooped past, each to deposit platters or cups of wine or sweetmeats or late autumn apples in a wooden bowl. So wonderfully was it orchestrated that it seemed almost magical. In moments the table was set, the guests were seated, and Mello appeared with his lute, already singing as he entered the great hall. Kettricken beckoned her ladies to join them, and then, espying me as well, summoned me with a nod. She chose others from the other hearths at random, not by their nobility or wealth, but folk I knew she considered interesting. Fletch, with his hunting stories, and Shells, a friendly girl of an age with Braundy's daughters, were among those summoned. Kettricken seated herself at Braundy's right hand, and again I do not think she realized all the honour she did him to arrange it so. When some bit of food and talk had been enjoyed, she signalled Mello to soften his strumming. She turned to Braundy and said simply, "We have heard only the bare bones of your news. Will you share with us what has befallen Ferry?" He hesitated briefly. He had brought his complaint for the king to hear and act on. But how could he refuse a queen-in-waiting who had treated him so graciously? He lowered his eyes a moment, and when he spoke, his voice was husky with unfeigned emotion.
"My lady queen, we have taken grievous hurt," he began.
Every voice at the table was quickly stilled. All eyes turned to him. I perceived that all of those chosen by the Queen were attentive listeners as well. From the time he launched into his tale there was not a sound at the table, save soft exclamations of sympathy or mutters of anger at what the raiders had done. He paused once in his tale, then visibly made a decision, and went on to tell how they had sent forth their summons for aid, and waited in vain for any response. The Queen heard him out, with no objections or denials. When his tale of woe was done, his burden had visibly lifted simply in the telling of it. For a few long moments, all were silent. "Much of what you tell me is new to my ears," Kettricken said quietly at last, "and none of it is good. I do not know what our king will say of all this. You will have to wait for him to hear his words. But for myself, for now, I will say that my heart is full of grief for my people and anger. And I promise you that for myself these wrongs shall not go unredressed. Nor shall my folk be left shelterless in winter's bite." Duke Braundy of Bairns looked down at his plate and toyed with the edge of the tablecloth. He looked up, and there was fire in his eyes, but also regret. When he spoke, his voice was firm.
"Words. These are but words, my lady queen. The folk of Ferry cannot eat words, nor shelter beneath them at nightfall."
Kettricken met his eyes squarely. Something seemed to tighten inside her. "Well do I know the truth of what you say. But words are all I have to offer you just now. When the king is well enough to see you, we shall see what can be done for Ferry."
Braundy leaned toward her. "I have questions, my queen. My need for answers is almost as great as my need for money and men. Why did our summons for help go unheeded? Why did the ship that should have come to our aid instead set sail for home port?"
Kettricken's voice trembled very slightly. "To these questions I have no answers, sir, and that is a shameful thing for me to admit. No word of your situation reached my ears until your young messenger arrived on horseback." Strong misgivings arose in me as she spoke. Should the Queen have admitted these things to Braundy? Perhaps not, for the sake of political wisdom, but Kettricken I knew served truth before politics. Braundy looked long into her face, and the lines around his mouth deepened. Boldly he asked, but softly, "Are not you queen-in-waiting?" Kettricken's eyes went sword grey as she met his gaze. "I am. Do you ask me if I lie to you?" It was Braundy's turn to look aside.
No, my queen. That thought was never in my mind."
The silence stretched over long. I do not know if there was some subtle signal from Kettricken or if it was simply Mello's instincts that swept his fingers more vigorously across the strings, In a moment his voice took up a winter song, full of blowing notes and skirling choruses. More than 3 days passed before Braundy was finally summoned to the king's chambers. Kettricken tried to provide amusements, but it is hard to entertain a man whose mind is on his dukedom's vulnerability. He was courteous, but distracted. Faith, his second daughter, quickly formed a friendship with Shells, and seemed to forget some of her sorrows in her company. Celerity, however, clung to her father's side, and when her dark blue eyes did meet mine, they were like wounds. I experienced a strange variety of emotions from that gaze. I was relieved that she did not seek me out as an individual to pay attention to. At the same time, I knew her coolness to me was a reflection of her father's present feelings toward all of Buckkeep. I welcomed her slighting of me. At the same time, it rankled, as I did not feel I deserved it. When the summons came at last, and Braundy hastened to the king, I hoped that the awkwardness would be over. I am sure I was not the only one who noticed that Queen Kettricken was not invited to the council. Neither was I present, being also uninvited. But it is not often that a queen is relegated to the same social standing as a bastard nephew. Kettricken kept her equanimity and went on showing Braundy's daughters and Shells a mountain technique for weaving beads into embroidery work. I hovered near the table, but doubted that their minds were on their craft any more than mine was. We had not long to wait. In less than an hour, Duke Braundy reappeared in the great hall with all the bluster and chill of a storm wind. To Faith, he said, "Pack our things." To Celerity, "Tell our guard to be ready to depart within the hour." He gave Queen Kettricken a very stiff bow. "My queen, I excuse myself to depart. As House Farcia will offer no aid, Bairns must now tend to its own." "Indeed, I see your need for haste," Kettricken replied gravely. "But I shall require that you attend me for but one more meal. It is not good to depart on a journey on an empty stomach. Tell me, do you enjoy gardens?" Her question was addressed to his daughters as much as to Bairns. They looked to their father. After a moment, he gave a curt nod. Both the daughters admitted cautiously to Kettricken that they enjoyed gardens, but their puzzlement was plain. A garden in winter during a howling storm? I shared their misgivings, especially as at that moment Kettricken gestured to me. "Fitzchivalry, attend to my wish. Rosemary, go with Lord Fitzchivalry to the kitchens, prepare food as he directs you, and bring it to the Queen's garden. I shall escort our guests there." I widened my eyes at Kettricken desperately. No, not there. The climb to the tower alone was taxing to many, let alone taking a cup of tea on a storm-lashed tower top. I could not fathom what she thought she was about. The smile she returned my anxious look was as open and serene as any I had seen. Taking Duke Braundy's arm, she steered him out of the great hall, while the daughters trailed behind with the Queen's ladies. I turned to Rosemary and changed her orders. "Go find warm wraps for them and catch up with them. I'll take care of the food." The child scampered merrily off while I hastened to the kitchen. I tersely informed Sarah of our sudden need, and she quickly created a platter of warmed pasties and hot mulled wine for me. "Take these yourself, and I'll send more with the boy in a bit." I smiled to myself as I took the tray and hurried off toward the Queen's gardens. The Queen herself might refer to me as Lord Fitzchivalry, but Sarah the cook would never think twice of ordering me off with a tray of food. It was oddly comforting. I took the stairs as quickly as I could, then paused to breathe myself at the top landing. I braced myself for the wind and rain and pushed the door open. The tower top was as miserable as I had expected it to be. The Queen's ladies and Braundy's daughters and Shells were huddled in a bit of shelter offered by 2 adjoining walks and a stretch of canvas that had been set up as a shady spot last summer. It broke most of the wind and diverted a great deal of the freezing rain as well. There was a small table within its pathetic shelter, and here I set the tray of warm food. Rosemary, warmly bundled, smiled smugly as she snitched a pastry from the edge of the tray. Lady Modesty presided over serving out the food. As quickly as I could, I secured mugs of warmed wine for the Queen and Duke Braundy, and on pretext of serving them, joined them. They were at the very edge of the parapet, looking out over the crenellated wall at the open sea below. The wind had lashed it to white froth, and was flinging seagulls about with a fine disregard for the birds' attempts to fly. As I approached, I could see they were speaking softly, but the roar of the wind frustrated my attempt to eavesdrop. I wished I had thought to get a cloak for myself. I was soaked through almost instantly, and the wind blew off what heat my body generated by shivering. I tried to smile past my chattering teeth as I presented them with the wine.
"Lord Fitzchivalry is known to you?" she asked Braundy as they took the wine from me.
"Indeed, I have had the pleasure of having him at my own table," Braundy assured her. Rain dripped off his bushy eyebrows, while the wind had set his warrior's tail to flapping.
"You would not mind, then, if I asked him to join us in our conversation?"
Despite the rain that soaked her, the Queen spoke calmly, as if we basked in spring sunshine. I wondered if Kettricken knew that Braundy would see her request as a veiled command.
"I would welcome his counsels, if you consider he has wisdom to offer, my Queen," Braundy acquiesced.
"I had hoped you would. Fitzchivalry, fetch yourself some wine, and rejoin us here, please."
"As my Queen wishes." I bowed low and hurried off to obey. My contact with Verity had grown more tenuous with each passing day that he journeyed farther away, but at that moment I could sense his nudging, eager curiosity. I hastened back to my Queen's side.
"There is no undoing what has been done," the Queen was saying as I returned to them. "I grieved that we were not able to protect our folk. Yet if I cannot undo what the raiders from the sea have done already, at least perhaps I can help to shelter them from the storms to come. This, I bid you take them from their Queen's hand and heart."
I noticed in passing that she made no mention of King Shrewd's evident refusal to act. I watched her. She moved leisurely and purposefully at once. The loose white sleeve that she drew back from her arm was already dripping with cold rain. She ignored it as she bared her pale arm to reveal a snaking of gold wire up her arm, with the dark opals of her mountains caught here and there in its web. I had seen the dark flash of mountain opals before, but never ones of this size. Yet she held out her arm for me to unfasten the catch, and with no hesitation at all, she unwound the treasure from her arm. From her other sleeve, she drew a small velvet bag. I held its mouth open as she slid the bracelets into it. She smiled warmly at Duke Braundy as she pressed it into his hand. "From your king-in-waiting, Verity, and me," she said quietly. I barely resisted Verity's impulse in me to fling himself on his knees at the feet of this woman and declare her far too royal for his insignificant love. Braundy was left stuttering his amazed thanks and vowing to her that not a penny of its worth would go to waste. Stout houses would rise once more in Ferry, and the folk there would bless the Queen for the warmth of them. I suddenly saw the reason for the Queen's garden as a sight. This was a Queen's gift, not contingent on anything Shrewd or Regal might have to say. Kettricken's choice of place and her manner of presenting it to Braundy made that clear to him. She did not tell him to keep it secret. She did not need to. I thought of the emeralds hidden in a corner of my clothes chest, but within me, Verity was quiet. I made no move to get them. I hoped to see Verity himself fasten them about his Queen's neck one day. Nor did I wish to lessen the significance of her gift to Braundy by adding another from a bastard, for that was how I would have had to present it. No, I decided. Let the Queen's gift and her presentation of it stand alone in his memory. Braundy turned from Kettricken to consider me.
"My Queen, you seem to hold this young man in considerable esteem, to make him privy to your counsels."
"I do," Kettricken replied gravely. "He has never betrayed my trust in him."
Braundy nodded, as if confirming something to himself.
He permitted himself a small smile. "My youngest daughter, Celerity, was somewhat troubled by a missive from Lord Fitzchivalry, especially as her older sisters had opened it for her, and found much there to tease her with. But when she brought her misgivings to me, I told her that it is a rare man who so candidly admits to what might be seen as shortcomings. Only a braggart would claim to go fearless into battle, nor would I wish to give my trust to a man who could kill and not feel heart lost afterward. As to your physical health," he clapped me suddenly on the shoulder, "I would say a summer of pulling oars and wielding an axe had done you good." His hawk's eyes pierced mine. "I have not changed my assessment of you, Fitzchivalry, nor has Celerity. I wish you to be sure of that." I said the words I knew I must. "Thank you, sir." He turned to look over his shoulder. I followed his gaze through the blowing rain to where Celerity gazed at us. Her father gave her a tiny nod, and her smile broke like the sun from behind a cloud. Faith, watching her, said something, and Celerity turned blushing to give her sister a push. My guts turned to ice when Braundy told me, "You may bid my daughter farewell, if you wish." There were few things I wished less to do. But I would not undo what Ketchikan had so laboriously wrought. I could not. So I bowed and excused myself, and forced myself to cross the rain-pelted garden to present myself to Celerity. Faith and Shells immediately withdrew to a not quite discreet distance to watch us. I bowed to her with absolute correctness. "Lady Celerity, I must thank you again for the scroll you sent me," I said awkwardly. My heart was pounding, as was hers, I am sure, for a completely different reason. She smiled at me through the falling rain. "I was glad to send it, and gladder of your reply. My father explained it to me. I hope you do not take it amiss that I showed it to him. I did not understand why you would belittle yourself so. He said the man who must brag for himself knows that no one else will. Then he told me there is no better way to learn the sea than at the oar of a boat, and that in his younger years the axe was always his weapon too. He has promised my sisters and I a dory of our own next summer, that we can take out on the sea on fine days." She faltered suddenly. "I chatter, do I not?" "Not at all, my lady," I assured her quietly. I much preferred that she do the talking. "My lady," she repeated softly, and then blushed as furiously as if I had kissed her right there. I looked aside from her, only to find Faith's wide eyes on us, her mouth an O of scandalized delight. Imagining what she imagined I had said to her sister brought the colour and heat to my face as well. As I went scarlet, she and Shells burst out giggling. It seemed an eternity before we left the storm-battered Queen's Garden. Our guests sought their rooms, both to change from sodden clothing and to prepare for their journey. I did likewise, dressing hastily, lest I miss anything of their departure. I was at the outer courtyard to see Braundy and his guard mount. So was Queen Ketchikan, in her now familiar purple and white, and her honour guard had been turned out as well. She stood beside Braundy's horse to bid him farewell, and before he mounted, he went down on one knee and kissed her hand. Some brief words were spoken, I know not what, but the Queen smiled as the winds lashed her hair about her face. Braundy and his troops set off into the teeth of the storm. There was anger yet in the set of Braundy's shoulders, but his obeisance to the Queen showed me that, as of yet, not all was lost. Celerity and Faith both looked back to me as they rode off, and Celerity dared to lift a hand in farewell. I returned the gesture. I stood watching them go, chilled by more than the rain. I had supported Verity and Ketchikan this day, but at what cost to myself? What was I doing to Celerity? Was Molly perhaps right about all this? Later that evening, I went to pay my respects to my king. He had not summoned me. I did not intend to discuss Celerity with him. I went
wondering if Verity willed it in me or if it was my own heart cautioning me not to abandon him. Wallace grudgingly admitted me, with a stern warning that the king was still not feeling completely himself and I must not weary him. King Shrewd was sitting up before his fireplace. The air of the room was cloying with smoke. The fool, his face still an interesting landscape of purples and blues, sat at the king's feet. He had the good fortune to be below the most pungent level of the haze. I had no such luck, as I took the low, backless stool that Wallace so thoughtfully provided for me. A few moments after I had presented myself and sat down, the king turned to me. He regarded me blearily for a few moments as his head swayed on his neck.
"Ah, Fitz,"
the king greeted me belatedly.
"How have your lessons been? Is Master Fedrin pleased with your progress?"
I glanced at the fool, who did not meet my eyes, but poked morosely at the fire. "Yes," I said quietly. "He has said my lettering is good."
"That's fine. A clear hand is a thing any man may be proud of. And what of our bargain? Have I kept my word to you?"
It was our old litany. Once more I considered the terms he had offered me. He would feed me, clothe me, and educate me, and in return he would have my complete loyalty. I smiled at the familiar words, but my throat closed at how the man who said them had wasted away, and what they had come to cost me. "Yes, my king, you have," I answered softly.
"Good. Then see you keep your word to me as well."
He leaned back heavily in his chair. "I shall, your majesty," I promised, and the fool's eyes met mine as he witnessed again that promise. For a few moments the room was still, save for the crackling of the fire. Then the king sat up as if startled by a sound. He looked about confusedly.
"Verity, where's Verity?"
"He's gone on a quest, my king, to seek the help of the elderlings to drive the red ships from our shores."
"Ah, yes, of course. Of course he has. But just for a moment I thought—"
He leaned back in his chair. Then all the hair on my skin prickled up. I could feel him vaguely skilling in an unfocused, fumbling way. His mind tugged at mine like old hands.